Chapter 20. Uil.
Joe.
Joe was just cresting the stairs to 6th Battalion's barracks balcony, his exhausted body feeling as if it were made of lead, when he heard the odd sound seemingly coming from a tacky tunnel near his feet. Ahead of him, Nebel had left the barracks door open for his return. The barracks room beyond was silent but for the snores of other recruits. Thinking he had imagined it, Joe kept trudging forward, so tired he was having trouble staying upright.
Joe!
A cold, metal-tipped finger brushed his arm, and goosebumps washed down his spine in a startling wave at the contact. Joe jerked and turned. The young Ureki that had come to listen to their Christmas songs was standing in the shadows outside the barracks, glancing nervously at the open door.
Do you still want to talk?
Joe felt his heart skip a beat, and he instantly forgot about sleep. Do you?
Kakai.
Uil said.
But you need to come with me.
He's not going anywhere with you,
Libby's voice said suddenly. She had stayed up late cutting holes in her gear and now stood near the barracks door, Joe's Swiss Army knife still clutched in her hand. She was scowling at Uil, looking ready to use the knife on the Ureki. Staring at the knife, the pupils in Uil's huge, sticky brown eyes dilated until they looked completely black. I'll go, Joe interrupted, scowling at Libby. Uil was obviously reconsidering his plan.
It is dangerous if she tells.
She won't tell, Joe said, giving Libby a warning glance. Not this time. Libby cringed, glancing at the Swiss Army knife in her fist. Uil hesitated. Then he shrugged a long swath of brilliant blue fabric off of his shoulders and held it out to Joe. It changed colors in his hands.
Wrap yourself in this. You'll resemble a Nueshi if you hunch down.
Joe obeyed, ignoring the dirty looks Libby was giving him. The cloth felt unnaturally smooth in his hands and glided over his calluses like cool water, not even catching on the rough skin of his palm. It felt like something sultans and emperors would wear back on Earth. I'll be back soon, Joe said to Libby. Get some sleep.
Nebel made you run all night,
Libby insisted, scowling at the Ureki.
Aren't you tired?
I'll be fine.
What if Nebel comes in and finds you never came back from your laps?
Tell him I lost something and had to go find it. Libby wrinkled her nose, giving the Ureki a bitter look.
I don't like him, Joe.
Joe's chest clenched at his groundmate's lack of civility. Desperate not to lose their first real contact in this alien place to the manners of an 8-year-old, he gave Libby a pointed glare and said, You just want to talk, right, Uil?
Of course, Joe. There are many things that fascinate me about humans.
See? Joe said, following Uil around the corner to a lavishly decorated hawk. He just wants to talk. Gems and ribbons adorned the sides, glittering and flapping in the alien breeze. Joe's cloak had shifted to canary yellow by the time the Ureki youngster began powering up the hawk.
You don't know him,
Libby pleaded, having followed him around the balcony. She grabbed Joe's arm.
What if he sells you to the Dasha?
Uil grunted laughter.
I think your friend is safe. Nothing could get me within a furly length of a Dasha.
Libby released Joe and gave Uil a cold glare.
If you don't bring him back, I'll kill you.
Joe sucked in a breath. He knew enough about Kongi society to know a death threat against a civilian could get her executed. The Ureki youngster stared at her, then lowered his head solemnly.
I will bring him back, little one.
He plucked a smooth silver scale from his clothing and handed it to her. As it caught the light, it swirled with every color of the rainbow. From the delicate way the Ureki handled it, Joe guessed it was expensive. As Libby reluctantly took the Dasha scale, Uil said,
It's a promise.
Then the Ureki ushered Joe onto the hawk and maneuvered them into the air. In moments, they were out of sight of the barracks.
We've got to be careful,
Uil said as they flew.
All congressional property contains tracking devices, even soldiers. They insert them in places that you can't cut off, like your head or your chest.
Joe stared down at himself, remembering the gun that the Ureki doctor had fired into his chest on the ship.
So they'll come looking for me?
The Ureki gave Joe a mischievous look.
You don't grow up on Kofat without learning ways to bypass congressional security measures.
He plucked a metal ring from under the rim of the skimmer's control panel and showed it to Joe.
An akarit. All congressional frequencies within 3 body lengths are avoided.
Joe touched the thing and turned it in his hand. To all appearances, it was just a band of gold. It even felt heavy, like his dad's wedding ring. He returned it to the Ureki with reluctance.
Isn't it illegal to carry something like that?
How can it be, when so many use it?
Uil demanded. The hawk soared skyward, leaving the ground behind with such rapidity that the crushed black gravel seemed to fall out from under them. Joe gasped, and his fists spasmed reflexively around the railing. The young Ureki seemed to enjoy Joe's reaction.
I worked for 6 turns to save up the regard for this hawk. It's of special Ueshi design. Maybe someday I'll show you the things I can do with it.
He veered teasingly.
Huh. That's okay,
Joe said, feeling ill.
I believe you.
Uil slowed near the edge of the city, proceeding towards a jagged roof that looked unfinished. The Ureki maneuvered the hawk up under a lip of rock, and a wide cave appeared before them, invisible from the outside. Uil set the hawk down and brought the akarit out from under the dash of the control panel. Then he stepped off the craft and began to walk back toward the entrance of the cave, motioning for Joe to follow him. The view was frightening. This close to the edge of the city, the fir-lee trees seemed too large to be real. From his vantage, Joe could see the red masses of spores atop the branches, and immediately his lungs began to itch. He hacked up a red glob of mucus and glanced at the Ureki. Uil was watching him. He turned away quickly, pretending he hadn't been, but Joe had seen. He had the uneasy thought that maybe Libby was right, that he was simply bringing Joe here for a rendezvous with a slave trader.
I found this place when I was in Yuri Academy,
Uil said.
back when Ali Shai voted to commission a 7th ring. They abandoned it because Drak could reach it from the fir-lee branches. They'll finish it the next time they add a ring to the city.
You go to school? Joe felt a surge of hope, of kinship.
I went. I failed. My art was not good enough.
Uil made a disappointed sound. Your art? Uil held up his silver-encased fingers. The Celtic knots winding their way around the 4 tentacles on his right hand reminded Joe of Kegel's Kostja that Neville had taken from him.
I am of the Yuri caste. We are expected to either excel in art or devote ourselves to tending our ancestors' Ure. I will probably be shipping off to Pone soon, unless I can hire myself out to a foreigner. Even poorly trained Yuri are in high demand in the newer planets. I might even be able to find work on Earth.
We have artists on Earth. Good ones, too. Uil scoffed.
Nothing in the universe can compare to a master Yuri. People will impoverish themselves simply to pay for the right to watch her work.
Wait, Joe said, frowning at the Ureki. You're a girl?
I could be if I wanted to. The Yuri is the only caste allowed to reproduce. It helps keep the lines clear of fire gods.
Joe stared at the Ureki, trying to understand if she was telling him she was a girl or could get a sex change if she felt like it. Then something very pressing occurred to him. Are my commanders all girls, too? Uil looked as if he'd insulted her.
Yuri aren't draft. It was written into the Ureki Pact. Your superiors are probably Hoga or Rit, but 1 or 2 might be fire gods.
You worship gods of fire? Joe had not envisioned the Ureki, with all of their superior technology, to be pagans.
No. Fire gods. Vakala. They're the descendants of the diplomats who signed the pact that made the Ureki one of the 8 founding members of Congress. The Aihi gave them the Dreet's ability to resist fire so they could visit Vora and sign the pact. They would not go otherwise.
Uil gave him a funny look.
Do you know nothing, Cho?
Joe ignored the jab. Because Ureki hate fire, Joe said, thinking of what Kegel had said.
Kakai. Fire. It is the greatest danger to an Ure, aside from maybe the Dasha.
Her face twisted at the last.
The gods are unjust, letting Narn survive after what he did. I hope the ghost sickness claims him swiftly. For your sake, Joe.
What's a fire god look like? Joe asked, still thinking of the Ureki casts. He was pretty sure he could already guess. Uil pulled a wisp of gauzy fabric away from her chest, bearing a small, puckered mark on her stomach.
They bear no chenal, because their skin does not burn during the niche Aymar. The priests put them in cages or pits with immature onen. Most get ripped to pieces, but the ones who survive are given to the army, marked by thousands of scars crisscrossing their bodies so every Ureki remembers what their ancestors did.
That meant Kegel and Legra were both fire gods.
The Kala are the lowest caste. They are still paying for their ancestors' sins.
Back when they signed the Ureki up for Congress.
Kakai.
Uil said, nodding. Joe cleared his throat. Wasn't Congress formed 2 million years ago? When will they be forgiven? Uil's face instantly darkened.
When Congress no longer exists.
So you guys hate Congress as much as we do?
Kakai.
Everyone hates Congress.
So why don't you disband it? Uil laughed.
Do you realize how difficult it is to kill a Dasha? Their only vulnerability is a tiny nerve center at the back of their head, under their horns. The only way you can hurt them there is if you hit them with a direct blast of energy fire. Then you've only got a few moments to get to it and tear out the nerve center, or cut away enough scales to give it a direct blast to its core. Either that, or Dreet poison. But Dreet die before giving up their poison sacs, and even if you had it, you'd have to get it past the scales to make it work.
You sound like you know a lot about being a soldier. Uil glanced wistfully out at the city.
I used to wish I was a Hoga or Reet, so I could help the army bring the Dasha under control. I'm more mature now, but I still want to be there when the fourfold prophecy is fulfilled.
Joe's ears pricked up. My commander mentioned that to me. The young Ureki glanced back at him, looking excited.
He did? He must have favored you greatly. What did he say?
Nothing much. He confused me more than anything. Uil looked disappointed.
They say the Trith made it. That they've seen Congress's doom from the moment it was conceived.
And it means Congress is going to fall apart? Joe asked, remembering Representative Nalin's comment. Uil made a non-committal sound.
No one really knows. My guess, Joe, is someday it's going to meet a planet it can't conquer, and that planet will have a species that is going to rip it apart. They'll create a new piece, one not even the Dasha can break.
Joe contemplated that in the silence as he stared out over the alien city. I don't believe in prophecies.
You should. You're living in the time of the foretelling, Joe. Everyone's saying it's going to be sometime in the next 100 years. Some say it's going to be the Dasha Valin. But personally, I think it'll be a white to end Congress. They can become any species in the universe. So why not one of them?
I heard about that. They can change shape.
Yes. But more than that, it happens at a genetic level. All that remains of them afterwards is their Zora.
Huh? Uil made a dismissive gesture.
You've probably never even seen a white.
I've seen one, Joe said, remembering Zoljib and Representative Nalin. Uil looked a little surprised. Maybe even impressed.
This is an Ureki planet. They're very rare here. Still, you wouldn't see the Zora. They keep that inside their heads.
The wormy thing. Is that what they use to eat?
Actually, yes.
Uil said, giving him an odd look now.
They use it to collect and assimilate genetic material. It's why they will rule Congress someday. They can be anything, Joe.
Joe bristled at that. A white told me there were plenty of creatures they can't reproduce. So why not one of them? Uil Suda fluttered.
It is true. Certain creatures resist the pattern, turn the white into mush for trying to imitate their genetics. But the Dreet and the Dasha have had hundreds of thousands of years to throw off congressional yoke, and here they remain.
What about the Trith? Joe asked, thinking of the fabled creatures everyone seemed to talk about like the boogeyman. Could they take over?
The Trith are as indifferent to us as a mountain is to a grain of sand.
Uil had an almost odd tone when she spoke. Why? Joe asked, frowning. Uil looked at him like he was stupid.
If you ever see one, you'll understand.
You've seen one? Joe asked, curious. The young Ureki glanced around them, then put her silver-capped fingers on Joe's shoulder and pulled him back inside the cave. She took him to the far corner and pulled him down into a sitting position, with the Ureki seeming to pool on the floor from the waist down. Uil glanced both ways and pulled her translator from her neck and set it on Joe's knee so she could lean in close.
From a distance,
she whispered.
It was walking across the commuter terminal, orbiting Neskvat.
Congress lets them walk around? I thought they were traitors. Why don't they just kill all of them?
You can't kill a Trith,
Uil said, suddenly sounding irritated.
They see every loophole, every mechanical malfunction, every lapse in security millions of years before it happens.
But if Congress... Uil held up her silver-capped fingers, stopping him.
We can speak more of Trith next time we meet. Tell me of yourself.
Joe realized he had offended Uil somehow, and he began to worry that his conversation would be cut short. He looked at his knees a moment, then said, I could tell you about where I come from.
Earth.
I lived in San Diego during the draft. My dad stayed there after he got out of the Marine Corps in Camp Pendleton. That's like the Army, but better. They're really badass. I was thinking about joining up after I got out of high school. Uil sounded almost dreamy when she said,
So you were destined to be a soldier.
It was Joe's turn to be irritated. I'm not a soldier. I'm a prisoner.
Ah.
An uncomfortable silence stretched between them. Then,
It must have been nice to believe you were the only creatures in the universe.
Nobody really thought that. Not many of us, anyway. We just didn't think aliens would find us, you know? We always thought we'd find you.
With your technology, it would have been eons before you left your solar system.
Hey, we'd been to the moon, Joe said. Then he felt stupid, because the aliens had been traveling through space for 3 million years, if not more. And moons were no big deal.
It doesn't matter. As soon as you become a citizen, Congress will give you the technology you need to travel to other galaxies. You humans will learn more in the next 100 turns than you learned since you started building fires in caves.
At least we're not scared of fire, Joe retorted, feeling inexplicably defensive of his home. He hated the way everyone treated them like they were weaklings or morons or bacterial colonies under a high-powered microscope. Instead of being angry, Uil looked excited.
You've seen it.
What? Joe asked, frowning.
Fire.
Her huge eyes were aglow with interest. The pupils dilated so fully they appeared black. Joe was a little stunned. Yeah, all the time. My dad barbecues with his buddies on the weekends. He'll cook hot dogs and bratwurst for us on his grill. Mom bought him one of those nice big ones with the lids that fold down that's got enough space inside to roast a pig. Uil cocked her wrinkled head.
What are katdoks and bratwurst?
Food. Uil looked shocked.
You use fire on your food?
Hell yeah! Have you ever tasted barbecued ribs? My dad makes some bomb-ass ribs. His stomach groaned with the memory. It's 1,000 times better than that scummy shit. I'll tell you that for free. The young Ureki stared at him.
Scummy shit?
You know, the stuff that tastes like something they scraped off the inside of an aquarium? At Uil's continued blank look, Joe said, "The green slime. Kids have been adding the salt buildup from their skin after runs just to make it taste better." Revelation brightened her eyes.
You're talking about recruit food.
Uil laughed, a frog-like croaking in her throat.
Recruit food's never any good.
She reached into a fold of her clothing and withdrew a bundled package.
Try this. I can get you more if you like it.
Gingerly, Joe took the bundle, afraid it was something alive. Up until now, he had never seen an Ureki eat. As far as he knew, they ate giant scorpions by the fistful and washed it down with glasses of arsenic. At first, he thought the substance inside was a piece of ceramic. It detailed a solar system, with each planet a different color and pattern, some of which had moons and rings, all etched with delicate precision. It smelled lightly of mint.
You recognize it?
Uil asked.
It's one of the new spices they found on Earth. I was told it was quite common.
She gave the solar system a dubious glance. Joe took a breath, allowing the smell to reach deep into his lungs. After the ever-present rotten stench of kofat, it was decidedly a slice of heaven.
You like the smell, don't you? I can't stand it. The spicers were insane to bring it back with them. It's like the downwind side of a dasha.
Joe glanced up. "Can I have this?" His heart was pounding, his fists wanting to tighten on the tiny morsel for fear she would take it away again.
Take a bite. It's food.
Joe stared at the intricate detail. "You eat this?"
Of course. The chefs enjoy making it as much as we enjoy eating it.
I'd rather save it for the smell. This planet stinks like someone cherry-bombed a fucking outhouse at a shitting contest. This shit fucking reeks. Uil gave him a blank look.
That is something I never understood. I've done some research of your language and am puzzled. Why do you humans have such an obsession with orgies and bodily excrement? You are as filthy as the Jehul and the Dasha in your speech, but even the Jehul don't have such a barbaric focus on reproduction and waste elimination.
Joe felt himself flush, because, for the first time since leaving his home, he had felt himself let loose as he would have with other Earth teenagers. Never mind. Can I keep it? To save it?
I can get you as many of those as you want, Joe. Don't worry about saving it.
When Joe still did not move to eat it, the Ureki forcefully broke off a tiny moon and held it out to him. Joe reluctantly touched it to his tongue. It had a sweet tart taste that diffused throughout his entire mouth, leaving it swimming in saliva. It was different than anything he'd tasted before, more complex and bitter. He knew that he would have spat the strange flavors back out on Earth, but here he hadn't eaten anything so good in his entire life. His stomach screamed for more as he swished the last little bit around in his mouth, savoring it. He couldn't remember tasting anything so wonderful, partly because he couldn't remember exactly what food on Earth tasted like. Despite describing lasagna and chicken pot pies to the kids during story time, his memories of those things were fading just as surely as the rest of it. I can't remember what food tastes like. Joe stared at the candy solar system, feeling as if he had failed his home somehow. How could someone forget what food tasted like? He was pretty sure, then, that whatever drug Congress was feeding them, it was intentionally wiping away their old alliances, like a wet rag cleaning off a chalkboard. The idea frightened him more than fighting the Dasha.
I will bring you more. They have exotic foods in a little shop at the edge of the third ring. It's got a bunch of human stuff right now. I can easily get more.
I'll pay you.
Joe blurted. Then he lowered his head.
Somehow.
The young Ureki Suda began to vibrate in a laugh.
You'll pay me nothing, Joe. Food is free here. The shopkeepers would even give you some if you ask. Everyone wants to see a human close up.
Thank you, Joe said, as he stared at the candy through tears. Yuil stood up suddenly, whipping around to face the entrance.
Peacemakers are nearby.
She held up the akarit. It had changed from gold to black.
Probably just a sweep, but I've got to hide this.
She placed the akarit inside a small bluish metal box and shut the lid.
If they come inside, there is a tunnel behind us. Run down it. It will take you a few days, but the tunnel leads all the way to the ground. Taki made it when they were hollowing this place out.
What about you?
Joe asked, her obvious fear infectious.
Don't worry about me. I'll pretend I was sightseeing.
She stiffened.
They're getting closer. Go to the tunnel.
Joe, being the one training to be a warrior, felt as if he should somehow try to take the brunt of their elopement.
But I...
Go now!
Yuil snapped, shoving him towards the back of the room.
If I'm caught with you, it'll be the end for both of us.
Biting his lip, Joe ran into the deepening shadows. He found the tunnel, but his body simply locked up as he stared at it. It was only about 4 feet high and 4 feet wide.
That's a tacky tunnel,
he thought, panic swelling up from within.
Get inside! Hurry, Joe!
Joe couldn't do it. He tried, but his limbs started shaking as soon as he ducked his head to enter. He felt like he was going to puke as he backed out again, shame weighing down his chest like a tumor. Yuil scowled at him, then went to the entrance to the cave. After a few long moments outside, she walked back to him, Suda fluttering in a hum.
They're gone. What is the matter with you? Why didn't you go down the tunnel?
I'm scared of tunnels.
Yuil blinked at him as if he'd said Dasha had fins.
You're afraid of tunnels?
Joe swallowed bile.
Yeah.
Yuil was giving him a strange look.
But you can't...
Then she looked away.
Never mind. We must get back before they find you missing.
Will you come back tomorrow?
Maybe,
she said, looking uncomfortable. Which meant he had disgusted her, and she wanted to get rid of him. Shoulders slumping, Joe followed her to the hawk.
Thanks for the food.
Yuil said nothing and gestured for him to board the hovercraft. Once he was settled, she flew him back to the barracks in silence. Once he unwrapped the now green cloth from his shoulders and handed it to her, the Ureki wordlessly guided the hawk off the balcony and back out over the plaza. Joe was turning to go back into the barracks when she called his name from above. She was holding out the akarit box.
Here! Take this!
She dropped it into his hands.
You might need it someday.
Joe stared at it. Despite wishing earlier she would do this very thing, Joe didn't want it.
You don't have to. You probably need it.
I have others.
Saying nothing, Yuil turned off and was gone. Joe stared after her in shock. He didn't understand. She acted irritated, upset with him, but had given him the akarit. Then she had flown away without a word. He glanced down at the little box. It felt cold in his hands, dangerous. He had to fight off the impulse to throw it over the balcony.
What's wrong with me? I should be happy. This could get me home.
Yet the longer he held the akarit, the more he didn't want it. Deciding to hide it until he found a safe way to get rid of it, Joe reluctantly took it inside the barracks. Maggie was awake and sitting up in bed when Joe stepped into the sleeping quarters. She watched him enter with an accusing look, following him with her eyes as he undressed and hid the akarit in the bottom of his clothes chest. When he stood up to get under the covers, she was still scowling at him over the other sleeping recruits.
What, Mag?
Joe demanded, so tired he was near delirious.
Libby told me you left with some Ureki.
He frowned.
Yeah, so? It was only for a couple hours.
You missed story time,
Maggie said. Her eyes added, asshole. Oh. Joe grimaced. Sorry, Mag.
Yeah, whatever.
Maggie rolled over and went back to sleep, leaving him feeling like a jackass. Chapter 21. Sleeves. Did you give him the Anchorit?
Yes.
But
what? I gave it to him.
There's something you aren't telling me.
There is, but I doubt you want to hear it.
Say it.
He almost got us both killed. I realized peacemakers had followed me and tried to get him to hide in a tunnel, but he was too afraid. I had to kill them both.
He's afraid of peacemakers?
He's afraid of tunnels.
Tunnels?
You see our problem.
But the signs clearly point to...
A grounder is useless if he can't fight underground.
We could pay to have him treated.
And risk a recurrence. I've seen things like this before. It might be too deep to treat. It could come back at any time.
What will the army do?
He's hidden it well enough until now, but when they find out, they'll get rid of him. They'd have to add 100 turns to his enlistment to make it worth their while to treat him, and the grounder's projected lifespan is only 16.
They'll cut their losses. Sell him.
Yes.
That makes things simpler.
If you still believe he's the one we want.
He is. Despite his exhaustion, Joe woke early, 1,000 different worries racing through his head. He and Uil had evaded peacemakers. He was now 4th Platoon's recruit battlemaster. He had to lead a hunt in tunnels. Knowing he wasn't going to get any sleep with that thought on his mind, Joe finally pulled his exhausted body out of bed and tried to find something productive to do. His eyes caught on Libby's gear. She had finished modifying her pack. It now had a 3rd strap, one that tied across her middle. Joe frowned at it, wondering how much trouble it would get them into. He sighed and pulled out his jacket to look at his 4-pointed star. He finally had Battlemaster. He would no longer be watching on the sidelines. He was the one Nebel would yell at when things went wrong. What if I screw up and he puts Sasha back in charge? That was an unpleasant thought. Joe folded his jacket and was putting it away when the cause for the nagging wrongness that had plagued him since first trying the garment on finally dawned on him. It's the sleeves. They were baggy and cumbersome, getting in the way when he was trying to move his arms. Joe tentatively took a cuff and folded it back on itself. It looked horrible. He winced and tried again, folding it carefully, smoothing the wrinkles out with his hands. He made 5 folds, smoothing it tightly each time, creasing the upper bicep area over itself to keep the roll skin tight. Then he tugged the jacket over his head and pushed his arm down through the narrow opening he had created with the sleeve roll. The material fit around his bicep like Kegel's Kostya. It felt good. Real good. Joe tugged his jacket off and laboriously did the other side. He was just putting it on again when Battlemaster Nebel unlocked the barracks and stepped inside. Instantly, the entire barracks came to life as kids jumped out of their beds, trained to wake at the sound of their Battlemaster's footsteps. Joe quickly buttoned his jacket back in place and turned to face the Ureki. Nebel stopped halfway down the rows of round, 6-person ground team bunks, peering at him like a wary cat. Joe glanced down at himself and immediately felt a rush of pride at how good he looked. Almost like his dad before he stepped out into the swirling chaos of the draft.
Zero. What in the fire-loving hells do you think you're doing?
The other recruits paused in the middle of dressing to stare at Joe's sleeves. Seeing their confusion, Joe flushed and blinked down at his arms. What had he been doing? He'd known Nebel would only make him undo them.
I modified my uniform. See? It moves better with the sleeves rolled up like this.
He swung his arm for Nebel's perusal, then held his breath, watching Nebel's reaction. Battlemaster Nebel stared at him as if he had grown purple scales and big sapphire eyes.
Zero. You sooter. Fix it.
It is fixed,
Joe said stubbornly. Battlemaster Nebel glanced from Joe to his sleeves and back.
Now!
No,
Joe said, even as he thought,
what the hell are you doing? You just got Battlemaster and you're about to blow it.
Battlemaster Nebel walked up and cuffed him.
All right, you stupid ferg. You'll run later. 18 laps a night for as long as you insist on looking like a soot bag. In the meantime, get your platoon together. We've got another hunt today.
Then their Battlemaster turned and began striding down the length of the barracks, throwing fistfuls of white clothes at the bunks.
Get dressed. Get your gear. Not your blacks. You're defending today, you soot-eating furklings. Get up. Don't think I won't march you till you bleed if you don't move fast enough. Get dressed!
Everyone, of course, was already out of bed and trying to make sense of the piles of clothes he had thrown at them, but Nebel was running around the room and screaming as if they were still sleeping soundly, ignoring him. Joe shrugged into his new white garments and made it to attention faster than half the rest of the recruits. Unfortunately, they were the slower, dumber half. He was still tucking in his shirt when Nebel stalked by and saw him.
You're not finished, Zero. And you think you're fit to be a battlemaster? Get on the ground. 200 push-ups. No, 1 arm. What do you think you are, a spacer?
Nebel started walking around him as Joe dropped and started doing his push-ups.
Keep your back straight. This isn't 2nd Battalion. Take some pride in yourself, you gen-furgling human. Each time you fall on your face, you run a lap. And you think that's funny? Get down there with him. Ah, burn it. All of you get down. 200 push-ups. You females can use 2 hands if you weaklings feel you have to. Now, recruits!
Everyone got to the ground, glaring at Joe as they did so. Libby and Maggie were 2 of the only girls who used only 1 hand. Maggie fell on her face more often than not, but Nebel did not seem to notice. Sasha, on the other hand, used both hands and still finished dead last. It didn't earn her much respect, and she got as many nasty looks as Joe had for getting them into the mess in the first place.
That's enough,
Nebel snapped.
Get your treat-loving rifles and get outside. Battlemaster, get up here to get your extra rounds.
Joe started forward, but Sasha brushed past him to take her usual place in front of Nebel. He hung back, waiting.
What are you doing?
Libby whispered, coming to stand beside him. She had her rifle against one shoulder.
He made you Battlemaster, didn't he?
Joe took a deep breath and walked up to where Sasha was waiting for Nebel to notice her. When Sasha looked up at him with a poisonous scowl, he calmly said, I'm Battlemaster now. Go get your ground team together. Sasha ignored him. Her face fell, though, when Battlemaster Nebel loaded the spare rounds into Joe's arms and not hers. Sasha's eyes fell on Joe's burden and stayed there. The single line of a ground leader seemed pathetic on her chest. Go, Sasha, Joe said gently. Eyes brimming with hatred, she turned to leave. Libby caught her arm.
Told you,
Libby said. Sasha ripped her arm away.
My daddy said even Congo gorillas can play the stock market and be right a few times.
Libby stiffened, every muscle taut. Joe tensed, wondering if he was going to have to wipe Sasha's brainless face off of Libby's boot. Libby, however, shrugged and went to form up. In the ranks, a Tacky was passing out pre-packaged tubes of green slime which the recruits were sucking down like ice pops as they listened to the plan for the day. Then Nebel gave the order and Joe took a deep breath. In his best Kongi, he shouted,
"Fourth platoon, follow on your left foot! March!" Then he counted, "Left, left, left, right, left, left, left." When they reached the main plaza, the battlemaster took over and loaded them onto a huge hawk. As they lifted off, Commander Linen shouted,
"All right, you tacky pukes. Trill's got us on another practice run. Same idea as last time, except this time you're trying to keep the other half of our battalion from reaching your flag. You have an extra 36 ticks to arrange yourselves before they drop off the attackers. Zero's got command of this one. 3rd, 4th, and 5th platoons on surface duty. 1st and 2nd, stay in the tunnels. Keep in mind that 2nd Company's already been down those holes, and they know them better than you do. You're gonna have to be on your toes. Squad leaders and above, your headcom mics have been turned on. Speak loud. The sets weren't made to pick up your gutless, tacky whimpers."
Commander Linen scowled at the 5 recruit battlemasters.
"And just so you know, 2nd Company put a bounty on battlemasters. Each one the attackers kill gets them an hour of free time."
What about us?
Maggie asked. Linen scoffed.
"Then that each battlemaster you lose, you run for an hour."
Then they were landing, spilling from the skimmer like a flood of cotton balls. As the almost 200 children in 1st and 2nd platoons descended into the tunnels, Joe tried to find a high point to survey the situation. He ended up climbing one of the ruined diamond mounds, feeling the jagged crystal try to cut him even through his thick Kongi gloves.
This is a good spot,
Libby said, coming to stand beside him.
They're going to enter from that side, and we'll be able to shoot them before they make it to cover.
"Just like they did to us,"
Joe muttered, jumping down. "All right." He glanced at the 3 platoons waiting for his orders.
"Split up! I want 3 recruits to a hole. Squad leaders, make sure you stagger them so not all the youngest ones go to a single hole. Maggie, go with that team. Libby, you stay here. I'll go over there so we don't have all our spare ammo in the same place."
No sooner had they taken their positions than 2nd Company was arriving, with armored skimmers.
"What the hell?"
the recruit battlemaster of 2nd Platoon demanded in Joe's headset.
"They've got armored plating."
Not only that, Joe was seeing, but the skimmer was lowering them directly over an unguarded tunnel, and they were exiting through a special door in the bottom of the skimmer.
"They're inside!"
Joe said into his headset.
"Which tunnel?"
one of the battlemasters below asked. Joe grabbed his planetary positioning unit. The symbols were in blockish Kongi squiggles, not English.
"Can anyone read the PPU?"
Joe shouted back. He was clambering down his tunnel, seeing if there was a connection to the one that the enemy was using to infiltrate. There wasn't. He would have to double back.
"What does north look like?"
I don't know, but I can hear them.
Joe's onboard computer identified the speaker as number 424, a squad leader from 5th Platoon.
"Everybody retreat to the flag!"
3rd Platoon's battlemaster shouted.
"They're in! We've got to fight them off inside!"
Up on the surface, Joe could hear the skimmer lifting off. He stuck his head out of the hole to look. No enemies were in sight. The damage was done. Even now, their full force was descending to reach their flag. They hadn't even left a guard.
4th Platoon, get out of your holes!
Joe shouted suddenly.
"Meet me on the surface!"
"What the hell are you doing?"
the battlemaster of 5th Platoon demanded.
"They need us at the flag! Burn it, Asher!"
Came Maggie's hot response.
Zero can do what he wants.
Damn it, Maggie, Joe thought. But into his headcom he said,
"Hurry up!"
"You're going to the surface?"
2nd Platoon's battlemaster cried.
"We need your help!"
"You're getting it!"
Joe shouted, jumping out of his hole. Libby was already leading an assault on the enemy tunnel. The rest of 4th Platoon fell in behind him, eyes wide with excitement and fear.
"Just slow them down until we can reach them,"
Joe said into his headset. He and Libby charged down the tunnel, with only a handful of the squad able to keep up. Ahead, he heard the wet, sucking sounds of gunfire. His stomach roiled, remembering the last time he had gotten shot, but adrenaline was coursing through his system, making the fear bearable. He barely even noticed the tunnel walls closing in around him. They found the enemy clumped together behind a wall of bodies, a mass of hundreds of black-clad recruits firing at the defenders. Black and white corpses littered the floor, and the noise was so loud it was hard to think. The voices of the other 4 battle masters were clamoring in his head, shouting for help or more ammo. One was screaming. Joe fell to one knee and started firing. Libby, Scott, Sasha, and the other big kids from 4th Platoon did the same, spattering the attackers with blue bile from all sides. In 3 minutes, it was over. Pinned in place, caught in the crossfire from above and below, the attackers didn't stand a chance. They collapsed in shrieks, their muscles spasming in agony. A couple that hadn't been hit dropped their weapons, cold terror showing in their wide eyes as they surrendered.
Are we supposed to take prisoners?
The leader of 2nd Squad asked, standing beside Joe. She was a twiggy imitation of Libby, except she came from Mexican roots. In the headset, the other platoons still hadn't realized they had won and were still calling wildly for backup. Joe ignored them, his gun sighted on one of the 2 captives. All the recruits around him were waiting for his answer.
Maybe Lennon won't make us run for losing a battlemaster if we have captives,
the Mexican girl suggested. He was pretty sure her name was Tina.
Take their head comms,
Joe ordered.
so they can't talk to anyone we missed.
Put their head comms on,
Libby said.
so we can talk to anyone they missed.
No sooner had one of Joe's squad members pulled the helmet from another boy's head and slipped it onto his own did he fall down in a dead faint. Everyone stared at him, confused.
Did he step on some goop?
Tina asked.
What's wrong with him?
What the hell is going on? Why'd the shooting stop? Where are you, 4th?
We're standing over the bodies of all the bad guys, Asher.
Maggie said. Joe scowled at her, but he couldn't take the time to correct her. Something about the situation was bothering him.
Someone else get that helmet. This can't be all of them. There's more out there somewhere.
What if they're booby-trapped?
Monk asked. Joe frowned, watching someone from 1st Squad grab the helmet. Booby-trapped? If they could bring people back from the dead and mend bones in a few hours, they probably had the technology to incapacitate an enemy who was trying to use congressional equipment. Before he could say anything, however, that girl slumped to the ground, the helmet still stuck to her head. The owner of the helmet was clearly as surprised as they were. His eyes were showing whites all around, and he was obviously wondering whether or not he would be blamed for their companion's mysterious unconsciousness.
Leave the helmets,
Joe ordered.
Monk says they're booby-trapped.
He nodded at his groundmate, making her stand up straighter with pride.
1st and 2nd platoons, stay at the flag. There's more coming.
He glanced at the 80-some children standing in the tunnel with him.
The rest of you are going to help me find the rest of 2nd Company.
He was only now beginning to feel the pressure of the earth above him, and it was making his hands sweat.
I've got to get back to the surface,
he thought, with growing anxiety. The rest of 3rd and 4th platoons were only now creeping around the corner, crawling over the pile of corpses with their guns raised. They hesitated when they saw the 2 prisoners. It took Joe a moment to realize they were all looking at him, waiting for something.
We should shoot the prisoners, Joe,
Libby prodded. Joe grimaced.
They surrendered.
He knew she was probably right. It would take at least 4 recruits just to guard these 2. Still, they had surrendered. It didn't seem like the honorable thing to do.
Hey!
Joe demanded of their prisoners.
You 2 swear to stop fighting?
They both nodded vigorously, relief and gratitude flashing across their faces.
Okay. 3rd Squad will keep watch on them. Libby, your ground team will be in charge of guarding them. Everybody else reload. We're going back to the surface.
The second wave of attackers fell in the same way. As soon as they were offloaded, Joe had 4th Platoon attack their tunnel and follow them down. They took half the second wave prisoner, leaving them with over 100 captives after all the attackers were either corpses or disarmed. They spent the next couple hours huddling in the pits, sucking on slime sticks, the captors playing tic-tac-toe with the captives. When the tacky arrived to drag the corpses out, they paused to give the captives an odd look before retreating with their burdens. One even paused to whisper to Joe and Kongi,
Shoot them. Do them a favor.
Joe ignored the lizard. Moments later, Commander Lennon's voice boomed in their helmets.
Everyone out of the tunnels for a battalion formation.
When they got to the surface, the prisoners' battle masters descended upon them in a flurry of wrath. As Joe and the other defenders were ushered into ranks, the survivors in black were led to a separate formation facing the main one. The black-clad corpses that the Taki had dragged from the tunnels were now quickly being revived by an army of Ureki surgeons. Revival, this time, was practically instantaneous upon the feeding of the solution into the recruits' veins, now that their commanders didn't want to make the kids walk home in the dark. As soon as they woke, they were allowed to join Joe and the other defenders in the main formation. Once everyone was standing and accounted for, the battle-masters handed the battalion over to Secondary Commander Trill, who paced in front of the prisoners with a cold, merciless stare. The few days he'd been in charge of 6th Battalion had lightened his eyes by several degrees. His skin was also beginning to lose its rich brown-orange color, dulling noticeably by the week.
Apparently, you are unaware of Congress's policy on surrender,
Trill said. The tone he used was so icy that Joe got goosebumps.
The first rule of a congressional soldier is to obey any and all orders that his superiors give to him without question. Do you know what the second rule is?
His voice was ominously quiet, his snake-like gaze never leaving the fidgeting group of black-clad prisoners.
It's never surrender,
he said, his voice a whisper of rage.
How dare you surrender? This is just a game! We are not even in a real battle, and you have the audacity to disgrace me and your battle-masters with surrender?
He turned and retrieved a small black handheld device from his vest. It reminded Joe of the circular gadget the Ureki used to promote them, but this one was thicker, stockier.
I suppose I should be grateful this happened now, before you ashy furglings did it while Lord Naarin was watching. For that, I'll only give you the weakest punishment available to me.
He held up the small black gadget.
I'm sure you all remember the day back on the ship when the doctors lodged a small device into your chest. It has several purposes, but one of them is to give Congress an effective means of punishing its soldiers without causing lethal damage. It is the most absolute pain you will ever experience because it releases small impulses upon command that allow you to feel nothing else.
Joe stiffened. Some of the prisoners in the front row were beginning to cry.
This,
Trill said, touching the black gadget,
is the controller that every battalion commander carries around with him. It's indestructible, so don't any of you Fergs get any ideas. It has 9 settings. The lowest, what you are about to experience, will leave you dazed for a few hours afterwards. It also makes you release your bowels, so it would be in your best interest to undress before I use it.
The children glanced at one another tearfully, unsure what to do.
He said strip!
One of 2nd Company's battle-masters snapped. Still, only a couple obeyed.
Suit yourselves,
Trill said.
By the authority given to me by the Universal Congress as your commanding officer, I hereby sentence you to the 1st degree of perceptual punishment.
At that, he touched the black pad in his fingers. 100 kids fell to the ground, shrieking. It was worse than anything Joe had seen in the mock battles. This was long, unyielding agony. At least the blue goop killed them quickly. Trill's little black device gave them no quarter and did not allow them the relief of a fake death. Joe grew sick watching and had to close his eyes. As he stood there, the stench of excrement filled his nostrils, and still they screamed. In that moment, watching the kids writhe on the ground, Joe knew that he would always hate Congress. No matter what came in his future, no matter how many rewards they gave him, he would always hate them. Shaking, Joe had to turn away. When he did, he saw Battlemaster Nebel standing stiffly to one side, Suda whipping silently in his neck. He wasn't watching the screaming children like everyone else. He was watching Trill. Exactly 20 minutes after it began, Trill ended their torment. The kids on the ground gasped and stared blankly at the sky. They lay like the dead, only the rise and fall of their chests indicating they were still alive.
Battlemasters! Tend to your platoons.
At that, Trill turned and walked back to his hawk. Without another word, he flew away.
Come,
Battlemaster Nebel said, sounding tired.
you owe me an hour for losing 6th Battlemaster. And 0. You get 18 laps for your sleeves.
Chapter 22. Capture the Flag. Joe wore his sleeves rolled up proudly the next morning and caught more than one strange look from other battlemasters and Ureki from other battalions. Nebel had said absolutely nothing about them since he'd run his laps the night before.
Where'd you learn to do that?
Maggie asked as soon as she saw them that morning. She ran a fascinated finger along the band of cloth around his arm.
I want to do that, Joe.
You can't, Joe said. Nebel will make you run.
I don't care.
Maggie whined.
I want to have my sleeves rolled, just like you, Joe.
Joe put his foot down, however, and had to endure Maggie's pout for the rest of the day. That night, when they formed up in the plaza for their nightly inspection, Commander Trill saw Joe's sleeves for the first time.
Battlemaster Nebel, have you lost your mind?
Trill demanded, coming to a stop in front of Joe.
0 chooses to run 18 laps each night to keep them, Commander.
Battlemaster Nebel said with a shrug.
There's nothing I can do.
Nothing you can...
Commander Trill broke off in the middle of his sentence, gaping at Battlemaster Nebel. To Joe, he said,
Fix your uniform, recruit.
It is fixed, Joe said stubbornly.
You see?
Nebel said.
Nothing I can do.
Trill's Suda were fluttering wildly in his neck.
Nebel, you will see me in my quarters tonight.
I will be sleeping in my quarters tonight, Commander,
Nebel replied.
If you want company, you should go back to Yeri Academy and apply for motherhood.
Trill stared at Nebel so long that other battlemasters started to fidget. Nebel met his eyes unflinchingly, his Suda utterly calm, hands twined casually behind him around his switch. Seeing that, Joe got the distinct idea that Nebel was a moment away from using the weapon on Trill. Apparently, Trill saw it too. Suda fluttering madly, he spun and, without another word, their secondary commander stormed off, leaving Nebel once more in charge of his platoon.
Well, now that unpleasantness is over, how do you pukes feel about a little shut-eye?
His eyes caught on 0.
Except for you fire-loving Trith Sutta. You run laps.
Joe felt a surge of triumph that his battlemaster had the balls to stand up to Trill. A lot of the other battlemasters did not, and their platoons often didn't get enough to eat because Trill ordered them to do more drills than they could reasonably fit in one day. Joe found himself proud of the fact that Nebel, despite Trill's orders, made sure his platoon got 3 meals and a full night's sleep each night, as long as his recruits weren't stupid enough to want to run 18 laps at bedtime to prove a point. Joe ran his 18 laps that night grinning, finding this small means of rebelling to be exhilarating instead of exhausting. Each lap left him with more energy until he was running all out, his head up proudly as he served his penance. When he finally charged up the stairs an hour after the other recruits had gone to bed, Battlemaster Nebel was waiting by the door.
Looks like a member of your ground team will be joining you tomorrow,
Nebel said as Joe stepped inside. Without another word, he touched the control pad and the door dripped shut between them. Joe turned and saw Maggie with her tongue stuck in the side of her cheek, rolling up her sleeves in big, childish bunches. The other children in the barracks were watching her silently, though they had enough sense not to follow her lead. Joe groaned. He knew Maggie would pass out before the 10th lap. Mag, what are you doing? Maggie wiped her face, and Joe realized she had tears in her eyes.
They don't look as good as yours, Joe,
she said.
I can't make them look that good.
Joe took her jacket and frowned at the crude little wads of sleeve she had made. He started to unroll them.
No!
Maggie cried.
Battlemaster Nebel said I could have them.
She wrenched the jacket out of Joe's hands and cradled it in her lap. Soon, she began to rock back and forth, crying. Joe glanced at Libby. Did he? Libby shrugged.
He said she could if she wanted to run.
Damn it. Mag, what are you doing?
I want to be a soldier like you, Joe. I just want to have sleeves.
She threw herself down on the bed, sobbing. Joe took a deep breath and squatted beside her. Mag, listen to me. I'll roll your sleeves for you tonight, okay? But I'm not rolling them again after that. If you take them out because you don't want to run anymore, I'm not rolling them back up again. Got it? Maggie stopped sobbing and nodded vigorously. Sighing, Joe pulled her tear-stained jacket out of her clutches and gently tugged the sleeves loose. Now, watch how I do this, okay? You don't just roll them up. You've got to fold them and smooth out the wrinkles. And up here, near the top of the arm, you got to pinch the sleeve shut as you roll it so it's not baggy on your arm. Maggie's face contorted with concentration as she watched him work. Joe felt like he was a horrible person, giving an hour of nightly running to a 5-year-old. But he reminded himself that she didn't have the body of a 5-year-old anymore. She could have been 14 or 15 back on Earth. In fact, some of the 12-year-olds had been giggling under the covers at night, and Joe had a pretty good idea they weren't discussing the Bible. That reminded Joe of the way his own body had changed, and how some of the oldest girls caught his eye at the most awkward moments. It was becoming embarrassing. Mentally, he knew they were all still kids, but physically, he really, really needed a girlfriend. There you go, Joe said, handing the jacket back to Maggie. Try that on. If the arms are too tight, I can loosen them for you.
They're perfect, Joe!
Maggie squealed and danced on the bed, showing her new jacket off to all the other recruits in delight.
Thank you, Joe. I love them.
You're not gonna love them when you're running tomorrow night,
Libby said dryly. Maggie stuck out her tongue and turned to let Scott inspect them, giggling like a little girl. She is a little girl, Joe reminded himself again. She just looks older. When he finally got Maggie calmed down enough to sleep, he couldn't stop thinking about the way Libby's leg was touching his where she slept beside him. Off in a far corner of the barracks room, he heard 2 of the older kids murmuring as they fumbled under the blankets. Joe felt a hard-on coming on. He hadn't had a chance to get off since the last time he'd stolen a peek at his father's Playboy collection back on Earth, and he was painfully aware of how his balls were beginning to ache. He quickly tried to think of something else. Libby, however, wasn't helping matters. She was sprawled out right beside him, and her childish body had grown athletic and leggy, her lithe form as perfect as a model's. Even her face, which was always serious while she was awake, was soft and delicate as she slept, her exquisite features only a few inches away. Like he usually did when he couldn't sleep, Joe rolled onto his back and began to wonder what it would be like to get laid. The thought stuck in his brain and, added to his body's hyped-up energy level from his run, he found himself wide awake for several hours. Desperate for some rest, he moved as far as he could toward the edge of the bed, but he could still feel where his leg had brushed Libby's. It had been as smooth as silk, so feminine it sent shivers through his body. For the first time since getting abducted, he realized that he was sleeping next to 3 almost naked girls, He got rock hard despite himself, and spent the next hour wondering if there was a safe place to jack off without the other kids seeing him. The sounds of the other couple making out eventually ended, and the entire room fell silent. Still, Joe waited, listening. He was only going to get an hour or two of sleep at most. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, he got up, snuck to the far wall, and began to beat his meat into a chamber pot. When Monk spoke beside him, he almost pissed himself. He scrambled to put everything away before turning to face her.
Joe?
Monk asked again.
Yeah?
Joe said, his face blushing so hard it felt like it would explode.
What is it?
He backed away from her, feeling like he was going to die.
You okay?
She asked, moving closer. She was still only a few inches taller than she had been when they first met, but her body was developing in ways that he hadn't noticed until now. She was so close she was almost brushing against his thigh. He jerked away and closed his eyes.
She's still a kid, Joe thought. She's a kid.
Suddenly very disgusted with himself, he cleared his throat.
I'm fine, Monk. Go back to bed.
His balls were aching bad now. He needed some relief, even if it meant half the barracks watching him jack off.
Are you sure?
Monk insisted.
Why are you still awake? Aren't you tired?
Damn it, Monk, I'm fine. Please, leave me alone.
What are you doing over here?
Monk asked, glancing at the chamber pot.
Is something wrong with you? I saw you trying to pee.
I'm not trying to...
Joe cut off abruptly, realizing that his sarcasm would be lost on her.
Look, Monk, just go back to bed.
I don't like Libby. Do I have to sleep next to her?
Yes. Just go, okay?
The Battlemaster says we're going to be doing the fighting game again tomorrow. We get to wear black this time, though.
Joe leaned against the wall in despair.
I know, Monk. Please go.
In the darkness, Monk made a face.
Libby's being mean. She keeps saying Elf is dead. That's why I don't want to sleep with her.
Joe looked up sharply.
Elf is alive.
Then it hit him. The dead-eyed human climbing down the staircase outside the Dosh's tower. It had been Elf.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Joe swallowed hard. He was remembering Elf's skin, all those scars. Only his hands had been unaffected. He had been completely unrecognizable, like those pictures of guys mauled by bears. Quite abruptly, Joe's hard-on was gone.
Monk, promise me something.
What?
If you get picked by Naren, kill yourself as quickly as you can.
She wrinkled her nose at him.
You're weird, Joe.
Joe sighed and moved away from the wall.
Yeah, I know. Let's get to bed.
He had no problem falling asleep, though his dreams were filled with nightmares of perfect, unscarred hands dragging him down a tunnel towards something horrible, waiting to rip him apart.
You publicly disobeyed me, Battlemaster.
So I did.
Nebel sounded amused.
On a full night's sleep, too. Fancy that.
He had arrived after breakfast with the commanders, who had taken to shunning Trill to the point that Trill now ate alone in his room, still eating a spore cake from the chow hall. Trill tried to ignore the boredom in Nebel's voice, but knowing a Battlemaster was enjoying the morning revelry at breakfast with his peers, taking a spot that rightfully belonged to Trill, made his fists clamp down on his desk in fury. He took a moment to size the other Ureki up. Nebel had seen over 400 turns. His skin was shamefully loose for a Battlemaster. Any other Ureki would have taken his last 4-rank penalty and begun climbing the ladder again, but Nebel had stubbornly refused to leave Battlemaster after his command had cut him down from Prime. Repeatedly.
How long have you been a Battlemaster, Nebel?
The question seemed to catch the older Ureki off guard. He gave Trill a long, analyzing look, then said,
In all?
Trill nodded.
85 turns.
Longer than Trill had been alive. Trying not to look surprised, Trill carefully pried another black growth from his new fur-lee plant with the grooming tool. One thing about ship air, at least it didn't contain the spores that caused fur-lee to try and grow on other fur-lee. In the wild, Draak would scrape them off and eat them, but here in the barracks, Trill had to do it by hand.
How long were you a prime?
43.
He said it immediately, without hesitation.
Don't you want to regain the ranks you lost, Nebel?
That he'd lost 3 times now? That still boggled Trill's mind. Promoted to prime, only to bungle it to ashes and get kicked back to Battlemaster. The reet had to be some sort of genfergling. No. Trill frowned at him.
Then why re-enlist? Why not resign? Why stay forever trapped in a pathetic rank like Battlemaster?
Battlemaster Nebel laughed.
What do you want, Trill?
Trill eyed Nebel a moment before putting down the grooming tool.
Why do you let Zero keep his sleeves?
Nebel stiffened, and Trill held up an arm.
I'm not telling you to get rid of them. You wouldn't listen to me anyway. I just want to know why.
Zero is a recruit battlemaster. It helps his platoon to identify him quickly.
If his recruits can identify him, Legraw's recruits can identify him,
Trill retorted. Nebel's face stretched in an evil smile.
Exactly.
6th Battalion was dressed in black, clutching guns loaded with the poisonous blue solution as Commander Lennon discussed the plan of the day. Lennon had noticed Joe's rolled sleeves, but, as Nebel had done, he ignored them, acting as if they didn't exist.
Listen up!
Lennon shouted.
Commander Trill's got a slug up his ass to go challenge the other battalions. So today's our first real hunt. We're up against Legraw and 2nd Battalion, so unless you all learn how to unclog your Sudan in the next couple ticks, we're all gonna look like wriggling white niche out there today. Legraw spent 50 turns in planetary ops before he started training recruits. He's almost got more experience at this soot than Nebel. With me so far?
The kids on the skimmer gave Lennon wide-eyed looks that were more terror than understanding. Joe could sympathize. As the attackers, it was horrifying to know that if they didn't retrieve the flag, they would all have to get hit with the goop by the end, or they would get punished with Trill's little black box. Everyone on the skimmer was nervous, their grips on their rifles tight as they waited for Lennon to offload them from the Hawk. Commander Lennon made a frog-like grunt into the silence.
Commander Trill says you, Tacky, get an hour free time for every squad leader you take down. 3 hours for every battlemaster. If he wants to pamper you pussies, that's fine. I'm not gonna question that tacky asshole, but I am gonna add something of my own. For every recruit that dies within the first 9 ticks, the entire company will run for 18 ticks.
Which, Joe was pretty sure, would negate any battlemaster or squad leader kills they gained.
So what do we get if we capture the flag?
He asked. Lennon snorted.
You get the pride of knowing you're the first human company in the history of Congress to successfully infiltrate an enemy battalion's tunnels. You worthless, street bastard.
Lennon croaked out an Ureki laugh.
Anyway, you wriggling, tacky suitors aren't gonna get the flag. Trill's pitted us against Legraw, so unless you'll learn to grow hachta in the next couple hunts, we're all gonna be writhing around in our own shit until they decide to pull us from the regiment. Just try to stay alive past the first 9 ticks, then we can talk about burning flags.
He turned to open the gate at their feet.
Wait,
Joe said, holding up the planetary positioning unit.
can you show us how these work?
Lennon frowned at the unit, then at Joe.
You're not gonna learn the PPU until your second year.
We could use it now,
Joe said. Commander Lennon snorted.
A good 50% of you weren't even literate when you were drafted, and you ash-pile humans take extreme repetition to learn even the most basic tasks.
He gave Joe and his sleeves a pointed look.
Dressing yourselves, for instance.
I can read,
Joe said, desperate now. He could feel the tunnels down there, under the ship, and his heart wouldn't stop hammering at the thought of getting lost in them. Lennon snorted.
They say you sooty ferglings wrote in lines.
He shook his turd-shaped head, making the hakta slap against the sides of his face.
They're sending specialized linguists to deal with you ferglings next turn. Until then, I don't have enough time to teach you slugs to read.
He wrenched open the gate to the hawk.
Figure it out yourselves.
In the tunnel underneath, Joe could see movement in the shadows.
They're waiting for us,
Joe shouted into his headcom. To Lennon, he said,
We need another tunnel.
Burn that. You get the tunnel we gave you.
Frustrated, Joe started firing at the movement in the shadows.
4th platoon's got cover! 2nd and 3rd, jump in there!
Libby squatted beside him and opened fire.
Burn it, Zero. Take your own platoon down there.
Joe recognized the speaker as 3rd Platoon's battlemaster.
You know, the 9 ticks doesn't start until you get off the hawk,
Commander Lennon said casually, leaning against the skimmer's armored side.
Someone's gonna have to get in there!
Joe shouted. We could use some grenades, someone muttered.
That would plug the tunnel,
Commander Lennon commented behind them. Joe frantically tried to figure out what to do. 2 attackers had already been hit, and the game hadn't even started yet. He peered into the darkness of the tunnel. There couldn't be more than 2 defenders down there. The attackers had them outnumbered, but none of them wanted to climb out of safety and go press their advantage. Joe surveyed First Company. They had pulled away from the hatch in the massive hawk, huddling down into the back to avoid the spray of goop. Several of the kids were watching him, and not all of them were from 4th Platoon either. Joe took a deep breath. The longer they waited, the more time the defenders would have to reinforce their tunnel. Steeling himself, he said,
Libby, Scott, Maggie, Monk, down the hole!
He got up and lunged through the open gate, down into the dark pit, firing as he fell. Libby was right behind him. Seeing more attackers pouring in after them, the defenders pulled back, shouting for help from their companions. Libby started to follow the retreating defenders, but Joe grabbed her arm.
No. 4th Platoon stays at the surface.
She gave him an odd look, but stayed. Behind him, the rest of 1st Company was pouring from the skimmer, swarming the tunnel.
4th Platoon, hang back! We'll protect our ass!
If the other battlemasters heard, they were too busy shouting orders, pushing their own platoons deeper into the warren. Soon thereafter, one of them started screaming. In minutes, only 4th Platoon was still in the entryway.
I'll go keep watch,
Libby said, moving toward the rim of the pit.
Wait! Maybe if we make it look like the tunnel's empty, they'll come to get us.
Which is exactly what happened. One entrepreneuring squad leader rushed his recruits across the surface, thinking to take them by surprise. Joe and his squad surprised them and disabled all 18 without losing a single recruit. Then they waited, hunkered down in their pit, surveying the abandoned landscape for any signs of another attack. There were none. They were alone. Still, Joe couldn't bring himself to lead them back to the fight.
They're all down below,
Scott said. Like everyone else, he could hear the fighting taking place over the headcom.
Why are we still up here, Joe?
Joe tensed, wondering if his groundmates had any suspicion of his fears. He'd been afraid Libby had begun to catch on, but when he looked at her, she said nothing.
How are you going to lead these kids if you're goddamn claustrophobic?
Joe glanced at his friends' faces, his hands sweaty. They looked irritated for the lack of action, but they didn't appear to notice he was procrastinating. That wouldn't last long, though. They were glancing at each other, then out across the pitted clearing, obviously noticing the fact that there was no one here for them to fight. In his ear, the other battle masters were demanding that Joe get down there and help them. Joe pulled off his helmet and took a deep breath. He was letting everyone down. He had to do something. And yet, the idea of leading them down into the darkness below made his guts clench up in terror. He already felt like he had to take a massive liquid dump just from the sheer proximity of the dark hole in the ground.
Listen up, everybody!
Joe managed, his voice cracking. His hands, he noticed, were shaking badly.
We're changing tunnels. There's too much fighting blocking the path to the flag with this one. We're gonna change to a different entry point, but first I need a volunteer. Someone to go out there and see if anyone shoots at you.
Several recruits' faces soured at that, but Maggie immediately raised her hand and said,
I'll do it, Joe.
Joe gave her a relieved grin.
Okay, Mag. Give your spare ammo to somebody, then run out that way as far as you can until I tell you to come back. Act like you're running scared.
Joe pointed toward the other side of the clearing. Maggie beamed and handed her ammo to Monk. Then she got up and crawled out of the pit. When nobody shot at her, she broke into a run. Libby watched her as she crossed the surface, her face unreadable.
She's not getting shot,
Libby said finally. Joe called her back, and when Maggie returned, she was flushed and panting. She hacked up a lump of red from her chest and took her ammunition back from Monk.
What did it look like out there?
Nobody out there.
Maggie replied.
I even looked down a few holes. Everything's empty.
Joe slipped his helmet back on.
Okay, everybody, let's go.
He got up and led them sprinting across the landscape, ignoring the other platoon's shouts in his headcom. He found a tunnel entrance on the other side of the battlefield, and Joe only hesitated a moment, eyeing the height and width of the walls before hurrying inside. Almost immediately, they got lost.
I can't see anything,
Monk muttered after they'd been wandering for hours. The space was dimly lit with the glowing blue light of their guns, all the tunnels looking the same in the underground maze.
Where are we, Joe?
We're lost, stupid.
Sasha, who had been demoted to a grounder after her walking episode 3 days earlier, was haphazardly gripping her rifle with one hand, leaning against the tunnel wall with the same air of casual indifference she had borne ever since losing her rank to Joe.
Just shut up, Sasha.
Joe had finally given up on trying to get to the flag in the center chamber and now just wanted to get them back to the surface. He slumped against the wall. His hands were shaking outright now. He was using every spare ounce of self-control, trying to keep himself from panicking in front of the little kids, and he felt himself dangerously close to a breakdown.
Maybe they ended the hunt,
Libby said.
I haven't heard anything in a while.
Me neither. But that could just mean the rest of the platoons are dead.
He cleared his throat, glad to have a distraction to take his mind from the fact that he had spent the last several hours trapped and lost under the earth. Into his headcom, he said,
Hey, any other battle masters out there? This is 0, 4th Platoon. Can anyone hear me?
There was no reply.
Well, soot. If I could make this stupid thing work, I could tell you where we are, but I can't read Kongi.
Joe flipped his planetary positioning unit away in disgust. In the gloom, Libby bent to pick it up. The unit was surprisingly sturdy, made from some sort of metal composite that refused to scratch, dent, or bend. She handed it back to him.
Nebel said we run laps till our feet bleed if we lose anything,
she reminded him.
Thanks,
Joe muttered. He stuffed it back into his cargo pocket in disgust.
Last time the hunt ended, we heard it in our helmets,
Scott said.
I haven't heard anything like that. Maybe we're out of range,
Libby said.
Out of range?
Sasha scoffed.
These things work in outer space.
There's a lot of diamond dirt above our heads,
Scott said.
Maybe it's blocking the signal.
Joe's skin grew slick and cold with the thought. He closed his eyes and took a deep, steadying breath.
If the hunt was over, they'd send Tacky after us. So we're still supposed to be trying to find the flag.
Then let's find the flag,
Libby said.
It's got to be down here somewhere.
Scott, which way's the way we came in?
Joe asked, able to only really think about the surface at this point. His hands hadn't stopped shaking in hours. Scott sheepishly pointed to a wall of dirt.
A fat lot of good that does us,
Joe snapped, losing it. Then, at Scott's cringe, he caught himself and took a deep, steadying breath. The walls hadn't closed on him yet. He was doing fine. All he had to do was keep his cool. He let his breath out slowly.
Can you get us out of here, Scott?
Libby shot him a glance and said,
Can you get us to the flag?
Monk sniffed.
Maybe we're at the bottom already. We went down a long ways, Joe. Like my Uncle George in the mine shafts right before they collapsed and they gave Aunt Susie that huge check.
Oh, God,
Joe thought, his fingers reflexively clutching his rifle.
Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God.
But the other kids went on as if Monk hadn't said anything out of the ordinary.
Seriously?
Scott said.
A check? Like, how much of a check? A big house and new car and llamas check.
Monk replied.
She bought llamas. They spit. No, they don't,
Maggie said.
Do too,
Monk retorted.
One of them spat in my hair. It was green and gooey.
My grandmother had llamas, Scott said.
The flag, Scott,
Libby reminded him.
Oh.
He winced guiltily.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, how did you get us back home?
Libby demanded.
Can't you do the same thing and get us to the deep den? You said you felt the city, Scott.
Scott grimaced.
Yeah, okay. If I knew where it was, I could get us there. But right now, all I can do is guess. Like, I can feel there's a tunnel directly underneath us, but that's like 20 feet down.
20 feet down.
Joe felt his face break out in sweat and his heart start to hammer. The flag, he knew, was always in the deepest section of the tunnels. They had to go deeper.
Joe, maybe we should let Scott lead.
Libby was looking at Joe, eyeing him a little too carefully.
I don't want to lead,
Scott said, eyeing the empty black tunnel ahead of them.
The ones who lead get shot.
Try, okay?
Joe managed.
We've tried marking our path and turning left at every intersection. That just got us even more lost. Maybe you should see what you can do, okay? We can't get any worse off than we are right now.
2nd Battalion could find us,
Monk reminded them.
Right now, I'd love it if 2nd Battalion found us,
Joe retorted.
At least if Legras recruits found us, we could all get shot and we won't end up having to explain to Trill why we ran away.
We didn't run away,
Maggie said, frowning.
I know, Mag, but you gotta admit it looks pretty damn bad. Scott, how about it? Think you can get us out of here?
Scott straightened, looking increasingly irritated.
You want me to get us out of here or find the flag? Which is it? The flag!
Libby snapped.
Too bad!
Scott snapped back.
I can't do either. It's a burning maze. A sense of direction doesn't mean jack shit if I can't go where my head's telling me to go.
Don't be an Asher, Scott,
Joe muttered.
Libby's the Asher!
Scott screamed.
We're stuck down here and we're not getting home, and it's her fault because she wouldn't listen to me when I kept telling her she was taking the wrong tunnels.
He sat down and crossed his arms over his knees. A hand touched Joe's shoulder.
Excuse me,
a kid said quietly. Joe rounded on him.
What?
The kid nervously pointed at Scott.
Is that the kid that got your ground team back to Ali Shai before all the others?
Joe frowned at the newcomer.
Yeah? Why?
The kid blushed and dropped his eyes.
I played a lot of video games before the draft. Pyramid PI was almost exactly like this. It was a huge Egyptian maze with the pharaoh's tomb at the end. I'm the only one I knew who could get all the way to the tomb and then all the way out again without using the magic transporter at the end. If I can use Scott as a...
The kid swallowed and looked at his feet.
Use him as a what?
Compass?
The kid squeaked.
I think I can get us out if I had a compass.
Joe peered at him.
What's your name?
I'm Carl, Zero.
My name is Joe. And if you think you can get us out of here, Scott will help you out.
He turned to glance at his ground mate.
Scott? Help him out.
Scott ignored him, sniffing. Joe kicked him.
Be his compass!
His ground mate snorted and rolled his eyes. Joe kicked him again, harder. Scott lunged to his feet.
God damn it! What the hell do you want me to do? Hold his hand?
Carl twined his fingers and stared at the ground.
Back on the game, I always had a compass in the corner of the screen.
So?
Scott said, glaring.
Just do what he says, Scott,
Joe warned. Carl looked like he was about to have some sort of death by shyness. He swallowed and glanced at Joe, then finally found the courage to look at Scott.
I can navigate a maze, no problem, as long as I have a compass. I just have to be able to see you all the time.
You mean walk in front?
Yeah.
Carl blushed. I hate walking in front.
He'll walk in front,
Joe and Libby said at the same time. Scott sighed deeply.
That's it? No, I'm gonna need you to...
Carl turned as red as a beet. In the bluish light of the guns, he looked purple.
I'll spit it out,
Scott muttered. Carl's next sentence came out all in one breath.
I need you to hold out your arm and point toward the entrance all the time.
Scott stared at him.
You're kidding.
He glanced at Joe.
He's kidding, right?
Just do it, Joe said. Sulking, Scott lifted his hand and pointed at the wall. Joe nodded. Go ahead, Carl.
And get us to the flag,
Libby added, still giving Joe that odd look.
We go back to the surface now. Trill will give us perceptual punishment.
Joe bit down the urge to contradict her, and instead nodded. Still red as a beet, Carl said to Scott,
Okay, start walking. As soon as you come to an intersection, stop.
Do I have to hold my arm up the whole time?
Yes!
Libby and Joe said as one.
Oh, man. What if someone shoots me in the back?
Libby will watch your back, Joe said, gesturing at her. Libby obediently started down the tunnel, gun up. When Scott just crossed his arms and pouted, she frowned, stalked back, grabbed him by a hand, and tugged him deeper into the darkness. Though Scott technically weighed more than she did and probably could have put up a fight, Libby was taller, and she had the reputation of wiping grins off faces with her combat boot. Everyone in the battalion was terrified of her, some even more than they were of the legendary Zero. Probably wisely, Scott went utterly meek in her grip, trudging along and rolling his eyes, one arm held up in disgust. For what seemed like an eternity, they walked, Libby and Scott leading the way, Carl staring at his arm in rapt attention. When they reached a four-way intersection, immediately Carl told them to turn left. Then Scott was walking backwards, complaining even more loudly. They made 6 more turns over another hour, then Libby suddenly brought them up short. She released Scott's hand abruptly and grabbed her rifle. Scott, who had been leaning on her as a form of non-compliance, fell onto his ass. As soon as he started to curse, Libby kicked his arm.
Shh! Does anyone hear that?
Voices? Joe held his breath, trying to pinpoint the source.
Nice going, Asher,
Scott muttered, getting back to his feet.
You led us to the bad guys. Shut up, Scott!
Libby snapped.
That's what we told him to do. It only sounds like a couple,
Maggie whispered.
Could be a lot more, and only 2's talking,
Libby said.
Okay, get ready for a fight, guys, Joe said. I want my best shooters in front. Libby, Scott, Carl. If it's more than 2, Sasha, you and your best ground mate are going to help us out. If it's more than 4, everybody just start firing. Got it?
Everyone nodded.
And cover up the cartridges on your guns,
Joe added, shielding the blue glow with his palm.
I want to surprise them.
The 2 defenders who came wandering through their tunnel didn't even have a chance. Joe wrestled one to the ground while Scott tore her rifle out of her hands, and Libby and Carl took the other. While Joe was working on holding the kid's mouth shut, however, he heard the wet thwap of gunfire. Wincing, he turned, thinking one of his own had been shot. Libby and Carl stood over a screaming body, the muzzle of Libby's rifle still giving off a blue glow.
Shut him up!
Joe said, furious that they had shot the boy without asking.
Hurry!
He glanced back down the tunnels to make sure they hadn't been heard. Silently, Libby placed her boot on the boy's chest to hold him steady while Carl held a hand over his mouth until his thrashing ceased.
Why'd you shoot him?
Joe demanded once it was over.
We could have got him to lead us out.
Libby gave him a blank look. Taking a deep breath, Joe said,
Never mind. We've still got the girl.
The prisoner in question was wide-eyed and panicked, hyperventilating through Joe's fingers. She, like everyone else in Legras' battalion, was fully grown, though Joe could tell she was Maggie's age.
I guess that answers our question,
Scott said, frowning confusedly down at the terrified girl.
The hunt's still on.
Yeah, and she's going to tell us exactly where to find that flag before we kill her.
The girl's eyes opened until the whites were visible all around, and she shook her head wildly, nostrils flaring. Libby squatted in front of the girl, casually leaning her rifle against a knee.
You tell us, we'll make it quick. You don't tell us, and maybe we won't kill you. We'll just leave you here for the tacky to find. Alive.
At that, the girl stiffened, her entire body rigid. Libby looked bored.
So where is it?
The girl tried to say something through Joe's fingers, but it came out a garbled mess. Libby glanced at Joe, and Joe scowled down at the girl.
You do anything except tell us exactly where the flag is, and I'll beat you to a bloody pulp. You got me?
Key 0.
The girl was crying softly, trying to keep her choking sobs silent, her tears glistening blue in the muted glow of their guns. Joe and Libby glanced at each other. She knows who I am? Joe mouthed to her. Libby didn't miss a beat.
You better tell us before 0 gets any more pissed than he already is.
The girl couldn't have looked more terrified if she had told her that they were about to tear her apart and eat her flesh to stay alive. She shivered and nodded her head quickly. Joe actually felt sorry for her.
First off,
Libby said,
tell us how many defenders are still alive.
Most of the battalion.
The girl blubbered.
You guys fight like tacky.
At Joe and his ground team's scowls, however, she flushed and quickly looked away.
Tell us how to find the flag,
Libby ordered.
Which tunnel did you come from?
Please, Commander Legras will punish me if I tell you.
Legras will punish you worse if he finds out you surrendered.
Tell us!
Joe barked when the girl hesitated. The girl gulped, blue eyes fixed on him in horror.
Down the way we came, there's a crossroads. We marked the right path with a little X on the floor.
How many tunnels until we reach the flag?
She frowned at them in confusion.
Just one.
How many defenders on the flag?
You mean you guys didn't know where you—
Shut up and answer the question!
5. A battlemaster and the rest of our ground team.
Just 5?
She nodded.
Everybody else is on the surface. We thought you were all dead.
As promised, Libby shot the girl in the chest. As soon as she opened her mouth to scream, Joe clamped his hand back down over her face. When her body stopped spasming, Joe stood up and examined his platoon. Almost 80 in all.
You guys hear that?
He demanded. When everybody nodded, he said,
All right. The ground team at the flag might be wondering where these two went, so let's go in there and get it. She said there's a battlemaster, so we're gonna have to be fast in case he decides to call for others. Libby and I will be in front. Everyone behind us, make sure you're quiet. It's not gonna help us if half of 2nd Battalion's waiting for us at the flag because we made too much noise getting in there.
Once he was sure they all understood, he and Libby covered their guns and moved down the tunnel. They crept to the crossroads the girl had mentioned and crouched, listening. After a minute went by without hearing anything, Joe uncovered the cartridge long enough to find the X that the defenders had scratched into the floor. Then he cut off the glow again and led them deeper. The light at the other end of the tunnel was the first sign that the girl had been telling the truth. Joe felt a rush of excitement and crept closer, until he could clearly see the 5 defenders sitting around a black standard with 8 congressional circles. 2 were playing rock, paper, scissors, and another looked like he was dozing.
Now!
Joe jumped up and charged, followed by the rest of his platoon. He hit the biggest kid head-on, and both of them went sprawling to the ground. The others followed his example, and soon they had all 5 wrestled to the ground, helmets off, their faces pressed into the dirt. Libby went around and shot each one, and once their convulsions had stopped, they had the room to themselves. In the center, the flag hung from the ceiling, motionless. Scott walked up and touched the flag, running his fingers along the smooth red and black designs.
So now what?
He asked, sounding almost in awe. Joe wasn't sure.
They probably all heard the battlemaster screaming in his headcom. They'll know something's up.
He glanced around. The chamber had 4 tunnels leading out of it, giving any attackers an advantage.
We've got to get out of here.
I thought the hunt ended if we got the flag,
Maggie said, walking over to stand by Scott and frowning up at it.
Don't we have the flag?
Maybe we need to take it with us. Back to the surface. Mag, grab it.
Maggie was pulling the flag down when Sasha snatched it and yanked it from Maggie's grasp. The ripping sound that followed made everyone in the room flinch. Unconcerned, Sasha was stuffing the flag into her pack when Joe grabbed her arm and stopped her.
I told Maggie to carry it.
She's not big enough to defend it,
Sasha said, picking up her rifle.
He said to give it back to her,
Monk said, eyes dangerous. Slowly, lip curled in disgust, Sasha pulled it from her pack and threw it at the ground at Maggie's feet.
Fine, take it. Didn't want to carry the stupid thing anyway.
Maggie, sniffling, gingerly picked up the torn black cloth.
Carl, Scott, get us out of here, Joe said. Everyone else, be ready for a fight.
They had been moving through the tunnels for another 2 hours, groping their way through them at a crawl, afraid of letting the defenders see the glow of their rifles, when Joe finally brought everyone to a halt.
I think we're far enough away to use a little light,
Joe said. He pulled the rag from over his gun, and several recruits breathed a sigh of relief when the blue glow filled the tunnel. For Joe, however, the light reminded him of the walls surrounding him. He took a deep, irritated breath and fought down the urge to yell.
Carl, you don't know where we're going, do you?
Carl bit his trembling lower lip, on the verge of tears. It was disconcerting, coming from what was, to all appearances, a full-grown man.
Don't worry about it. We've got the flag. We won.
Libby frowned at him in the gloom.
Then why haven't they come to get us?
That very same question was running through the back of Joe's mind, nagging at him.
Nebel said you capture the flag, you win. That's it.
What if a whole side has to be dead before they let us go?
Then we'll get some sleep. I'm tired of walking in circles.
Scott and Carl looked away, and he felt instantly bad.
Hey guys, it's not your fault. It was dark and you couldn't see.
He can see now, and he still doesn't know where he is,
Scott muttered.
Everybody relax. Take a break, catch a nap, whatever you want to do. We'll just wait for the hunt to end.
He sat down against a tunnel wall and brought out his PPU again in desperation. He stared at the screen, trying to make sense of the blocky congressional squiggles. He could read some of the numbers, but numbers by themselves meant nothing to him.
You already tried that,
Sasha sneered.
Didn't work last time either, remember?
Joe scowled at Sasha and stuffed his PPU back into his vest and went back to waiting. But the hunt didn't end. Eventually, Joe had to admit that they weren't coming.
Okay, everybody. Let's get moving. Carl, just make your best guess. We can have as much light as you want this time. Just get us back to the surface. Before I lose my mind down here.
He'd managed to control himself so far, avoiding a serious attack, but he knew if he was down here much longer, he was going to come totally unglued in front of an entire platoon of kids. Libby started moving around the camp, kicking everyone awake like Nebel liked to do. Joe nudged Maggie with a toe to spare her the rougher treatment, and she started blinking up at him like an owl.
Hunt's over, Joe?
We're still trying to figure out where we are. Listen up! Everyone keep a good eye out for X's or any other markings that look out of place. I want as much light as possible, so uncover your cartridges. Maggie, take the safety off your rifle. Let's move! Everybody follow Carl.
Like that's gonna help.
Sasha sneered.
He's been walking us in circles.
Go, Carl,
Joe said, glaring at her.
You're doing great.
Reluctantly, Carl obeyed. 4 intersections later, they were staring down at a well-defined arrow in the entrance to one of the tunnels, pointing down it.
Does an arrow mean in or out?
Libby wondered aloud.
Let's say it means out, Joe suggested. Come on, everybody. If it's the wrong way, we can always turn around and go back.
They followed the tunnel until they abruptly came to a dead end with a tight, one-person passage leading into the darkness. Joe got on his knees and shone the light of a spare cartridge into the hole. It was so small he'd have to crawl on his hands and knees to get through it, and a fetid breeze hit his face the moment he got close to it. Immediately, he stepped back, his heart rate climbing.
Looks like out meant the other way. Let's turn around.
Wait a minute,
Libby said, squatting near the entrance.
Can't you smell that?
Smell what? I don't smell anything,
Joe lied. He swallowed hard. His hands were shaking all over again.
The air,
Libby said, frowning at him.
I can smell Fur-Lee. This is a way out, Joe.
It's too narrow,
Joe blurted.
We gotta backtrack.
He immediately turned to go. Libby grabbed his wrist as he turned. Her eyes were hard as she looked up at him. She was only a few inches shorter than him now, and she hadn't stopped growing yet.
Joe.
The word was as much a command as anything.
This is the way out,
she said. low enough that only he could hear.
Do you want to get out of here, or do you want to stay trapped?
Joe swallowed convulsively at the word trapped.
It's tiny, Lib. We don't know if anybody can even fit through there.
I can!
Maggie cried, stepping forward. Joe winced. He'd already made Maggie run across the battlefield. He couldn't bear to see her pinned in a tunnel in his place, suffocating, unable to wiggle free.
Not you. You've got to carry the flag. You'll go last. Scott?
Scott wrinkled his nose and peered into the hole.
I can see claw marks in there. Do I have to? I'll go!
Maggie cried again.
Here, Libby, you take the flag.
She shoved it enthusiastically into her groundmate's hands. Libby took the flag from Maggie and stuffed it under her belt.
Come back whenever you figure out what's on the other side.
Excitedly, Maggie crawled into the dark burrow. 10 minutes later, she was back, dirty and excited.
I found it! The tunnel comes out on the inside of one of those broken buildings. There's a couple narrow spots, but I think even you can get through, Joe.
You think, Mag?
He asked, more harshly than he wanted.
Well, yeah. It was easy for me, but you're a little bigger than me, so you might have to crawl a little.
He sure as hell wasn't about to stake his life on a 5-year-old's estimate. Just how good was Maggie at determining proportions? He remembered stuff being a lot bigger as a kid. What if she was wrong? Then he realized everyone was staring at him, waiting for some sort of signal. Joe cleared his throat nervously. He had to do it. He couldn't just stand here. He couldn't let them down. Still, he couldn't bring himself to lead them into the tunnel. He'd rather sit there and starve to death. Joe bit his lip and glanced at the tunnel entrance. He could feel Libby watching him, gauging his reaction. Reluctantly, he said,
Maybe you guys should go first.
Maybe you should go first, Joe,
Libby said, watching him way too carefully. Joe could feel his entire body trembling. Libby was right, as much as he hated her for it. He couldn't wait for the others to go. If he did, and was last, he knew he would never find the willpower to crawl into the tunnel by himself.
Guess maybe I should, huh?
A nervous laugh built in his throat, and he choked it back down.
You're acting like a baby. Not even Sam acted like this when the aliens caught him, you big pussy.
Feeling his groundmate's eyes fixed on him, Joe reluctantly pulled off his pack and dropped it into the entrance. He hesitated, taking a deep breath. He caught Maggie giving him a strange look, and he forced a smile.
Never been a fan of tight spaces. Keep getting this idea I'm gonna die. Say it, you coward. You're afraid you're gonna bleed to death. In a tunnel, where the sharpest things are little bits of stone. You fire-loving ferg.
We'll be right behind you,
Libby assured him. Her face had softened a little, and she almost looked like she sympathized with him now. Joe quickly looked away. Someone else's sympathy would give him the excuse he needed to back down.
Don't follow me too close,
Joe said, eyes fixed on the dark maw of the tunnel.
If I get stuck, I'll have to back out.
10 minutes enough?
Libby asked. Joe swallowed hard. 10 minutes. Alone. In a body-fitting tunnel.
Yeah, I can do that.
He got down and started crawling, pushing his gun and his pack through the tunnel in front of him. Almost immediately, feeling that cold, lifeless stone swallowing him, he felt as if the world had suddenly shrunk to a pinpoint above and behind the back of his head. His breathing grew more rapid, and sweat sprang out on his brow, worsening the already hot conditions of the tunnel, making it almost impossible to breathe. He had a sudden urge to stand up and run, but crammed into the narrow passage as he was, he could barely even crawl. Up ahead, he even saw a place where he would have to get down on his belly. Suddenly, an overpowering image of blood on the floor of the tunnel made him jerk away, slamming his back against a rough spot in the roof above him. The pain only panicked him further, making him convinced something had punctured his skin. All the way down here, they had no way of getting him to a medic. He lost it then, and thrashed, his legs churning up the tunnel floor, the ceiling raining down more sandy blackness from where he was trying desperately to stand up.
I'm gonna die. That's blood, and I'm gonna die.
He backed up until the back of his shirt caught on the tunnel ceiling and held him in place. In a panic, Joe lunged forward and wedged himself into a tight spot, and between the shirt and the narrow passage, he was suddenly unable to move. He choked back a scream, his lungs sucking in ragged, panting breaths of stale tunnel air. After several minutes of futile, mindless struggling, a voice of sanity broke through the terror.
Calm down. That's not blood. That's just a darker layer of dirt. Maggie must have brushed it off the ceiling when she crawled through here earlier. Stop freaking out.
Joe blinked repeatedly, trying to cement in his mind that the stain on the floor wasn't blood. It was difficult. He actually had to reach out and press his hand into it, brushing his fingers through the dry, sandy layer in order to dispel the image of red wetness. He gave a desperate laugh and lowered his head to the dirt, his entire body shaking.
Just sand. It's just sand, Joe. Get a grip, man. Come on and get moving. They're gonna be behind you any minute now.
That was the wrong thing to think. Joe started breathing harder, thinking about how he was going to get stuck in here, trapped by a line of kids behind him. He swallowed several times, staring at the 2-foot-tall space up ahead. Cavers wouldn't have any problem at all getting through that. He'd seen documentaries where they crawled miles through spaces much smaller than the one in front of him.
And they never freak out like a burning pussy either.
Joe closed his eyes and pushed one shaking limb forward. Once that was in place, he forced his leg to follow. Soon afterwards, he was on his belly, staring at a narrower spot in the passage ahead. His every joint and muscle was tingling and felt like gelatin, and his fingers wouldn't stop shaking. He took several deep, ragged breaths, then lifted his head to once more eye the path ahead of him. What if it got too tight? What if he couldn't squeeze through? What if he got stuck? Somehow, Joe found the will to push himself forward on shaking limbs. When he reached the tight spot in the tunnel, he reluctantly lowered himself to his belly.
Can do this. Maggie did it twice. How's that feel, Ferg? You've got less balls than a 5-year-old girl. That's something to write home about. Hey, Dad, I'm a soldier that pissed himself in front of 90 little kids. What an accomplishment, huh? Just close your eyes and get it over with, you damn pussy.
Taking a deep, unhappy breath, Joe forced his shaky body to move forward. His back brushed the ceiling, and Joe gasped, trembling all over. Closing his eyes, he pushed his rifle deeper into the tunnel and pulled himself forward again. He did it again and again, his eyes squeezed shut, forcing himself to just keep inching along. 10 minutes later, he stumbled out of the black, honeycombed tower and fell to his hands and knees, gasping. The furly-tainted air had never smelled so good to him, and he couldn't get enough of it, sucking in deeper and deeper lungfuls into his chest. Panting, he lowered his forehead to the ground and tried to force himself to stop hyperventilating. One by one, the members of his platoon piled out of the honeycomb behind him. Distantly, he knew they were giving him odd looks, but he couldn't bring himself to get up, so relieved was he to be in open air again.
Joe?
Maggie said, coming up to him. She squatted and touched his shoulder where it touched the ground.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Joe lied into the dirt. His whole body, however, betrayed him. He was shaking all over, his limbs weak and lifeless. He knew his actions baffled the other kids, but he didn't care. He was so glad to be out of the tunnel that nothing mattered to him anymore. A Dasha prince could have walked up to him in that moment and Joe wouldn't have noticed. After taking a long moment to steady himself, Joe reluctantly sat up to survey their surroundings. All of his platoon had made it safely out of the tunnel and were clustered around him expectantly. They were on the far side of the clearing, almost touching the enormous, twisted rootstocks of the first row of cream-colored furlee. Towards the middle of the clearing, he could see a group of Legraw's white-clad defenders sitting along the edges of a pit, talking. They had their backs to them, but Joe urged his platoon back behind the rocks, out of sight, should 2nd Battalion happen to glance their way.
Is everybody here?
Joe asked quietly.
Squad leaders, count up your grounders.
They did, and everyone was accounted for. Suddenly, Libby's face went slack. She tore at her belt, patting it wildly. When she looked up, she was pale.
Joe, the flag. I lost it.
Joe jerked around. What? Libby patted down her belt, swallowing.
I don't know what happened.
Joe stared at her.
You can't be serious!
He hadn't meant to be so harsh, but he wasn't feeling very charitable at the moment. That flag was all that really stood between them and enough manual labor to make them do chores in their sleep. As it was, it already looked really bad that they were the only platoon from their entire battalion that hadn't been killed yet.
I was the last one out,
Libby said quickly.
It's in the tunnel somewhere, Joe. Don't worry, I'll go find it.
Without another word, she ducked back into the honeycombed tower and disappeared. Half an hour went by, and Joe was thinking about sending Maggie in after her when Libby returned empty-handed.
I went through it twice,
she said, coated with black dust and looking miserable.
I couldn't find it, Joe. Let me look.
Maggie said quickly.
I'll find it. Mommy said I was good at finding stuff.
She dove back in after Libby. But 20 minutes later, she too came back empty-handed.
It's a tunnel,
Sasha sneered upon Maggie's crestfallen return.
How do you lose something in a tunnel?
She laughed, looking Libby lazily up and down.
I knew we couldn't trust an ape like you.
Libby raised her rifle and shot Sasha in the face.
Damn it, Libby!
Joe cried, dropping to cover Sasha's mouth with her jacket as she began to scream.
She was one of our best shots!
Libby shrugged.
She deserved it.
She casually threw her gun over her shoulder.
Besides, I'm better.
Joe gave her an irritated look and got back to his feet.
Okay, look, the damn thing has to be back there somewhere. Monk, you're the smallest. Can you go back and take a look real quick?
Monk grimaced, but did. She came back dirty and shaking her head.
Not back there,
she muttered.
Someone must have grabbed it after we came out. They're never going to believe we got it.
Her pert chin was quivering with devastation. And, as Joe looked at his friends' faces, he felt their disappointment like a knife to his chest. After all that, they were still going to fail. It wasn't fair.
Look, if we can't find the flag, we sure as hell better do our best to take out as many of the 2nd Battalion as we can before they get us. We gotta finish this. Okay?
Maggie frowned at him.
But we got the flag, Joe. We shouldn't have to die, right?
Hearing her plaintive words, Joe felt another pang of guilt. He almost went back through the tunnel looking for the flag himself. Almost.
We've got to kill as many as we can,
Joe muttered, fisting his hand to keep his fingers from shaking at the idea of again entering the tiny space.
It's the only way they'll let us get this over with.
His entire platoon grimaced. Carl went back looking for the flag and came back another 20 minutes later, empty-handed.
I don't understand,
Libby muttered.
I had it, Joe.
She frustratedly threw a chunk of diamond aside and glared at the tunnel. Joe shook his head.
Who knows what happened, Lib? Look, we're just wasting daylight sitting here. What do you guys say we go assault those dweebs over by that pit? Maybe get a few more kills under our belt before they put us down.
Monk said, gripping her rifle.
Well said,
Scott added.
This is Fergsoot,
Libby cried.
We had it! We shouldn't have to die.
Yeah, but Nebble's gonna eat us alive if it looks like we were hiding here all day,
Carl added. That was true enough. Joe grimaced.
Come on, guys. Don't shoot until I give the signal.
Taking one last look at his grounders' solemn faces, he led them across the pocked landscape to where the defenders sat around the rim of their pit, their backs to them. Before they were quite ready, Libby opened fire. She knocked 2 off their perches and hit 2 others before they began to fight back. With a shriek, Libby stood up and ran at them, firing ahead of her, screaming Kongi curses. It was the first time Libby went down before Joe. Joe watched her fall, feeling guilty. If he hadn't been such a tacky, he would have been the one to carry the flag through the tunnel, and losing it wouldn't be on her head. Grimly, he settled down to take out as many defenders as he could before 2nd Battalion overpowered them. In the end, the defenders flanked them. It was only minutes before Joe's entire platoon was having seizures in the dirt. Joe took a shot to the arm, then, as his convulsions began, he got shot again. His heart struggled for a few more seconds, then spasmed and gave up. Chapter 23. 2nd Battalion.
You failed.
Joe opened his eyes to see Battlemaster Nebel standing over him, Suda fluttering angrily.
You had the flag in your useless human hands, and you failed.
Nebel looked and sounded like he was on the verge of taking his switch to Joe for the offense. You should be happy we got it at all.
Happy? You had the tunnel to yourself, and a whole platoon of recruits to defend it, and you lost the flag. You'd beaten 2nd Battalion, and you lost it.
It was an accident,
Joe said. He sat up. All around him, recruits in black were laid out in rows, waiting to be revived. Battlemaster Nebel grabbed him by the jacket and yanked him closer, his gummy eyes almost touching Joe's face.
An accident, Zero? Or you having a mental breakdown?
At Joe's flinch, Nebel's eyes narrowed.
I monitored your biosigns during the whole hunt. I saw what happened when you had to go in the tunnel. Kegel's accursed Ferg. By the 90 great hells, you're just a tacky coward.
But we got the flag!
You lost the flag!
Nebel stood up suddenly.
You made me the laughingstock of the whole regiment. My recruits are such street-kissing ferglings, they can't even hold on to a flag. I won't be able to enter the chow hall without hearing about it. And Commander Trill.
Nebel's snake-like pupils narrowed.
Best you avoid, Commander Trill. He'd already made the call to 2nd Battalion to brag when he found out you'd lost the flag.
That was not good. Nebel was already turning away in disgust.
So teach me how to use the PPU!
Joe cried, grabbing the Ureki's arm.
None of that would have happened if I could have figured out where we were.
Nebel scoffed, though there was a flicker of interest in his wet, gummy eyes.
Joe leaned forward. You teach me how to use that thing, and I'll get that flag back next time we attack.
Battlemaster Nebel stared at him long and hard.
You fail. And I swear to Poen, you'll wish you'd never been born. Understand, human?
Joe nodded, hope beginning to make his heart hammer. The Battlemaster took a deep breath through his Suda, still glaring at him.
I've signed you up for phobic conditioning. Keep it quiet. So far, LeGros and I are the only ones who know the truth of what happened to you down there. And I wanted to stay that way. Trill would send you to the Dasha in a second if he knew you were afraid of tunnels. That's like having a pilot that's afraid to fly.
Joe felt a chill.
LeGros knows?
He figured it out, the fire-loving bastard. Didn't even have to see your brainwaves. Pray Trill's not that smart.
Gingerly, Joe said,
What is phobic conditioning?
Regulated overexposure. You'll keep it between the two of us, though. I'll log your absence as a broken bone you received in the tunnels. Trill will not find out. You understand? Even with treatment, there's a high chance of recurrence. He's not going to want to take the chance.
Joe swallowed hard, having a pretty good idea what regulated overexposure meant.
Can I skip it?
Nebel gave him an amused look.
After LeGros already made the arrangements? No, I don't think so. You'll earn me back every credit I spent on you if I have to butcher you and sell your parts to Naren.
Joe's throat constricted as he thought again of LeGros.
And he's not going to tell Trill? Even after what I did? back home?
The tacky turd owed me a favor. A big one. He's even chipping in for your conditioning.
You could give me another rotation. You don't have to send me in now. I can work on it. Like meditate or something. Besides, once you train me with the PPU, I can spend all my time learning it. You can tell LeGras I'll use it to—
No! Nobody's gonna know about the PPU either, especially not LeGras. It's against regulations to teach recruits how to use sensitive congressional equipment until they've completed 2 turns of training. They figure you're indoctrinated enough by then to not find a way to mail it back to your home planet with an instruction booklet.
Joe frowned. Then you're going to teach me how to use it?
Yes. Later. Right now, I've got to deal with Trill and finish cleaning up your mess. Oh, and convince the treat-sucking lunatic not to execute your whole platoon. LeGras will be here soon to take you to medical. The doctors want to get a head start because from those burned-up brain waves of yours back in the tunnel, you're gonna be one tough PG shell to crack.
With that, Battlemaster Nebel turned on heel and departed with all the force of a freight train. Medics with small golden circles inside their silver borders got out of the way to let him pass, then went back to injecting the red stuff into the kid's arms. Reluctantly, Joe got to his feet and eyed the approaching hawk. Already, he felt his cold sweat returning. This was what he wanted, wasn't it? All his life, every time he broke down into a sobbing wreck because a friend tried to show him his snow cave, or his uncle tried to get him under a car to look at the oil pan, wasn't that what he wanted? Back on Earth, with 2 kids and a mortgage, his parents hadn't been able to afford sending him to a shrink to figure out what the hell was wrong with him. Here, they would do it for free. The thought was not comforting. The pilot of the skimmer had the pale, drooping skin of an older Ureki. When it grew close enough, Joe could see the black scars crisscrossing its body. He tensed, wondering if LeGras remembered him from the streets of San Diego, the colorful explosions going off all around them. Steeling himself, Joe moved toward the hawk. Once he landed, the Ureki Prime looked him over with an unreadable stare.
You, Zero?
Yeah, Joe said, tensing.
Get on.
LeGras showed absolutely no recognition. Joe did as he was told, but the Ureki never took his eyes off him. Joe's skin prickled under the stare.
Oh, please don't let him remember me.
LeGras made no move to take the hawk off the ground, just looked Joe up and down in obvious appraisal.
You're afraid of tunnels.
Joe felt his throat tighten and started to inch back towards the edge of the hawk.
Maybe a little? A little.
He continued to stare, analyzing Joe with his pale brown eyes. Finally, once Joe was ready to leap over the railing and run, the old Ureki said,
Nebel's lost his mind.
Saying nothing else, LeGras turned back to the hawk console and lifted them off the ground. Once they were in the air, Joe relaxed a little.
He doesn't remember,
he thought, relief flooding through him as he thought of how he had rescued Sam and the hundreds of other kids destined for the Ureki ship.
If he remembered, he'd kill me.
Prime Commander LeGras was silent as he guided them back into Ali Shai.
Well done, getting the flag. My battalion will do laps for that. Are you military trained, boy?
Joe glanced at the Prime nervously.
My dad was in the military on Earth.
LeGras glanced at him.
Ah, makes sense. A soldier begets a soldier.
He turned back to guiding the hawk between the massive fir-lee trees.
Makes sense?
Joe frowned at LeGras, wondering if the Prime was giving him some sort of compliment. But LeGras never clarified.
We still haven't found the flag, and our tacky combed every inch of the area you were in. Any ideas?
Joe remembered the diamond dust in the crawl spaces and said,
Probably got buried?
No.
LeGras gave him another odd look.
You didn't hide it?
Joe frowned.
Hide it? Are you
He caught himself quickly.
No, sir.
LeGras gave him a snort of laughter and said nothing else until they entered the manicured outer ring of Ali Shai.
You're supposed to be injured,
LeGras reminded him as they neared the hospital.
To get in the front doors without suspicion.
Taking a hint, Joe slumped against the side of the Hawk, favoring one leg. LeGras brought them to a hover 100 feet above the medical center, then left it there.
They're here,
LeGras said. Joe glanced over the edge. In the walkway underneath, several medics were standing around, chatting, looking like tentacled brown mice. When Joe glanced back up, he froze at the look on his prime's face. The Ureki's eyes were cold and hard, reminding him of frozen clay.
You can't fake injuries where you're going.
Joe paled.
Oh.
He grimaced.
What are you gonna break?
He knew all too well how much it hurt to break bones, and he was not looking forward to the experience.
Probably most of them,
LeGras said.
Most?
As Joe's startled mind was stumbling through that, LeGras took him by the front of his jacket and hefted him off his feet. Into his face, LeGras said,
This is for robbing us of an extra battalion, you crafty Trith prick.
At that, the Ureki hurled Joe over the railing, at the awaiting medics below. Several days later, Joe walked out of the hospital feeling numb. His broken bones had healed, but his mind was still ragged where they had ripped it apart. He no longer feared tunnels, but Joe wondered if he would ever be able to sleep again. Regulated overexposure had turned out to be just that, locking him in a coffin for hours on end while an Ureki shrink monitored his brainwaves in a separate room and talked about his feelings over the intercom. His throat was still raw from screaming. He found his ground team eating at a table in the chow hall with the rest of 4th Platoon. As he approached, he saw that Maggie was no longer the only one with her sleeves rolled. Libby was the only one of his ground team that wasn't. Even some of the other recruits in the 4th had bared their arms, including a few squad leaders. Joe was stunned. He had thought that, with him being gone for almost a week, Maggie would have lost interest. He got his food and sat down beside Maggie, who wasn't lifting her gaze from her scum soup.
Tired, Mag?
Joe asked her. Maggie jerked and looked up at him with a gleeful expression.
Joe!
She squealed. She jumped up and hugged him, wrapping her not-so-little arms around his neck and touching his chest with what he was pretty sure were breasts.
What happened while I was gone?
Joe asked in an attempt to get her to release her hold. Maggie dropped back into her seat and began to pick at her scum soup again. When no one offered anything else, Scott sighed and said, They didn't count it.
Commander Trill made it sound like we were running away the whole time.
Maggie sniffled.
But we weren't. We had the flag. Libby just lost it.
It's not fair,
Monk agreed.
They're acting like we never even had it. Nobody would believe us. Even First Company hates us. They blame us for losing the flag.
Joe did not know what to say. He cleared his throat and nodded at Maggie's sleeves.
So, Nebel stopped making you run?
Maggie frowned down at her sleeves, still tightly rolled from the night he'd done it for her.
No, he makes us run.
Us?
Joe's brow went up, and he glanced at the others at the table with their sleeves up.
He's making all of you run?
Whew. 18 laps a night, Scott said with a mock sigh. Despite his sarcasm, his sleeves were rolled as tight as the ones Joe had done for Maggie. He must have helped Monk, too, because hers looked just as good. Joe's eyes caught Libby's questioningly. He didn't want to ask her why she was the only one who hadn't put her sleeves up, but he was curious. She sniffed and looked away, picking at something under her thumbnail with her military knife.
Sasha keeps saying you were scared, Joe.
Maggie said.
She's telling everybody that's why you were gone for a week.
Shut up, Maggie.
Libby said.
We all know he was scared sooty.
He wasn't scared.
Maggie shouted.
He was just...
She hesitated, seeking the right word.
He was just tired. He'll be better next time.
Stop defending him,
Libby said, slamming her empty bowl on the table and standing.
Joe doesn't know everything. He was scared back there, so scared he was shaking. And that's why he was at the hospital. They were unscrewing his head so he doesn't get the rest of us killed in a real fight.
She looked up.
Isn't that right, Joe?
Joe hung his head, staring at his soup.
They fix it or not?
Libby demanded. They fixed it, Joe whispered.
They better have fixed it. If you ever do something like that again, I don't want you as my battlemaster. You weren't thinking back there. You weren't even trying for the flag. It's like you were all doped up, just like my...
Libby caught herself suddenly. Then, without explanation, she took her bowl and left the table.
Don't know why she's mad,
Monk said.
She's the one who lost the flag.
Yeah,
Maggie said.
Don't listen to her, Joe. We still want you for our battlemaster, even if you were scared. I'm scared of gummy bears. I got one stuck in my ear and had to go to the hospital. They had to pry around in there, and it hurt. So I don't eat gummy bears anymore.
Gee, Scott said. You ever think maybe you shouldn't shove them in your ear?
I could sure go for some gummy bears,
Monk said. Joe suddenly remembered the delicate candy solar system that Uil had given him. He had hidden it under his gear with the Yakarit and hadn't thought about it in days. He decided to share it with them that night. Joe opened his mouth to tell them about it, then frowned. What is that? He pointed to the new patch on Maggie's shoulder, on the opposite side from her names, just above the edges of her rolled sleeves. They all carried them. The Kongi symbol was bright blue on black, a blockish squiggle that almost looked like a D with a dot following it. Joe knew it meant the numeral 6. He'd woken up from his last screamfest wearing one as well.
It stands for 6th Battalion, Scott said. I think it's a promotion. Commander Trill said if we continue to be good, we get to wear the symbol of Congress too.
I didn't see any other recruits wearing them on my walk over here.
It's just 6th and 2nd Battalion that get them,
Carl said.
Nobody else has come close to getting the flag.
Joe stared at them, surprised.
Secondary Commander Trill's making us go on a hunt against 2nd Battalion again,
Monk said, lowering her eyes.
Battlemaster Nebel says they're so much better than us, we don't even deserve to be in the same regiment.
They're beginners, just like us.
But have you seen them march?
Carl asked.
They look like machines. We look like machines too,
Joe said. But he knew he was fooling himself. 2nd looked better than any other battalion in the regiment. If they graduated them all right now and made 2nd fight 6th, 6th would scatter like rabbits from the sound of 2nd's boots on the march over. Sherry, another ground leader from 4th Platoon, looked worried.
The Battlemaster says it should be 5th or 3rd Battalion going up against 2nd, not us. He says we couldn't even find our own asses if we knew how to use our PPUs.
He always says that.
What scares me, Scott said, is that Trill makes it sound like we're way ahead of everybody else because we had the flag. But we're not. We really suck. It was an accident, you know? What happens next time the Dasha sees how bad we are?
We aren't that bad, Joe said. The silent faces at the table, however, told him they thought otherwise. He scooped up a handful of goop and began eating in silence.
We're really glad you're here,
Maggie said.
We need you. The last hunt we went on, 2nd Battalion really beat us up.
Joe knew the first time was a fluke and they were gonna get stomped, no matter who was on their side. He opened his mouth to say it, but Nebel's shout interrupted him from the front of the chow hall.
Zero! Collect the platoon and bring them to the obstacle course. No rifles or gear, just what you're wearing. You have 5 ticks.
When they got to the course, another platoon was already there, waiting for them on one edge of a circular pit of fine black sand marked off with huge black chunks of rock. A female recruit stood sharply at their head, and none of them even blinked as Joe led his platoon up to stand on the other side of the pit. They looked good. Too good to be from 6th Battalion. A little knot of dread settled into Joe's stomach as he brought his platoon to a halt beside Battlemaster Nebel.
All right, you tacky bastards,
Battlemaster Nebel shouted.
6th got paired with 2nd, so you are looking at your training cohort. I'm Battlemaster Nebel, and that's Battlemaster Gokli. 4th platoon? Meet 4th platoon.
We will be working together from now on,
Battlemaster Gokli continued.
You will still conduct hunts with other battalions, but for martial arts and platoon drills, these are the recruits who will be challenging you for the rest of training.
Joe heard someone in the other platoon snicker, and their battlemaster rounded on them with a vengeance. The kid who had laughed got laid out with one heavy blow.
You think it's funny, recruit? Get up. Nebel, pick your best recruit.
Joe stiffened in anticipation, but when Nebel turned to his platoon, it was Libby he ordered out of line. The boy laughed again when Libby stepped into the pit with him, and Joe's chest clenched with worry. Libby's opponent was a big kid, probably an inch or two taller than her and outweighing her by 30 pounds. "Battlemaster Nebel," Joe said. "I can—"
"Shut up, Zero,"
Nebel said, even as Libby glanced back to give him an acid scowl. Unhappily, Joe went back into the retain position. He wasn't sure, but he thought several other recruits in the other platoon perked up at his name, and he itched under their stares.
"Put these on,"
Battlemaster Gokli said, throwing padded gloves into the ring. Libby and her opponent did as they were told, cinching them tight before settling back to eyeing each other.
"This,"
Battlemaster Nebel said,
"is your first day of confined combat instruction. As you may have found during your experiences in the tunnels, sometimes you find yourselves in situations where your own hands do you more good than your rifles. As much as we work your bodies in runs and drills, they will still be weak in one-on-one combat unless you have a chance to practice. Congressional soldiers are never completely without weapons, so this is our chance to show you how your short-range armaments work. Recruits, hold up your hands."
Libby and her opponent obeyed, lifting their gloved fists into the air.
"These gloves have been equipped with systems that mimic the effect of a recruit's biosuit on non-suited opponents in hand-to-hand combat,"
Gokli said.
"But before we give you ashy thugs your biosuits, you're gonna learn how to use them. The effect will depend on the positioning of the fingers inside the gloves. Going through the different combinations will take too long, and you tacky thuglings wouldn't remember anyway, so you'll just have to learn as you go. Recruits, begin the demonstration!"
The big boy seemed to have been waiting for this. He charged Libby, tackling her before she had a chance to get her guard up. His momentum threw her off her feet, and she landed on her back in the sand, the bigger recruit on top of her. As she struggled to get up, he slammed a fist into the side of her head. Libby jerked like she'd been shot with blue goop. She lay there, paralyzed, and the bigger kid laughed and stood up. Then, as Joe watched in fury, the kid spat on her.
"As you can see,"
Nebel said, seemingly not noticing the boy's behavior,
"a fist produces a temporary stun. Very useful if you are looking to take captives."
The boy turned his back to Libby and started to walk back to his platoon. Libby suddenly leapt to her feet, a deadly look in her eyes. She tore off her gloves and threw them in the sand. As her opponent turned to look, she took a running step, swiveled, and slammed the heel of her foot into the side of his head. Then, as he fell, she followed through and rammed the side of her naked hand into his neck and another underneath his ribs. The boy collapsed like a rag doll, utterly motionless. Then she calmly turned, gathered up the gloves she had discarded, and handed them to Battlemaster Nebel on her way back to her place in the platoon.
"Unfortunately for many a thug,"
Battlemaster Gokli said,
"the paralysis is very short-lived. Rat, get him out of here. Have the medics check for internal bleeding."
The girl in the recruit battlemaster's place at the head of Gokli's 4th platoon moved suddenly and directed 2 grounders to carry the unconscious recruit off to medical. Rat, Joe thought. They call her Rat? And I thought Sasha had it bad. One by one, They each got a chance to fight in the ring. The various effects of the practice gloves ranged from paralysis to actually slamming the unfortunate recruit backwards 10 feet. The Battlemasters thankfully tried to pair them by size, but Monk, still at only 4.5 feet, had to fight someone almost twice her weight. She lost. The recruit Battlemaster they called Rat got paired with Scott and, to Joe's dismay, massacred him so badly that Joe suspected she'd practiced with the gloves long before this. She made no extra motions and, like Libby, simply left the ring once Scott had given up. Joe was one of the last ones to go, and he was paired with the strongest, most freakishly huge boy in the other platoon. Joe stared up at him when they got into the ring, wondering if the aliens had made some sort of mistake and drafted Bigfoot.
"I'm Tank, and I'm gonna kick your butt,"
the boy taunted in a sing-song voice. If it weren't for the heavy rumble in his chest, he sounded like a 5-year-old. "I'm Zero, and I have the feeling I'm about to get my butt kicked," Joe said, peering up at him. He had to be like 7 feet tall. The boy grinned widely, a huge smile that filled his whole head.
Begin!
Nebel said. Tank swung at Joe with a fist, the favored mode of attack that day. Joe ducked easily and jumped back, eyeing the bigger kid. He had an advantage over the other children in the regiment because, unlike them, he had had time to grow into his size, which left him relatively agile compared to the others. He still banged knees and elbows into things when he wasn't paying attention, but at least he didn't bang his head into things. Tank's grin faded when he saw Joe dart out of the way. He rushed Joe again, and Joe dodged, trying to decide how to approach this fight. He didn't want to hurt the kid. He reminded him too much of Maggie. He decided to go with the flow and use a fist, even though while he'd been standing on the sidelines, he'd been itching to try the technique that sent his opponent flying backwards like getting struck by a wrecking ball. Tank, however, did not seem to have the same reservations. When Joe continued to dance out of his way, he let out a frustrated roar and leapt forward, both hands flipped upwards in a shove. Joe couldn't get out of the way fast enough. Instantly, he felt his entire midsection compress as the glove's pressure released. His breath rushed out of him in a whoosh, and Joe flew backwards like his body no longer obeyed gravity. He landed in a heap about 15 feet away, his chest and guts on fire.
"And that," Nebel said, "is what is called a compact force compression. Good against bigger foes, better trained foes, or multiple opponents. Next."
Wincing, Joe started to struggle back to his feet, feeling weak and disoriented. He was stunned when Tank reached down and offered a big hand. The big kid actually looked remorseful.
"Sorry,"
he said.
"I didn't know it would do that."
Despite the pain in his abdomen, Joe grinned at him, pleased to discover that 2nd Battalion wasn't completely filled with Ashers. After Legras tossing him off the hawk and the kids spitting on Libby once she was down, he'd had his doubts.
"No problem, Tank,"
he said, getting to his feet. He winced, feeling like someone had taken a sledgehammer to his insides. Tank gave Joe a long look, still holding his hand.
"Are you really Zero?"
he asked, peering down at him curiously. Joe frowned. Yeah. Last time I checked." Tank continued to peer at him like an exotic bug.
"Huh. Thought you'd be taller."
Then he turned and went back to Gokley's platoon, leaving Joe staring after the 7-foot-tall monster, mouth hanging open. All he could think was,
"He thought I was taller?"
Trill seethed as he watched 4th Platoon march by, Battlemaster Nebel at its head. Zero was leading, and his corruption was everywhere. Over half of the recruits in the 4th wore their uniforms in Zero style, their soft flesh exposed to the air, mocking him.
"They love him."
The thought infuriated Trill. He knew the recruits hated him. It was only fair. He had hated his own battalion commander in recruit training. But to have the Battlemasters back Zero, against his direct orders? It was outright treason, and no one was doing anything about it. The one time he had mentioned it to Legras, the Prime had given him a long look and had said,
"I'm sorry. Are you making a formal complaint that you can't control your own battalion, Commander Trill?"
And it had ended at that. Because Trill, despite what the bastards thought, was not that stupid. So now his underlings were rebelling, and there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it because of Kegel's demise. Trill had made several formal petitions to the Ureki Internal Affairs Division claiming segregation and caste prejudice against him, but the OIA had responded by saying that the actions of his peers were not unjust. Damn Kegel. That wasn't his fault. It was Naaran's fault for eating him. Watching 4th Platoon march past, Trill tightened his grip on his pen, snapping it in half. After he had tried so hard to bring 6th Battalion to the forefront of the hunts, after he spent his every waking minute thinking about their training, worrying whether it was enough and agonizing how to keep them out of Naaran's claws, all Zero had to do to make them love him was put a few wrinkles in his uniform.
"Someday, Zero, they're going to hate you."
He would make sure of it. And when it happened, he would laugh. Joe, as it turned out, didn't fare as well from Tank's compression attack as he had thought. When he started vomiting blood 2 days later, Nebel sent him to medical, only to find that Tank's glove-powered shove had caused massive internal damage that would require another turn added to his enlistment in order to patch up. Once the Ureki doctors finished with him, they had 2 Taki carry him back to the barracks. The purple lizards carried him in silence, eyes forward and bodies slack, apparently not thinking anything at all. Joe, still drugged and a little loopy, surveyed the scaly creatures from his position on the gurney, finding them remarkably beautiful to hold such a bad reputation amongst the Kongis. Their eyes especially. They were a deep, endless azure, like huge, egg-shaped sapphires that had been polished smooth and set into the sides of their heads. Like the Dasha, they had no pupils that he could see. Joe was alone in his bed, waiting for his groundmates to return so he could share Uil's candy with them, when Battlemaster Nebel strode into the barracks. He stopped at the base of Joe's bed and scowled at him so long that Joe thought he was about to be punished.
"Here,"
Nebel muttered finally, thrusting a silvery pad into Joe's hands.
"Lessons in writing basic Kongi. It's all automatic. It will pronounce the sound and then draw the symbol, which you must then repeat with the little pen on the side. Until then..."
Nebel pulled out the PPU and pointed out a squarish symbol in the lower left.
"Touch this to rotate through your options. Whenever you want to look something up, just draw the symbol on the lesson pad and it will tell you what it means."
"Okay," Joe said, a little overwhelmed. "How long am I—"
"You've got 3 days to study,"
Nebel interrupted briskly.
"The medics put you on light duty until we've got to take up black against Legras. You can spend the time working on learning to use your PPU."
Joe's jaw dropped. "I'm out of the hunt tomorrow?" Nebel's Suda gave a dangerous flutter.
"They wanted to put you out of service for 2 entire weeks. He turned your insides to pudding, Zero. And you fire-loving Trith, kept going for a day and a half. 2 of the medics told me you should have died from that, you Genfergling Sutter. I'm going against their orders, letting you fight at all."
"But my ground team needs me!"
Joe cried, starting to scramble out of bed. He'd thought they would take him off duty for an afternoon, tops. Nebel held up a tentacle, stopping him.
"They need you to figure out how to get Legras' burning flag. Right now, Trill's made 6th Battalion the laughingstock of the regiment. The only way Naaran's gonna leave the 6th alone is if we hold our own against the best. It's gonna be hard. Legras' almost 500 turns old. He should be a corps director by now. The only reason he isn't is because he turns down his promotion so he can stay at the battalion level. He's one of the few commanders out there who's not in it for the titles. He's got a long history of taking his recruits into battle when they graduate, and they love him for it. Beside him, Trill doesn't stand a chance. He's young and inexperienced, and is pushing us too hard in the wrong directions. He's a pampered, yeary asshole who doesn't understand the Oreki military isn't like the society on Poen. We're like a pack of Trith, Zero. We sense a weakness in one of our own and we tear it apart. A platoon can hold up against that kind of assault for only so long before its recruits start to fail their training. You get Legrand's flag again, and the other battalions are gonna take us seriously. I don't give a fire-loving pile of ashes what Trill regurgitates up at the front of formation. The only way we're going to graduate 6th Battalion is if we make the other battalions believe we're better than them. We need to be more visible, more dangerous, more arrogant. That's what we're gonna need to survive, Zero. That's what it's gonna take to keep you out of Naren's pens. And that is why you're going to spend the next 3 days figuring out how to use that PPU.
Joe stared, a deep, gnawing anxiety beginning to build in his gut. He'd already failed Elf. They had to graduate. He couldn't let Maggie and Monk fall into the hands of that creature. Nebel Suda were still fluttering as he turned his head away.
Listen, Zero. I think you're our best chance. After you went in for surgery, your platoon almost killed the recruit that wounded you. It took 6 battle-masters to break up the fight. Your recruits respect you, Zero. That's why I'm giving you the reader. If the training committee found out I did that, they'd take another rank and put me on Neskfat to inspect Dasha draftees.
Nebel paused, glanced at the low ceiling, then back at Joe.
6th is in serious trouble. Trill doesn't see it, but I do. The battle-masters and commanders are already turning on us. They hid our standards from Trill when he went to retrieve them. They're giving us the worst time slot to eat, earliest in the morning and latest at night. Repair orders and supply requests fail to go through. We've got the worst hawk in the regiment, and we end up having to bunch all of our recruits up into the same vehicles on the hunts, because half of them aren't working at any given time.
Nebel looked tired.
I saw the same thing happen 20 turns ago. A battalion in my regiment failed in a mission to retrieve a group of prisoners that enemy White had captured. Their failure wasn't their fault. The overseer in charge of the mission had given the battalion a bad drop-off location, and they got massacred before they even got off their ships. Still, the other Ureki in the regiment took their retreat personally. It started with insults. Words quickly turned to actions, and freight rotations. Their fellows picked at them, giving them bad assignments and withholding gear until every single soldier in that battalion was either dead or transferred. Then, once the soldiers were gone, they renumbered the battalions and pretended it had never even existed.
Nebel leaned forward, intense.
It's happening. Again. A stray comment here. A changed key code there. Trill thinks the turning is just a myth. But if we don't stop it now, it's going to get worse. For all their beautiful creations, Ureki can be dark creatures sometimes, Zero. We need to put an end to it now, if we're going to keep you humans out of the crossfire.
Were you one of the ones who got transferred? Nebel's pupils narrowed.
No. I was prime commander of the regiment. They took away 4 ranks when I abandoned the tacky souls out of shame.
Joe stared. Nebel was a prime commander?
Since then, I've never trusted Ureki nature. Commanders, especially. They're always struggling to gain favor, to make the one bold move that will catch their superiors' attention and get them promoted to overseer. Legraw's the only exception, and that just makes the ashy furnace we're in all the worse, because he makes Trill look like a Janja slug in comparison.
Joe glanced down at the silvery pad Nebel had given him. I'll try to get his flag.
Do more than try. 0.
Nebel gave him a long, silent look, then turned and left him alone in the barracks. Joe spent the next 4 hours deciphering the symbols of the PPU with the help of Nebel's lesson pad. He was actually making good progress when he heard voices on the balcony outside the door. He hid it away under his pillow as his ground team returned, sweaty and covered in black dust.
Joe!
Maggie cried, breaking into a run. She looked stunned he was alive. They all did. Frowning, Joe asked, "Where were you guys?" Maggie made a face.
Nebel had the whole platoon raking the plaza because we got in a fight with the other platoon.
Joe glanced at Libby, instinctively knowing she had started the fight. You didn't hurt that kid, did you? Libby looked away, confirming his suspicions. Joe felt a rush of pride and shame that he was the cause. Libby, you know it's not cool to—
He deserved it,
she interrupted.
Tank cheated.
He didn't cheat. I was stupid. I didn't get out of the way fast enough. Libby shrugged, and he knew he would get no more out of her on the subject.
They fix your guts?
She asked, giving him a dubious look.
Trill said you were dead,
Monk added, wide-eyed. Joe sighed and gently patted his stomach. The Gen Fergling medics said they couldn't heal everything without putting 6 more turns on my service, so I told them to go burn themselves. As it was, they still gave me a turn.
You gonna be with us tomorrow?
She asked softly. Wincing inside, Joe held up his PPU. Guys, look at this. Battlemaster showed me what a few of the symbols mean. Libby's gaze sharpened, but Joe blundered on, trying to ignore her scowl. This one means acquire, which beams out a signal and maps out the terrain around you. This one is zoom, and you can pull back so far you're looking at the whole planet. This one's orient, which twists the map around until it's facing the same way.
Somebody said 2nd Battalion really kills kids on the hunts,
Maggie said. She hadn't been paying attention. None of them had. Joe reluctantly put his PPU away. They don't.
Yeah, but they're bigger than us,
Monk said. We eat the same green crap they do.
Yeah, but...
Libby glanced again at his bruised torso.
If you're not there, things could get really bad. 6th Battalion looks up to you.
You said yourself I almost pissed myself trying to crawl through a tunnel. They don't look up to me. Libby looked dumbstruck.
They do. You're older than they are.
There's nobody in the regiment better at this than you, Lib.
Yeah, but Joe, it's you they like.
Just keep 2nd Battalion from getting your flag tomorrow. I'll be there to help you next time. Promise. His friends grimaced and muttered under their breath, but in the end, he managed to convince them it would be worth it. If only to see the shocked expression on 2nd Battalion's faces when they stole their flag right out from under them, making them look like unprepared tacky. That seemed to make his friends happy. They actually went to bed grinning, obviously seeing it in their dreams. Chapter 24. Contraband. Joe spent the next day in bed, scowling at the little symbols on his reader. A tacky brought him food and water, and Joe ate it while he worked. He was so focused that his friends startled him when they returned.
We held it,
Monk said, jumping up into bed beside Joe, not noticing as he hurriedly tucked his reader out of sight.
They didn't get our flag!
See? You guys were worried for nothing.
At that, everyone sobered.
They set up command posts,
Libby said.
They were organized. They attacked from one side, then, when we went to defend, they attacked on the other. They are good, Joe. Better than us. The only reason they didn't make it to the flag was that they didn't know where it was. They invaded 3 of the 5 deep dens. It was just dumb luck they didn't get the one with the flag in it.
Joe grimaced. What time is it?
Past bedtime,
Libby said.
We were fighting all day. We only ate once because it took so long to kill them all off.
We're tired.
Maggie added.
And hungry.
They didn't feed you? Joe glanced at the other ground teams filing into the barracks, all of them looking like the Walking Dead.
Commander Trill was pissed,
Scott said.
He told us losers didn't need to eat.
You didn't lose, Joe said, his brow furrowing. You kept your flag. Libby shrugged and began getting out of her gear. Joe, who had been noticing her sleek feminine curves more and more by the day, quickly decided he had a couple more hours to decipher the PPU. He hastily gathered up his devices and got out of bed.
I'm gonna go study the PPU. If you guys are hungry, there's something you can eat in my locker.
Then, before Libby could unbutton her jacket, he left the barracks. Carefully descending the stairs outside, his abdomen still sensitive from the Ureki medic's attentions, he passed 2 patch-wearing recruits. Unlike the blocky D of 6th Battalion, the writing on these patches was diamond-shaped with a dot and half-circle inside. So far, only 2nd and 6th ranked patches. Apparently, the recruits realized the same thing.
Hey!
One of them shouted.
You're one of those charhead pussies we wasted on the hunt today! How's it feel to be a loser, Sooter? You run home to Mama and tell her all about it? How badly we spanked you, sootbag Fergs?
Joe hurried to hide the reader as he turned to face the 2 recruits. He recognized them immediately. The speaker was the same kid who'd paralyzed Libby, and the one standing beside him was Tank. The grinning, soft-faced 5-year-old was now scowling at Joe through a mass of bruises, his ham-sized hands bunched in angry fists at his sides. Joe instantly felt bad. He'd never meant to get the kid hurt.
Well, look who it is,
the shorter of the 2 jeered. Joe realized it was the same kid Libby had dropped with a kick to the head.
You're the one who got Tank beat up for whipping your ass.
The speaker stepped toward him, eyes dancing.
What's the matter, Zero? Gotta get others to do your dirty work? Too much of a pussy to do it yourself? Bailey!
Someone roared. For a startled moment, Joe thought it was one of the battle masters. Then he realized it was a recruit bearing a 2nd Battalion badge, as well as the 4-pointed star of Recruit Battlemaster. It took him a moment to realize it was the same girl that Battlemaster Gokley had called Rat. Despite being fully grown, she was as flat-chested as an ironing board and had arms made for wrestling. Even her voice had sounded male.
Get your ass back to the barracks, Bailey. You're already in enough soot with Gokley for spitting on that girl. You start getting Tank in trouble and I'll make your life a dreet hell.
She paused and held Joe's gaze a moment, her gray eyes almost purple in the reddish light.
Stop screwing around. Zero's got things to do and so do you.
The boy snorted.
The only thing I saw him doing was crying for his mama.
Too bad she didn't show up because she would have whipped your ass,
Rat retorted. The girl glanced at Bailey's companion.
Tank, take Bailey back to the barracks. I don't want to see him out here again before lockup. He tries to run off, you beat his Jen Fergling face in. Get me?
Tank nodded and silently plodded back down the stairs, dragging the smaller recruit behind him. The girl gave Joe one last look, obviously summing him up, and finding him lacking, then turned and left him there.
So, Joe thought, that's the competition.
The way the girl walked reminded him of Libby. That connection worried him. Once she was gone, Joe found a quiet corner on the stairway to sit down and research the symbols on his PPU. He was concentrating intently on trying to memorize the difference between scroll, which looked like a box with wings, and mode, which looked like a box with flexing arms, when he realized somebody was watching him. Joe hurriedly pushed the lesson pad aside and looked up. It was the old, pale-eyed commander of 2nd Battalion. Burn me. Joe felt himself freeze up just like the first time he'd been under that cool, unreadable gaze. Joe had been staring up at him from the ground, 2 Congis holding his face into the concrete, guns trained on his head, their owners waiting on Legraw's command to let him live or die.
Where did you get that, boy?
Legraw asked. He was looking at where Joe had hidden Nebel's lesson pad. I stole it. I'm going to sell it for some food that doesn't taste like soot.
Really?
The Prime Commander held out a hand.
Give it to me. I'll check the register to see who held it last.
Joe's heart began to pound. He didn't want to get Nebel in trouble. Nebel had taken the brunt of Trill's fury after losing the flag to protect Joe. If everyone found out he had tried to cheat to help his battalion win... No. Joe pushed the lesson pad behind him, wedging it between a corner of the stair and the building.
No.
The droopy Ureki limb did not even twitch.
Do you realize what I could do to you for disobeying me, human?
Probably something pretty crummy, Joe muttered. This was not going well. Not well at all. With the speed of a striking snake, Legraw lashed a stinging tentacle around Joe's neck. Despite Legraw's ancient appearance, his grip was just as powerful as any other Ureki Joe had managed to piss off. He held Joe to one side as he reached for the lesson pad. Then Joe remembered what Legraw had said about checking the reader's register. If Legraw checked the register, Nebel could lose his command. If Nebel lost his command, that left no one with the balls to stand up to Trill, and 6th Battalion would end up being sold to the Dasha by the end of the year.
I've got to stop him!
Joe's panicked mind shrieked. Joe let his legs go slack, choking himself as he slumped low enough to grab the lesson pad. As soon as he had it, he started bashing it against the side of the building as hard as he could. Even as his vision was darkening around the edges, Joe realized with dismay that the device wasn't suffering even the slightest bit of damage under his assault. Just as he was about to pass out, Legraw pulled his arm back.
Interesting. What's your name, human?
Joe stepped back, gasping. The underside of the Ureki's arm had ripped his skin with its tiny suction cups, leaving a burning red streak around his throat. He touched his neck warily, surprised he wasn't bleeding to death.
0. Your real name?
Joe froze. Was this some sort of trick? Legraw waited.
Joe,
he said quietly. It was the first time any of his commanding officers had asked.
You're the one from the alley.
It wasn't a question.
The son of that rebel.
Joe bit his lip and nodded. Legraw's eyes caught on Joe's chest and stayed there.
And you're recruit battlemaster now.
Joe nodded.
Maybe Trill's not as stupid as I thought.
At that, the old Ureki turned and left him gaping after him like an idiot, one foot still crushing the lesson pad into the staircase. Cautiously, Joe bent down and retrieved the lesson pad. Aside from a couple of cosmetic scratches, it was in the same exact condition it had been when Nebel had given it to him. Joe climbed the stairs to return to the barracks. He jumped when a voice above his head said,
Joe!
Joe glanced up. Uil stood on her hock, her Suda fluttering with worry.
Joe, did he hurt you?
No, I'm fine. How's it going, Uil? The Ureki teenager scrunched her face disgustedly.
You make my name sound like something a Trith would eat.
She glanced at the staircase above him.
Are you busy, Joe? You want to drive my hawk? I just got it upgraded. I found an employer here on Kofat, so I don't have to go back to Pon to tend Ure.
Joe knew he had an obligation to his platoon to learn the PPU, but the thought of learning to drive the floating platforms was too tempting to resist. Joe climbed on board and, as Uil croaked in amusement, he fumbled through the steps of flying a hawk. He was actually doing pretty well, skimming over the tangled red treetops that looked like masses of veiny muscle, when Uil suddenly took the controls away from him and lowered them into the canopy. For the first time, Joe was standing amidst the monstrous branches, perched on a limb big enough to be a highway back on Earth. Uil turned off the hawk and stepped onto one of the branches.
We must walk from here.
Joe, suddenly realizing how vulnerable he was all the way out here, away from the city, frowned at her. Why? Where are we?
Nowhere,
Uil said.
At least you won't find it on any maps of Kofat.
What do you mean? Joe asked, his wariness increasing. Uil's eyes were alight with excitement.
It's a secret storage facility. Everybody on Kofat knows it here, but the government pretends we don't.
Storage for what? Joe remained on the hawk.
Weapons,
Uil whispered, her pupils fully dilated.
Horrible weapons. Weapons that would mean the end of Congress if they were set off on Kolyanut.
Joe felt a prickle of nervousness itch at his spine. Uil's excitement seemed strange, a little off-pitch. Was this some sort of test? Was he supposed to tell her he didn't want anything to do with the end of Congress and demand she take him home?
Come,
Uil insisted, gently wrapping her metal-encased fingers around his arm.
I'll show you.
They just leave it open for anybody to walk into? Joe asked in disbelief. Even if Kofat was a training planet, he doubted Congress would leave a weapons stash completely unguarded. Uil tapped the little golden band she now wore on a finger, right above the metal casings that looked like Celtic knots. Another akarit.
Something you learn in yearly academies that akarit aren't just good for privacy.
Uil leaned close conspiratorially.
Congress has no creativity. All government buildings open with codes related to what they are used for. It only took my friend and me 18 ticks to figure out that the code was the initials of Kofat's prime overseer. The Akarit kept the lock from alerting peacemakers of our attempts.
Joe felt a cold tingle tracing up his back. If congressional security was so lax that an Ureki teenager could break into it, what was keeping rebels from storming the compound and using the weapons against Congress? Then again, Uil might not be any teenager. Even on Earth, there were geeks who could crash half a country with a click of their mouse. Like Sam. Who was to say Uil wasn't some sort of wunderkind who had discovered a glitch in the system? Someday you gotta show me how to do that, Joe said. Though if it was anything close to as complicated as some of the stuff Sam had shown him back on Earth, he knew it was out of his league. But Uil just nodded.
Follow me.
Uil led him along the branch highways, hopping down and changing for Lee when it pleased her. Every once in a while, Joe caught a glimpse of the ground through the branches and his muscles threatened to seize up at the dizziness that followed. Eventually, they came to a nondescript door set into the side of a Furlee. Joe stared at it, stunned by its simple appearance. This held a weapons storage facility that could destroy Congress? Uil stepped close to the door's control pad, and Joe glanced both ways, nervous. Amazingly, as soon as Uil entered the code, the door dripped open. No sirens, no alarms, no bombs going off. Just a gaping hole in the side of the Furlee and a row of red lights leading them inside. Joe stared, his mouth ajar. If this was how easy it was to break into top-secret government installations, maybe he did still have a hope of getting back home. Excited, he followed Uil inside and was only a little worried when the door shut again behind them.
So, what do you think?
Uil asked inside, her eyes almost completely black from her widened pupils. It's really cool, Joe said. His voice echoed down the empty corridor. He peered down it nervously. You sure nobody's here?
There's never anybody here,
Uil said.
Congress has got 1/10 of its army hovering around Kofat. They don't need to guard it.
I don't know.
Don't worry. We're safe.
Yuil motioned at the corridor.
Where do you want to go first?
What do you mean?
They've got rooms filled with bombs, rooms of guns, rooms of tanks, artillery. There's even an echta in here. The top of the fur leaf folds over so it can deploy.
Ekta?
Planet killer. Target a species giving you a problem and boom. Problem eliminated.
Joe bit his lip, glancing at the rows of doors. The place was making him nervous. He couldn't believe Congress would just leave a stash of weapons and never come back to check on it. I think I should be getting back. Yuil gave him a sharp look.
Why?
I don't think it's a good idea to be here. I mean, who in their right mind would just leave all these weapons here and not guard them?
Congress. The politicians grow old and stupid. The whole regency is too cocky. Kofat is in the old territory, so they automatically assume that nothing can touch them here. Come on.
Yuil pulled Joe farther down the corridor.
I'll show you the guns.
Joe followed her a little ways, then paused again, glancing at the floor. Below him, the surface was darker than that around it. He touched it, and his hand came back slick with light brown fluid. He quickly wiped it on his leg, wondering if it had leaked from a canister of poison. What's that? Yuil frowned down at the splotch.
Nothing. A leak.
What kind of leak? Joe asked. The corridor was beginning to remind him of the tacky tunnels. A few yards away from the smudge on the floor, an Ureki military flashlight lay forgotten against one wall. Joe rubbed at the goosebumps on his arms, eyeing it. Look, I really think we should leave. Back home, we'd get in real deep soot for sneaking into a place like this. Like we wouldn't see the light of day for 50 years, that kind of stuff. I can only imagine what the peacemakers would do to us.
Peacemakers wouldn't care,
Yuil said, waving off his concern and continuing down the corridor.
We're just kids.
Still, something about the place was setting Joe's nerves on end, and he refused to follow. I'd just like to go home, okay? I've got stuff I need to study for the next hunt. Looking extremely irritated, Yuil complied. By the time they had gotten back to the hawk, however, she had cheered. She even let him drive. Joe pulled the hawk up through the scarlet fir-lee branches and hovered above the house-sized clusters of crimson spores, uncertain. How do we get home from here?
The city is due west,
Yuil said, pointing to a dial on the hawk's controls.
It's 9 fir-lee length out. See those cuts in the canopy on the other side? The highways converge on Alishai. Just follow them back.
Joe followed her instructions, and eventually they arrived at the barracks. Thanks, Yuil, Joe said. He was flushed with adrenaline. On the way there, Yuil had showed him how to do a roll, and how the gravity of the hawk kept their feet on the floor even if they were hovering upside down.
Next time, I will show you how to activate your commander's hawks,
Yuil said, a huge Ureki smile bunching the skin of her face.
It's a lot like opening doors.
Joe watched her fly away, though something was nagging at him. He was sure Yuil had been lying about something. His gut was telling him that the government compound had been too easy for them to access. Further, he just simply could not believe they would leave it unguarded all the time. From what she told him, an echta only a few minutes from Alishai was basically the same thing as leaving a nuclear bomb unguarded in the middle of Washington, D.C. Debating this, he turned to go back inside. He ran into Libby, blocking the entryway. She had been standing behind him, her arms crossed. She wore only her underwear. She just scowled at him. Hi, Joe said, acutely uncomfortable. Behind her, the door was unlocked. Libby must have opened it herself. They said enemies of Congress might try to buy our loyalty. Joe felt suddenly cold. Nobody's tried to buy me. Her flat stare told him he wasn't fooling anybody. Where'd you get that candy, Joe? Joe swallowed hard. Good night, Lib. Chapter 25. Getting Ready for War.
How did you get that rash, Zero?
Joe blinked, unsure what Battlemaster Nebel was talking about. All morning, he had been preoccupied with the fact that the little silver lesson pad, the pad he had planned on using during the hunt tomorrow, was gone. He realized Nebel was looking at the mark on his neck from Legras' tentacle. He lifted a hand to cover it reflexively.
I had a problem with an Ureki, sir.
Commander Trill?
No, sir.
Joe tensed, dreading the Battlemaster's next question.
Who?
Joe grimaced.
Legras, sir.
Battlemaster Nebel grunted, then turned away from him to survey the rest of the recruits. He raised his voice and shouted,
The hunt's tomorrow, and I'll be damned if Trill's gonna starve you again. Everyone get your canteens and fill them with food at the chow hall. I don't care if you all die in the first tick. 4th platoon will eat.
Battlemaster Nebel guarded the end of the food line as the entire battalion filled their canteens with the green goop, scowling at any other Ureki who dared to give his recruits a second glance. Then he made them give double servings for that morning's meal and sat them down in the center of the chow hall as if they owned the place, even though they were using 5th Battalion's time slot. As 5th Battalion crowded into the tables that were left, Nebel took a bowl for himself and acquired his own serving of pond scum. He then sat down at the table with his platoon and wordlessly began to scoop the food into his mouth. It was one of the first times Joe had ever seen an Ureki eat, and it was not a pleasant sight. The alien's face distorted and stretched until it surrounded its tentacle like a balloon and sucked the pond scum free. Then he repeated the process. Everyone else in the chow hall stared with him, their eyes wide with fascination. Even 5th Battalion was riveted with Nebel's performance. For several minutes, no one said anything, listening to the odd sucking sounds the Ureki made as he ate. Finally, Battlemaster Nebel shoved his half-eaten bowl aside and stood.
You're right, Zero. The food here tastes like tacky ashes. You guys get the flag tomorrow, and I'll find you some real food.
Every kid in the cafeteria sat up.
Another thing,
Nebel said, lowering his voice so that only his platoon could hear.
About these ash souls with the other battalions. I've had 3 recruits kidnapped and beaten in the past 2 days. Until we wring the soot out of 2nd on a hunt, it's gonna get worse. I don't want any of you walking around the city alone. Everybody travels with partners. I'm instigating the rule of 3. Whenever you're 3 yards away from the rest of the battalion, I want there to be 3 of you. I don't want any of you soot-eating fergs getting caught alone again. If you are, I'll make you regret it.
He paused, waiting for the recruits to shout their acknowledgement.
Also, whoever beat the soot out of that 2nd Battalion punk yesterday...
The Battlemaster scanned their faces, stopping twice on Joe.
Keep up the good work. Show those ashy fergs we mean business. Every time you are out there and you catch one of them alone, I want you to burn and destroy him. Get me? Put as many of those Jonja pellets out of commission as you can. Let's see how well Legras can hunt with half his force at medical. Now, finish up and meet me in the plaza in 18 ticks.
Then, giving his half-eaten bowl to Maggie, Nebel left. Joe immediately glanced at Libby.
Was it you?
Libby shrugged.
Who'd you beat up, Libby?
She shrugged again.
Make sure the rest of us are there next time, okay?
A slow grin spread over her face.
How about tonight? After the hunt?
We're not going looking for a fight.
They're doing it to us,
Monk said, coolly logical.
You heard Nebel. They're not going to stop unless we make them stop.
Joe grabbed her by the arm.
Listen to me. It's not a game, Monk. One of these days, someone's gonna get killed, and there's no fixing that. We should ignore them. Eventually, they'll get tired of harassing us.
No, they won't.
Libby said.
You're wrong. The rest of the regiment is trying to bully us. What do you do with a bully? You wipe his nose in the dirt and make him run back home.
They aren't gonna run home. They're gonna run back to their battalion to get more people. Believe me, it's not gonna be much fun when things get going. People will get hurt.
To his frustration, Scott shrugged and said, We either get hurt here or we get hurt on some other planet fighting aliens we never heard of. I'm with them. We might as well have a little fun before they send us off to war. My granddad was in a war. I stayed up one night listening to him tell my dad about all the bad stuff he's seen. If I'm gonna die, I'd rather die here.
Nobody's going to die,
Joe said, standing. He slammed his palms on the table, making everyone in the cafeteria jump.
You four better not try to do anything against the other battalions. That's an order from your battle master. You understand?
Libby grimaced and bent her head until she was staring directly into her soup. Scott and Maggie looked chastised, but Monk simply looked away.
Monk?
Joe warned.
Fine,
She said.
I'll stay with you and I won't have any fun.
You won't get hurt either.
Monk pouted.
If I was Battlemaster, I'd let you all go ambush them.
Sasha said loudly. Joe turned to scowl at her.
It's not a burning vote, Sasha.
If I'd been in charge, we wouldn't have lost the flag.
You would never have had the flag. Sherry, see she does 100 push-ups before she goes to bed tonight. I'll be running my sleeves laps. Or trying to.
Hobbling around the base of the barracks with his guts jostling against his spine and ribcage didn't involve much running.
I wouldn't have chickened out in the middle of some tunnel,
Sasha continued. Joe gripped the table with anger.
200 push-ups.
She lifted her head and sneered.
Don't worry. When I get Battlemaster, I won't make you run like you deserve.
300.
I'll only make you a grounder and put Libby in charge of your team. She's better than you, you know.
400. Do you want any more?
Sasha gave him a smug look.
It doesn't matter. I'm not doing them anyway.
Joe narrowed his eyes.
Yes, you are.
And she did. Though he had to stay up much of the night to see her finish, Joe convinced Nebel to leave the barracks door open while he counted out every single push-up down on the plaza, pushing her back down when she tried to stand up. Sasha had cried herself dry by the time she stumbled back into the barracks. When Joe reached his bed, he realized his ground team was gone. Or mostly gone. Monk lay under the blanket, awake and watching him.
Where are the others?
Libby took them out to hunt other battalions while you were busy with Sasha.
Joe felt a rush of fury.
Where'd they go?
I don't know. I didn't go.
Joe took a slow, deep breath.
Get out of bed.
Monk gave him a wary glance.
Why?
We're going after them.
I'm tired, and we've got our hunt tomorrow.
You should have thought about that before you didn't come get me while the others were sneaking out.
I said I wouldn't go. I didn't say I'd rat on them.
Get dressed. Now.
But I've still got a few hours of sleep.
Not anymore.
We've got a hunt tomorrow. Against 2nd Battalion. We won't do any good if we're all tired.
We're not going to do much good if half our platoon is dead, either.
They won't die. Libby's leading them.
As if that solved everything.
Get out of bed now!
Joe roared, waking up the other half of the platoon.
You sound like Battlemaster Nebel,
Monk muttered, getting out of bed.
Good! You charheads need a little more discipline in your lives.
Well, soot,
Monk said, getting her clothes on.
If I knew you were going to be such an asher about it, I would have gone with them.
Joe ignored that.
Meet me outside.
At the door, Monk motioned at the other beds.
Look at that, Joe. Half of them are empty. You're the only Nazi who's keeping his ground team from having some fun. You should just leave them alone.
No,
Joe said, shaking with rage and fear. He worried about Maggie. Most of the other kids in the regiment were muscular, fully grown freaks, some as big as Joe. Maggie was petite, small, her bones delicate. And she was only 5.
They disobeyed my orders. They're gonna wish they hadn't.
You sound just like Sasha,
Monk muttered. Joe felt something twist painfully inside of him. He had to look away to keep from screaming at her. Softly, he said, "Just show me where they went."
You know, Sasha was right about something.
Monk said, descending the stairs. "I don't want to hear it, Monk."
Libby's a better leader than you.
Coming from one of his own, that sentence hurt more than anything else. Tired, near delirious from lack of sleep, Joe paused on the stairs. "Why?"
Because she took them out tonight.
Joe opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again. "Let's go back. Let them lose sleep if they want to. I'll talk to them later." Monk made a disgusted noise and went back inside. Joe almost followed her, but then sat down on the stairs to wait. Somewhere along the line, he fell asleep because he woke to the sound of laughter. It was Maggie.
Tied him up like that?
She was saying.
Wish we could tell Joe about it.
Scott complained.
Joe will find out tomorrow when they try to find out who did it.
Libby replied. "Joe will find out right now," Joe said, standing from the shadows. "Nice night for a walk, huh, guys?" All three of them stopped dead in their tracks, several steps down from him. It was Libby who regained her composure first.
Hey?
"Libby?" Joe glanced at the other two. "Scott? Maggie? Hope you enjoyed it out there tonight."
We did,
Libby said. Standing tall, she almost matched Joe in height. He had the uncanny feeling that she was going to keep growing. "Good. Next time, warn me before you leave."
Why? So you can make us do push-ups?
"So Monk and I can go with you."
Oh.
Libby blinked at him.
You're coming with us?
Maggie shrieked.
Joe, it was so cool. We saw 3 guys from Third walking around, so Libby had us hide and we all—
"Tell me later. Scott, Maggie, go to bed. I want to talk with Libby for a few minutes." Maggie's face lost its exuberance and quickly turned into a worried frown.
She's not in trouble, is she?
"No. Get upstairs. We'll be in soon." Scott gave Joe a searching look, then sighed.
Come on, Mag. We gotta hunt tomorrow.
At that, he turned and led her up the stairs to the barracks. After they were gone, Libby braced herself, her face grim. "Libby,"
We're not gonna stop.
Libby blurted.
Neville told us to, Joe. He said we need to stand up for ourselves. You don't let bullies walk on you, Joe. You fight back, and you kick their asses while you do it, so they stop picking on you.
"Do you want to be Battlemaster?" Libby jerked.
What?
"You heard me. Do you want it? If you do, it's yours. Sasha's right. You're better at this than I am."
No.
Libby took a step backwards, like he was trying to give her the plague.
Joe, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you mad.
She looked panicked. "I'm not angry. I'm a little frustrated and a lot tired, but I'm not angry. Come on, Libby. You saw how I screwed up the other day in that tunnel. If it wasn't for me, we would have kept that flag."
But now you've got that little translator for the PPU. That won't happen again.
"I lost it."
What?
It wasn't in my gear this morning. LeGras saw it earlier. I think he took it. Or maybe a tacky when it was switching out my clothes. He saw her face flicker with disappointment.
But you already know most of the symbols, right? You know how to position the map. That's enough to get us out of there next time we've got the flag.
I'll talk with Nebel about getting you Battlemaster. Monk's right. You deserve it more than I do. Libby grabbed his arm.
That's Fergsoot. Every recruit out there knows who you are. You almost got us out of there with a flag. All of us look up to you. You're a hero.
A hero that starts crying like a little baby when he has to crawl through a hole. Joe yanked his arm away, narrowing his eyes at her. If you don't want to be Battlemaster, that's fine. Just stop burning patronizing me. At that, he stormed back up the stairs, outraged that she would try to manipulate him like that. Joe felt Libby hang back on the stairs, watching him go. When the battlemaster woke them the next morning, Libby was gone. Chapter 26. The Punishment for Failure.
Where in the Trith hells is your groundmate Zero?
Nebel demanded.
I don't know.
Joe blinked at the looks of horror Maggie and Scott were giving him.
They think I hurt her,
he realized, stunned.
Guys, I didn't...
Battlemaster Nebel ripped his head back to face him.
Do you know the penalty for desertion?
She didn't desert,
Joe said quickly.
She'd never desert. This is her life.
Then where is she?
I don't know.
A battlemaster is responsible for an entire platoon and everyone in it. If you can't manage your recruit Zero, I'll hand it over to someone who can.
I saw her run off toward the east side of the city.
Sasha offered.
She just had a fight with Zero, and she was all alone.
Joe narrowed his eyes at Sasha, but said nothing.
Find her. You have an hour while we get ready for the hunt. I want her back here before Trill finds out she's missing. You understand?
Joe took his groundmates and ran. They found Libby sitting against a wall, beaten, bloody. She looked up, both eyes swollen, and her lip split and bleeding. As Maggie and Scott looked on in quiet fear, Joe knelt in front of her.
Libby, can you walk?
Slowly, she shook her head back and forth. Joe looked down and saw that both legs were bent in odd angles. The offending length of metal lay a few feet away, spattered with clotted blood. It almost looked like a crowbar, except blue instead of black. The whole area was covered with blood. A little ball of fury began to build in Joe's gut.
Who did this?
Libby made an odd, choking sound.
Libby?
Blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. Joe swallowed down a spasm of terror.
Hold on. I'm gonna lift you onto my back.
Libby pushed him away and closed her eyes, making the same snorting sound in the back of her throat. More blood spilled out over her chest. A snake of dread wormed through him when Joe realized all the blood soaking the diamond chips was hers.
I'll get her torso. Maggie, Scott, you get her legs. We've got to carry her.
Against the wall, Libby thrashed her head back and forth. She made another weird animal sound. Both Maggie and Scott stared at her, wide-eyed, as Joe hesitated.
What did they do to you?
Joe asked, carefully peeling her vest away from her chest. The skin underneath was unbroken. He pushed her forward until she made a moaning cry, then did the same for her back. Nothing. Not even a bruise.
I think there's something wrong with her mouth,
Maggie said quietly. Against the wall, Libby made a pathetic, hopelessly wry sound.
Lib, open your mouth.
She refused. Burn me. Joe? Is that her tongue? Scott pointed at a bloody, gravel-encrusted lump in the dirt. Joe's gut twisted in horror, spawning something entirely new and dangerous. He squatted beside the piece of flesh and, as Monk and Maggie shied away, gingerly picked it up. It was a tongue. He could even see taste buds on the pale, lifeless meat.
You guys stay with her,
Joe said, standing.
I'm getting some help.
But the rule of 3.
Maggie began.
Burn the rule of 3. Stay with her. Anyone tries to stop me, I'll make them wish they were never born.
At that, Joe ran at a dead sprint back to the medical center. He brought the medics back to Libby and could only watch helplessly as they dosed her with the silvery solution and carried her away. Joe returned to the barracks riding a wave of fury. He did not even remember gathering up his gear and going to the plaza. When the battlemaster got in his face, demanding to know where Libby was, Joe snapped.
She's in the hospital!
Joe snarled at him.
They broke her legs and cut out her burning tongue because you told us to pick fights with Second.
Battlemaster Nebel stared at Joe for several moments before saying,
"Stay here, you tacky-ass Fergs."
Then, while the rest of 6th Battalion boarded the attack hawk, he hurried off in his waddling alien gait. Joe closed his eyes and felt the full weight of his responsibility descend upon him. It's my fault. I made her run off. When Battlemaster Nebel returned, he was oddly subdued.
"She's going to be fine. They'll be able to fix her legs. She'll earn her tongue back later, after she's worked a few turns for Congress."
Earn back her tongue? Joe was stunned.
She's not going to be able to talk?
It was Commander Trill who said,
"Recruits don't need to talk. They need to follow orders. She'll have a headcom that reads brainwaves so she can report while she's in combat."
"What about the rest of the time?" Joe demanded, furious. Commander Trill ignored him.
"Nebel, get them loaded on the Hawk. We're wasting time."
Joe felt his fury carry him through their first fight with 2nd Battalion, but it wasn't enough. 2nd was better than 6th, at everything. He managed to take down several white-clad defenders, but with Libby gone and them pitted against Legras' recruits, most of his platoon went down within minutes. Commander Trill was particularly unhappy with the day's events.
"This was our chance!"
he shouted at their formation once the medics had revived everyone.
"This was our chance! But what happened? 2nd Battalion starts attacking us! They burning left their tunnels to attack us!"
Trill paced, his alien features twisted in fury.
"Everyone who died within the first hour, step forward!"
2/3 of the battalion stepped out of formation and made a nervous line in front of him, Joe amongst them. Commander Trill pulled the black device from his vest and held it up.
"I've put it at the 2nd setting. All of you undress! Now!"
Battlemaster Nebel stepped forward.
"Commander, this was only their 2nd attempt."
"Be silent or I'll target you too!"
The Battlemaster's pupils narrowed, and he stepped into the line with his recruits.
"So be it,"
Trill said, scowling at Nebel. The tight coil of rage that had awakened in Joe's gut over Libby's beating continued to grow. Slowly, he removed his vest and set it far behind him, out of the way. Then he followed with his shirt, his boots, and his pants. After cold deliberation, he removed his underwear, too. Then he stood there, waiting, the chilly breeze tightening his balls. He did not even look at the secondary commander, did not listen to the rest of what he said. All he felt was a deep, animal rage, a hatred for Congress and everything they had done to him. Not even their battlemaster's gesture eased the anger in his soul. When the pain came, Joe sucked in a sudden breath. The spore-choked air inside his lungs was the last coherent sensation he felt. Then it was all a mash of agony. His entire world devolved into searing, mind-numbing pain. Endless pain, from which there was no escape, careened through his body, missing nothing, hurting everything. Joe could think of nothing but how bad it hurt, how bad he just wanted to die. When the agony finally ended, Joe was no longer standing. He was lying on his side, a pool of green vomit under his face, his heart skipping and pounding like he'd had a heart attack. His limbs would not work. All he could do was lie there and stare at the ground under his face, unable to think. Near him, Commander Nebel was standing, pulling his Kongi blacks back over his pale brown skin, an unreadable look on his face.
"Get them up!"
he heard Trill shout. After a moment, Ureki arms were grasping his shoulders, lifting him to his feet. Joe fell back to the ground, unable to hold himself upright. He thought he landed in a smear of shit, but he couldn't be sure.
"Now everyone understands the consequences of failure!"
Trill shouted, once their battlemasters had dragged them all back to their feet.
"Do any of you think I was unfair? That I was not within my rights as your commander? If you do, Step forward again and say so. I will show you what it means to feel pain.
Battle Master Nebel stepped forward. Commander Trill glanced at him, but returned his scowl to his recruits. They all stayed where they were. Joe fisted his hands at his sides, wishing he could use them. Nebel shouldn't be up there alone.
You tacky sootbags!
Trill ranted.
You better burning stay where you are. Just like you better burning get Second's flag next time. You humiliate me again, and I'll set this Asher to 9 and watch you all sizzle.
Joe felt himself take a step forward. And another. Some insane rage was powering him now, moving his body like he was on wires. He stepped past the last row of recruits and stepped beside Battlemaster Nebel, staring down at Trill in cold, wordless fury. Nebel wrapped a tentacle tightly around his arm.
Get back, Zero. I'll handle this.
But Trill had already noticed him.
Battlemaster! Step away from that recruit!
Nebel stayed where he was.
You have something to say, recruit?
Slowly, forcing his numbed mouth to form the words, Joe said,
When we get our first flag, you and your little black box aren't gonna have anything to do with it. You're just a sad, dancing monkey who thinks he's a prime. You got Kegel killed so you could take his place. That's why everyone hates you.
His speech was slurred from his last experience with the black device, but a collective silence swept through the ranks, even the Battlemasters holding their breath. Beside Joe, Battlemaster Nebel Suda were whipping the air, but he never took his eyes off of Trill.
Watch carefully,
Trill said, his voice amicable. Slowly, lazily, he twisted the dial on the black device. Then he held it out for Joe's inspection.
See that? That's the 9th setting. As soon as I push this button, you won't function for a week.
Joe's stare never wavered.
Go ahead and do it, Asher.
Trill's slitted eyes glimmered with malice, but before he could push the button, Battlemaster Nebel slammed a balled tentacle into Joe's solar plexus.
You poison-flinging Trith!
Nebel screamed.
How dare you humiliate me in front of my secondary commander!
He smashed a heavy tentacle into Joe's head, and Joe's face exploded in a crunch of pain. Blood trickled from his nose and spattered onto his chest.
Come here!
Nebel shouted, wrenching Joe off of the ground. He began dragging him through the putrid gravel surrounding the other naked recruits.
Battlemaster Nebel, Trill said. Where are you going?
This one's been a troublemaker from the start. I'm taking him to Naren, trading him for one of the other recruits he took 2 weeks ago.
Trill's face twisted.
They won't be any good as soldiers.
They'll be better than this mouthy Jenfergling.
Trill eyed the Battlemaster for a long moment, then nodded.
With any luck, he'll eat him.
Without another word, Battlemaster Nebel dragged Joe away from the formation and onto his hawk.
You stupid sootbag Ferg,
Nebel said, lifting the hawk off the ground.
I can't burning believe you did that.
You did it too.
I did not force a young, insecure secondary commander to prove his power over his recruits in front of his entire battalion.
Don't take me to Naren. Let Trill punish me. I can handle it.
You're a soot-eating Ferg. Trill had that thing set to 9. It would have hot-wired your system until your muscles gave up and you died. Trill's only read the literature. He's never seen it in action. I have. If he hit you with a 9th degree, it would kill you.
So you're giving me to the Dasha instead? Why can't you just tell him it would kill me?
I'd already pissed him off. If I'd said anything other than what I did, he would have activated the unit, and you wouldn't be here now.
Joe took a desperate grip on Nebel's arm.
Let him kill me. I'd rather be dead.
Keep your eyes down and your mouth shut. Do exactly what you're told, and you might make it out of this alive.
Joe's anger left him suddenly to be replaced with cold, stark fear.
Please, I don't want to go to the Dasha.
You don't have a choice.
Joe panicked as they approached Naren's tower.
Then let him kill me.
I can't do that.
The Battlemaster lowered the hawk to the ground outside Naren's tower.
As stupid as you are, Kegel would still haunt me if you died. At least this way, I have a chance of surviving.
He shoved Joe toward the Dasha's tower.
Get onto the elevator. Now!
Behind Nebel, the rest of 6th Battalion was offloading onto the plaza, and Joe saw his ground mates watching him, their faces twisted in concern. Joe swallowed hard, determined to remain strong in front of them. He stepped onto the elevator. Battlemaster Nebel followed him inside, and the tacky controller shut the gate. Immediately, the machine started speeding them upwards, towards Naren's penthouse at the top. Joe glanced over the railing several times as they ascended, wondering if congressional medicine was strong enough to bring him back from the dead if he jumped.
I'm sorry,
Joe said, trying not to let his voice shake.
Shut up, Zero.
I was stupid.
Enough! You won't change anything by begging.
Give me a second chance.
It's too late.
Joe was panicking now.
Let me talk to Trill. I'll apologize. I'm one of the best runners in the regiment. I can carry more gear than most. I led the only platoon to get its hands on a flag. I'll convince him.
Are you going to whine all the way up?
Joe slumped against the railing, all of his fight suddenly leaving him. He caught a look of satisfied amusement on the tacky's reptilian face before turning to slump over the banister and stare out at the huge, winding stair wrapping around the honeycombed tower. The elevator passed over several badly scarred tacky on the switchbacked stairs, each with unreadable sapphire eyes. They never looked up from their tasks. The humans were worse. The ones he saw had dead eyes, their bodies riddled with half-healed gouges that had ripped their skin into wrinkled valleys of scars. Only their hands were unscarred. Beautiful, working hands that showed not a single scab. Joe glanced over the railing at the ground below. They were at least 1,000 feet in the air. Nobody could survive a fall that far. Briefly, Joe thought of the skydivers he had read about whose parachutes never deployed, and they ended up alive on some parking lot somewhere, with only a few broken bones to show for their mile-high plunge. He felt sick as he thought about it. Maybe if he jumped head first. Battlemaster Nebel lashed a tentacle around Joe's throat and dragged him away from the edge.
Don't even think about it.
Joe endured the Ureki's painful grip for the rest of the ride. When the elevator stopped, Nebel dragged him onto the roof and into a tank-sized opening cut into the ebony stone. On the other side, the hallway widened into the balcony of an enormous amphitheater. In its center, a handful of humans were gathered around Lord Naren, whose iridescent body twitched in time to his sleepy groans. The humans tending the Dasha were prying up scales and using blue metal sticks to dig out huge flakes of skin from underneath. These they were piling in baskets, which a tacky was collecting.
Stay here.
Without another word, Nebel descended into the Dasha's chambers. All of the children looked up as he entered, then glanced up at Joe as soon as he spoke. Slowly, haltingly, one of the boys stepped away from the rest. With a start, Joe recognized Elf. The Ureki led Elf back to the top of the stairs, where the Battlemaster paused for a moment to look Joe up and down. Finally, he said,
"Good luck, Zero."
At that, Nebel turned and walked out the door, gesturing for Elf to follow him. Elf stayed for several long heartbeats, looking at Joe with an anguished look of pity and relief. Then, like he was afraid to lose the opportunity, Elf turned and hurried after the Ureki, leaving Joe alone.
At least I saved Elf.
Joe felt a ridiculous laugh forming in his chest. Turning, he stared down at the pathetic figures scraping filth from under the Dasha's scales. He watched the meek, scuttling slaves for several moments before, out of nowhere, a Taki grabbed him roughly by the shoulder and spun him around. If an Oreki was solid muscle, a Taki was solid steel. As easily as lifting a doll, the Taki threw Joe against the stone railing overlooking the sleeping Dasha. His 6 armored fingers were tipped with blunted purple talons that dug into Joe's skin as he held him.
Why were you standing here?
The Taki demanded.
Humans are not allowed beyond the den.
He pulled Joe down the stairs until he was only feet from the twitching Dasha. There, it shoved a blue metal scratching stick into Joe's hands, then pushed him toward Naarin. When Joe did not immediately squat and begin cleaning with the rest, the Taki casually raked purple talons along his back, opening up the hide there, and shoved him to his knees. Joe stared down at the basket of stinking skin flakes beside his thigh. He saw tiny, red alien insects crawling through the mess, 4 sets of mandibles ripping at the dead skin, each the size of a large water beetle. They snapped at the humans when they came too close. He saw a kid flinch when he was bitten by one of the invertebrates, a welling of blood beading on his wrist. Then the Taki ruthlessly grabbed Joe by the back of his head, its wrought iron arms shoving his face towards the Dasha's sleeping body. Joe whipped around and slammed the metal stick over the Taki's glistening purple muzzle. The Taki's pained howl woke Naarin. The Dasha was on his feet instantly, bowling his attendants aside as he sought to locate the source of the noise. As soon as his eyes found the whimpering Taki, he knocked the creature to the ground and ripped off its head. Then it turned to Joe. Joe dropped the crowbar. Chapter 27. The Trouble with Taki.
I recognize you,
Naarin said, purple scales stuck between his rows of black teeth.
You're the big one who claimed he wasn't a bully.
The Prime Commander glanced up at the railing where Nebel had disappeared.
Looks like you lied, doesn't it?
Joe made a split-second decision. Standing before the monster, all Joe's self-righteous thoughts about death before slavery fled him and, in that instant, faced with those razor-filled jaws, all he wanted to do was live. He lowered his head and waited. Naarin gnashed his teeth together, grinding bits of purple flesh and scales between them. Chewing, Joe thought, disgusted. He heard the sharp crunch of bones as the Dasha crushed the Taki's skull in his jaws. Then, swallowing, Naarin said,
Why are you here?
Joe felt all his courage drain out his feet.
I questioned Commander Trill in front of his battalion,
he managed. The Dasha snorted, filling the place with a blast of fetid breath.
Oh, really? That's unsurprising. What did you say?
I think I said he was a sad dancing monkey that didn't deserve to lead the 6th,
Joe said. Lord Naarin bared his rainbow lips and clacked his inky black teeth together, then snatched up the rest of the dead Taki and swallowed it. Joe endured several minutes of the sick crunching of bones only a few hand-widths from his neck before the Dasha languidly returned to his place amongst the brightly colored pillows, apparently not in the mood to kill Joe after all.
Tell me of human females. What's the best way to get them to breed?
Joe stared.
What?
Naarin watched his reaction like a hungry cat.
Every human I've asked so far has clearly not known what I was talking about. Somehow, I think you might.
Joe cleared his throat, face reddening.
Well, I hear they like flowers, candles, dinner and a movie. My friend told me a poem worked for him.
Dinner.
Naarin's attendants moved forward and began picking purple scales and flesh from between his teeth.
I've not been withholding their food.
Joe didn't know how to say what followed without inciting the Dasha's wrath.
I think the Ureki made them all sterile anyway.
Do you think I'm stupid?
The Dasha snarled.
Of course I'm not using former recruits. I ate those useless creatures immediately.
Joe glanced at the other human slaves. For the first time, he realized all of them were boys. He felt a fearful twisting in his gut.
Ate all the girls.
I paid for a shipment from Earth. 9 females. I tried to vary the colors to create more interesting stock, but most are your dull pink.
Joe felt a sick feeling rising in his stomach. Naarin eased backwards on his pillows, still watching him.
The recruit I put into their stable has done nothing more than eat and sleep.
Immediately, Joe understood the problem. Most of the recruits had been far too immature when they were drafted to know anything about sex. Whoever Naarin had chosen, he was probably more interested in bedtime stories than reproduction.
So what must I do? Must I buy these things you speak of and bring them here for the male to use?
Yeah. Probably.
Useless creatures. How is it your species survived if the male cannot impregnate the female without help?
Ooh, we've always had it, I guess,
Joe said, flushing.
That will mean another 2 rotations before I can start breeding them, even if I send my fastest ship. You humans are turning out to be more trouble than you're worth.
Joe kept silent, not sure what the Dasha wanted him to say.
You taste good, though. No scales at all. Very tender. You're even better than farmed tacky. At the farms, they descale them and keep them in one spot until their muscles grow soft and they can't even hold themselves upright, and still they're tougher than a human could ever be. Humans are much more palatable, even with their bitter aftertaste. That's why I bought those 9 from Earth. I want to start a farm.
He gave Joe an interested look.
You're larger than most humans, aren't you?
Joe felt his gorge rising.
No,
he lied.
About average.
Pity. I need a good stud. This one I have is useless.
Joe kept his mouth shut. The Dasha closed his double-lidded eyes. Joe waited for him to say something else, but the Prime Commander had fallen asleep. When he no longer had Naarin's attention, several Taki came forward and dragged Joe away to receive his first beating upon arriving in the dens. He quickly realized that, despite the terrible force behind an Ureki thrashing, their punishment did not hold a candle to the cruel efficiency of a Taki slave.
Nebel, why do you continue to allow your recruits to disfigure their uniforms? Zero is gone, and your entire platoon is dangerously close to following in his footsteps.
Battlemaster Nebel had barely said a word to Trill since he had included him in the perceptual punishment. Curtly, Trill's Battlemaster said,
Commander, my platoon is my business. As long as it performs well in the hunts, I expect you to leave it alone.
Trill felt his Suda give a quick flutter at the word expect. No one under his command had ever dared to speak to him like that. An array of punishments for Nebel drifted through his mind, immediate demotion and transfer topping the list. He quickly had second thoughts about both of those, however, because Nebel's platoon far outstripped the others in efficiency and hunting skill. Trill didn't like to admit it, but Nebel was one of the best battle masters he'd ever seen, and he knew that when 6th Battalion finally brought second to heel, it would be Nebel's platoon that led the charge. Still, Nebel's disrespect had to be dealt with. With all the dignity he could muster, Trill said,
"I've ignored your disobedience until now, Battlemaster, and every day I see more of your recruits with their arms bared. That did not concern me overly much. If you wish to distinguish your platoon from the others as a sort of friendly competition, that is fine. However, this morning I saw 3 recruits from another platoon with their arms likewise bared."
Nebel looked amused.
Perhaps you should transfer them to 4th.
"I had their battlemaster withhold 2 days' worth of food for the infraction."
Nebel's face hardened.
"So, Battlemaster, tell me, how should I run 6th Battalion? You're only one of 10 battlemasters I have to deal with each day, each of whom wants something different for his platoon. If I allow 4th Platoon to make its own dress code, how do I make it fair for the other 9 platoons in my battalion? Should I allow 2nd to paint their jackets orange? Should I let 7th go without boots?"
Do what you want. All I know is that when 4th marches through the plaza, people turn their heads to watch. When we come after another platoon in the hunts, they know who we are. 4th is the only platoon in the regiment that has its own table at the chow hall. When it goes to sit down, everybody else moves out of the way.
Trill's Suda were whipping in irritation.
"I've heard about that, Nebel. You purposefully left 4th Platoon's time slot, and now go to eat whenever you please. The other commanders are furious."
Battlemaster Nebel looked completely unruffled.
Those tacky pussies are trying to make 6th choose between food and sleep. A battalion can't function long that way before it cracks. I'm not letting them push my recruits around. You shouldn't either."
At that, Nebel turned and left without another word. From the very first moment in the den, the tacky methodically shattered Joe's dignity. It was everything he could do to remind himself he was a human being. For the first few days, until Naarin commented on it, they refused to clothe him. They gave him the nerve-shattering jobs, like picking rancid strips of flesh from between the Dasha's teeth, and made sure he crawled like a dog between the Dasha and the refuse heap to deposit his piles of rotting skin and parasites. When he was too slow, they ruthlessly added their claw marks to his skin. Joe only left Naarin's den a few times, but during each outing, he realized with a sinking gut how hopeless his situation was. The platoons continued to drill and the battalions continued to hunt, still functioning efficiently despite the missing recruit called Zero. Unlike the other humans, who hoped for a miracle upon seeing their old comrades, Joe always opted to stay behind if he got the chance. He didn't want Libby and the others to see him as he was, a bent-necked, rubber-spined, teeth-picking slave. Naarin, however, gave him no choice. The Prime Commander was getting increasingly odd, sometimes shouting at thin air as if someone was standing there, shouting back. The Dasha's dreams were also becoming more restless. Almost as soon as Naarin closed his eyes, he began to quiver and shake, snapping at the air with his huge jaws so often that the most dangerous task for the slaves became grooming the Prime Commander while he was sleeping. On those rare occasions when Naarin decided he wanted certain slaves to accompany him out onto the drill plaza, even the slightest suggestion that Joe wanted to stay behind was enough for the Dasha to order the tacky to hurt him. Naarin himself couldn't touch the humans without causing irreversible damage. His claws, as Commander Lennon had demonstrated, were wedge-shaped and as sharp as razors. Instead of simply tearing flesh like claws on Earth, these cut, and with the human slaves dressed in nothing except flimsy purple robes, even a light bat from a dasha paw was enough to cut them in half. Therefore, he had the tacky do his dirty work for him. And they excelled at their job. They gave Joe a new scar at every opportunity, and the 2 times Joe dared to fight back, they showed him just how weak he really was. It took no effort at all for a tacky to beat him senseless. Unlike the Ureki, the lizard folk didn't even have to put much energy into it. They simply had to slap him, and Joe felt like he'd been hit with a Mack truck. Joe eventually discovered his treatment was not special. The tacky dealt with all the other humans with the same amount of cruelty. To the tacky, all slaves who had to wear purple robes to symbolize their servitude were considered lesser creatures than they, who had been the loyal companions of the Dasha for millennia. Joe quickly realized that the tacky were proud of their station. They were even angry that Naaran had decided to grow humans as food. That was their place, they figured, and the humans were trying to usurp it. Insanity. Joe found that they had no concept of self, no sense of purpose other than to live and die serving the Dasha. He never heard any of them use the word I. As far as he could tell, they all thought of themselves as a single being with different jobs to do. If any of them failed in their duties, they were ostracized by the whole until the stress became too much and the victim made a fatal mistake in front of its master. This lack of compassion made them quick to snitch on the other slaves, human and tacky alike. And Joe quickly found when Naaran calmly ate one tacky in front of its uncomplaining mate, they had not an ounce of courage. Joe hated the Dasha, but he hated the tacky even more. Naaran was thoughtless and brutal, but it did not even compare to the tacky's cold, methodic cruelty. The more he served with them, the more he realized that, without the tacky, the Dasha never would have evolved past a stinking, mindless predator. It was the tacky who gave Naaran the ability to send summons to his subordinates. It was the tacky who kept dead skin from rotting away his scales and his teeth from falling out. It was the tacky who manipulated objects and carried delicate instruments. It was the tacky who opened doors and operated Hawk. Naaran took it all for granted, too. Several times, Joe glanced up at the door locking them inside the den and wondered what would happen to Naaran if he suddenly went on a rampage and killed all of his slaves. His powerful forequarters were too stubby to lift higher than necessary to run, and his paws were too rigid to press individual buttons. His shark-like face was too wide to do anything but mash the keypad, and his tail was too small and stiff to use it as another limb. In short, he had absolutely no way of getting himself out of the den, should the tacky lock him in there forever. And yet, for some reason, they never did. They're cowards, Joe thought, hating them. All this time, they could be free, and the Dasha couldn't stop them. But they don't even try. What made him hate them even more was that the tacky were treated even more poorly than the humans, and still they did nothing to help themselves. Naaran cuffed and batted them daily, sometimes scoring deep furrows in their scales, sometimes breaking through and dipping into skin. He ate them often, usually for a slight infraction. Those that he ate were always replaced, their fresh scales and bright eyes indicative of transfer from some Dasha slave colony. Those were usually the first to make mistakes and become lunch. The older ones, the ones bearing the most scars from Naaran's rages, had somehow clawed their way to the top of the tacky food chain and spent all of their time outside the den, managing their master's affairs. Once Naaran was clean and groomed, he only seemed to care about making Joe and the other humans do his bidding, watching their movements with an interested air. Joe could not help but shudder when those green, egg-shaped eyes were fixed on him, feeling like a trapped rodent pinned under a cat's cold stare. Naaran delighted in singling out a human and forcing him to lean into his mouth to retrieve some stubborn bit of rot that lay between his shark-like fangs. When they finished, he would insist that they did not get the right piece of flesh, telling them that they were worthless and commanding them to do it again. If they were too shaken to go in a second time, he had the tacky punish them. If they said there was nothing left between his teeth, he had the tacky punish them. If they whimpered and cried and begged, he had the tacky punish them. Then he would move on to the next human and start the process all over again. Naarin was in one of those moods when an Ureki messenger summoned him to the drill field to oversee the punishment of an attempted escapee. Naarin chose Joe, who had just been about to start the nerve-wracking process of crawling inside the lion's jaws, to accompany him. Out on the plaza, Joe kept his eyes away from the sharp black rows of recruits, staring instead at the ground. The last thing he wanted to do was recognize somebody he knew. He slumped to hide his height and kept the dasha between him and the regiment. Still, he knew instantly which one was 6th because it was still the only battalion without the symbol of Congress flapping above it. As much as Naarin enjoyed playing mind games with his slaves, he enjoyed it even more with his subordinates. Trill probably wouldn't get his standards until the day his recruits were to graduate.
"Carry this,"
an older tacky ordered, shoving an alien notepad into his hands.
"Master will need it to log his discipline choice in the escapee's record."
Joe recognized some of the symbols, but immediately shifted his eyes back to the ground. The tacky would return for it later, once Naarin needed it. The unfortunate kid who had attempted escape was standing at attention in front of 6th Battalion, pale and wide-eyed. He, of all the kids in the plaza, was wearing white. Joe felt a breath of relief when he did not recognize him, but knew that another black mark against 6th Battalion was bringing it dangerous attention it didn't need. Joe realized upon examining the boy that the growth hormones had been working on some better than others. The kid was as large as Joe and as beefy as a steer, with biceps the size of small turkeys. Looking at him, it was easy to imagine that humans were related to apes. Joe had the feeling that if the drugs hadn't gotten rid of their hair, the boy would be sprouting a rug from his belly button to his sternum. Tertiary Commander Trill stepped forward, as stiffly as ever.
"My lord, this recruit is charged with abandonment of his duties, failure to return to his post upon request, and assaulting the soldiers who brought him in."
It took Joe a moment to realize that the Mexican kid bore a bruised face and a split lip. He was also shivering uncontrollably under Naarin's stare, but at least he had the good sense not to run. Joe felt sorry for him, but knew that at least whatever punishment they gave the kid would end. The only way Joe was getting out of Naarin's clutches was if he screwed up, and the dasha ate him.
"A 6th degree of perceptual punishment is common for desertion,"
the dasha said.
"Why are you wasting my time?"
"We punished him, sir. After my punishment, he ran away again. This time, he assaulted 2 soldiers who were sent to retrieve him."
"He assaulted an Ureki?"
Naarin asked. The Prime Commander was in a good mood. He had eaten a tacky that morning, and his stomach was full. It was surprising to Joe that he was actually staying awake to hear out this case.
"2 of them, my lord."
"We both know a human can't hurt an Ureki."
"This one did. It took nano-rejuvenation to keep them both from dying."
"What did he use as a weapon?"
"His hands and a chunk of rock."
The dasha glanced over at the Ureki lining the battalion.
"Sounds to me like your underlings are incompetent, Commander."
"The boy used tactics he learned in the hunts to lure them both out of hiding, separate them, and ambush them."
"Sounds like you should be promoting him, not punishing him."
"He is uncontrollable. He killed a fellow recruit and hurt another before we found him the 2nd time. She is still undergoing treatment for mental trauma."
"What sort of mental trauma?"
"He utilized her reproductive capabilities against her will."
Lord Naarin, who had been boredly scanning the regiment, swiveled.
"He did?"
Joe stiffened as he stared at the ground. "Don't let him do it."
"It's a severe crime amongst humans. Mentally, they are unprepared to handle unwanted partners. Physically, they can only birth 1 child every year, so it's in their best interest to make sure they only breed with acceptable mates. It's an evolutionary side effect, sir."
The Dasha's eyes were fixed on the Mexican boy.
I want him.
Commander Trill's Suda gave a startled flutter.
This is just a routine punishment, sir. My recruits have earned their first badge. You no longer have the right to take them from us.
What do you want for him?
He is here for punishment, not for sale.
And I will see to it he receives his punishment. What do you want for him?
Trill's Suda were almost invisible. They were moving so fast.
To avoid further psychological damage, I believe we need to institute a few rules before things get out of hand.
I don't think so.
Several other regiments have been experiencing the same problem. In order to stabilize their recruits, they've written up several different sets of laws. It would help if you read them and drafted a standard of...
I do not cater to cattle. If you really believe he has done wrong, hand him over to me and be done with it. I can always use another slave.
The boy is one of the younger ones, sir.
So?
These humans do not mature like normal creatures. He's still a child with an adult's body, with new hormones assaulting his system. He does not have the mental development to understand the psychological repercussions of his actions.
I want him!
The boy did not understand. Even Dasha hatchlings are given allowances when they murder fellow soldiers.
Narin bared his teeth.
Of course they are given allowances. They have natural urges. It is not their fault they are drawn to blood.
Joe stared at the back of the Dasha's head.
You sure are one stupid son of a bitch, you know that?
Trill, seeing that he was going nowhere, straightened.
I cannot give you the recruit, my lord. We are already well below acceptable battalion numbers. 2nd Battalion has a full 58 recruits more than we do. Almost an entire platoon. I cannot afford to lose any more. Whatever punishment the recruit receives, I must request that it is non-lethal and does not remove him from his duties.
The Dasha swung around to stare at Joe.
What if I trade?
Excuse me?
A trade. This one behind me, for that one of yours. They're both large, fleshy. Either one would make a fine soldier. This way your recruit receives his just punishment, and my slave can replace what you lost.
For the first time, Trill looked at Joe. Immediately, his Suda gave an angry quiver.
That recruit was more of a problem than this one!
Joe felt like he had been stabbed. He was more of a problem than a rapist and a murderer? The injustice of it made him want to hurt something, but he kept his cool and his head down.
This one is reformed. Look at him. He has no more rebellion left in him.
And if you're wrong, the 6th will be weighed down with a useless recruit. I want something else. Something to make it worth my while.
Narin moved toward the tertiary commander until he was staring down at him.
Don't you dare to presume to tell me what to do, Commander.
Orange saliva had begun to dribble from between his teeth.
Your battalion is just a mongrel mishmash of Kegel's leftovers. It will never be battle-ready. You're lucky I haven't decommissioned it yet.
Trill straightened.
We have the highest attacker success rate of any of the battalions, and our overall score is second only to 2nd Battalion.
You're proud of your pathetic, molting tacky, aren't you? You don't even have your own standards.
That is your fault, my lord.
Joe glanced up, stunned.
When did he grow a set of balls?
The Dasha opened his mouth slightly and stared down at Trill for long moments. Then he said,
It's your fault for not deserving them. Your battalion has the highest rate of rebellion and insubordination than any of the others. You yourself are new to the job. I wouldn't put a single tacky down on you and yours surviving a real battle.
Time will prove you wrong, my lord.
Narin paused, the only sound that of the whoosh of air entering his gigantic lungs, and the dribble of saliva on the plaza between his feet. After a long consideration, he said,
Very well. Your standards for the human.
That still leaves me one recruit short, my lord.
Your standards and my slave for the human.
Joe's heart caught in his chest, and he found he couldn't breathe in the tense silence that followed. In that eternity, Trill met Joe's eyes, a look of disgust on his face. After weeks with the tacky, Joe reflexively dropped his gaze. Lord Narin made an angry, guttural barking sound and regurgitated bits of slimy meat in a wave over his innermost row of teeth.
I'm done bargaining.
He turned to walk back to his tower.
You can have him,
Trill said suddenly.
For the standards and the slave.
Narin turned back, rainbow lips peeled back.
Then do it. Renounce your claim to him. Make it official.
That's hardly necessary.
I don't want the training committee suggesting I stole one of your recruits. I want him to be mine, not just a congressional slave serving me, but mine. I don't want to give him up to the next Dasha commander that's posted here.
All over the plaza, Ureki Suda were fluttering madly, and some of the battlemasters looked outright furious. Stammering, Trill said,
It's against policy to turn a slave over for personal—
Don't preach to me about policy! Either do it, or you won't see your standards at all! I'll destroy them myself!
From his place at the head of 2nd Battalion, Commander Legras moved forward.
Commander Trill, I will give you my own standards before seeing you dishonor—
Silence!
Narin snapped, whirling.
Get back in formation, Legras, or I will crush your array like I did Kegel's.
Legras' droopy face scrunched in an alien smile.
Then I'd enjoy haunting you along with him. Enjoying the ghost sickness, Narin? You look ill. Haven't been getting enough sleep.
Narin's entire body stiffened, and he did not respond. Legras turned back to Trill.
Commander, you don't need your standards to be an honorable opponent on the battlefield.
Trill stood rigidly, Suda flapping like hummingbird wings.
Be it known to everyone gathered here that, as guardian of this recruit—
Legras made a disgusted sound and left, taking his battalion with him.
Continue!
Narin snapped.
As guardian of this recruit, I have decided he is no longer any use to the army. I hereby renounce Congress's claim on him.
In front of the gathered battalion, the Mexican kid was crying.
Good!
The Dasha moved toward the Mexican kid.
Human, I find you unaffiliated with Congress, unprotected by its laws. I hereby claim you as my personal slave. Serve me or die.
The Mexican kid wet himself. Joe could not dredge up the compassion to feel sorry for him, not after what he knew Narin had planned for him. Joe knew the kid would probably think Narin was giving him some sort of reward. He wished he could stop him, do something, but none of Joe's options ended in anything other than his death. And Narin doing what he wanted anyway.
Follow!
Lord Narin turned, leading the way back to his lair.
What about my standards?
Trill demanded. The Dasha turned back, exposing row upon row of glistening black teeth.
You have my slave. Be happy with that.
The tacky took the notepad from Joe and shoved him towards the battalion.
But
if it upsets you, go complain to the training committee that I didn't give you your standards in exchange for expelling one of your own. Perhaps next time you will be quicker to accept my offer.
At that, he left, the terrified Mexican kid trailing after him. Joe stood in the Dasha's wake for several minutes, unmoving. Then Sasha's voice echoed across the plaza like a shot.
Get in formation, Zero! You'll have time to look stupid later!
Sasha stood amidst a sea of bare arms, though she herself kept her sleeves down. She and Libby were the only two that had.
Now, Zero!
Joe somehow made his feet move, though he still couldn't believe what had happened. He kept his eyes straight ahead as he fell into line, unwilling to let his groundmates see how the tacky had broken him. Other formations were breaking up around them, but Trill stood there staring at Naarin's rising elevator with the silence of the dead. When he turned, his Suda were fluttering with fury.
Battlemaster Nebel,
Trill said, his voice cold.
Be sure that your newest recruit gets a good workout today.
Joe actually saw hatred in Trill's eyes.
Look at him. He's been spending too much time with Tacky. You will have to break him back into our routine. Work his slave laziness out of him. Don't bother letting him change. He can run in those robes. If he can't keep up, he doesn't eat. I don't need weak recruits.
Kakai, Commander,
Nebel said. He sounded stiff.
I'll make sure he keeps up.
Trill gave Joe a cold look.
You can start now.
Chapter 28. Finding the Flag. Commander Trill used the next 7 hours to make Nebel parade Joe around in tacky robes, making sure everyone in the city knew he had just come from peeling rotten skin out from under the Dasha's scales. When he finally got bored and handed the platoon back to Nebel, Joe's robes were sweat-soaked and his knees and wrists were bloody from continuous tripping. Upon regaining command, Nebel immediately dismissed them with,
"Everybody but Zero, get the hell out of here! Move!"
Filled with shame, Joe stayed where he was, staring at his feet. Joe felt his groundmates give him unhappy glances as they and the other recruits dispersed for the barracks at a run. When Nebel approached him, Joe's body was quivering with humiliation. He couldn't meet his battlemaster's eyes. He couldn't even hold the retain position. His fingers were curled into fists, and his arms shaking at his sides.
"I see you survived,"
Nebel said softly. Joe couldn't speak. He turned his head away to stare at the crushed gravel of the plaza.
"If it makes you feel better, if I had any doubts before that Kegel was right in saving you, they're gone now."
Joe's brow furrowed, and he turned to look, despite himself. Nebel was regarding him with something akin to respect.
"No one comes out of a Dasha's service alive, Zero. The ancestors must love you. You wily Trith bastard."
Dressed in the robes of Tacky, bleeding and doused in weeks of fear-soured sweat, Joe could only drop his eyes again.
"Go sleep,"
Nebel said, nodding at the barracks.
"I'll make sure the cooks give you double rations tomorrow."
Joe nodded silently at Nebel's kindness and turned to go. Nebel grabbed his arm, pulling him up short.
"I can't make you battlemaster again,"
he warned. Joe stared at his feet. He hadn't expected anything else.
"But I can give you squad leader. You lucky son of a bitch."
Giving another wordless nod, Joe waited for Nebel to release him, then followed silently after his ground team. He ascended the 6 flights of stairs and stepped inside 6th Battalion's barracks room with a wave of old familiarity. Gathered just inside the door, his ground team was waiting for him. Maggie reached him first and threw her arms around him, despite the fact he stank and was drenched in sweat. Monk also hugged him, but the other 3 stayed back, waiting for the younger girls to finish.
"Hey, guys,"
Joe said. It was all he could do to keep his voice from cracking. His eyes caught on the youngest boy.
Hey, Elf,
he added, quieter than he meant to. Elf lowered his gaze and looked away. Around him, everyone fell into an uncomfortable silence. The youngest kids began to fidget. Elf wouldn't meet his eyes. Was it bad? Scott finally asked.
Yeah.
Joe choked, feeling tears threaten. He looked away.
But it's over. How's it been for you guys?
But Scott wasn't finished. You're so scarred up I didn't recognize you until Maggie pointed you out. What did they do to you?
I can't tell you anything Elf hasn't already told you.
He doesn't talk about it,
Maggie said, giving Elf an accusing look.
He doesn't want to talk about anything.
Silently, Elf turned and went back to bed without even glancing back.
He doesn't have to if he doesn't want to,
Joe said, watching him. Elf's body was worse off than his own, the tacky's claw marks covering every inch of skin, leaving puckered pink valleys everywhere except on his hands. Elf picked up his boots and began cleaning them, and did not look up again. Joe turned to Libby, since she was the only one who wasn't staring at him like he was some sort of ghost. Clearing his throat, he tried again.
So, what happened while I was gone?
Too late, he remembered the lifeless lump of flesh on the ground beside her feet. He bit his lip as she merely shook her head.
She can only talk on the headcom,
Maggie said.
I'll help you pay for surgery,
Joe said,
as soon as we get out of here.
Me too,
Maggie said. And me, Scott said.
How much will it cost?
Monk asked.
Does it matter?
Maggie cried.
Yes,
Monk retorted. As they were arguing, Joe peeled off his sweat-soaked layers of purple robes and threw them into a soggy pile in the corner of the room. Briefly, he wondered if somewhere in his gear the Congis had given him a lighter. The robes, just like everything else about the tacky, deserved to burn.
Does anyone know where I can get some matches?
Joe asked. It was then that Joe realized that the barracks had fallen into a deathly silence. When he turned, everyone was staring at his scars with mixed looks of horror and pity. Joe swallowed and quickly shrugged into a black Congi shirt.
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
The Dasha did that?
Maggie whispered.
No. It was tacky. Naren couldn't touch us without killing us, so he had his lizards do it for him.
Didn't they give you nanos?
Monk demanded. Joe grimaced wryly.
Naren doesn't like the way nanos taste.
Scott was the first one to speak.
We'll make sure you don't go back.
Joe felt embarrassed and grateful at the same time. He just nodded.
You look like a tiger danced on your back,
Maggie said.
With its claws out,
Monk added.
Tigers have retractable claws. Shut up, Monk, they do not. Do too.
Libby elbowed Scott, who cleared his throat.
Joe, things got real bad while you were gone. Trill put Sasha back in charge. Naren's acting really weird. He ate another Ureki a few days ago. That got all the Congis mad, and the battle masters are being ashers to everybody.
Tell him about the boys,
Monk said. Scott stared at his feet, looking embarrassed.
At night, some of the boys from other battalions are getting together looking for girls. The youngest kids are acting really weird.
Scott let out his breath between his teeth.
It's scary, Joe.
The drugs made their bodies too big and their brains too small,
Monk explained.
You saw Escobar. He's 5.5 and he just now realized he had a cock. They're usually the ones running around at night, and if they catch you out there, you're in trouble.
Maggie nodded, looking genuinely frightened. Joe was sad at how fast they were being forced to grow up.
Then nobody's leaving the barracks after lights out. Any idea who's leading them?
Sure,
Monk said. Then she went on to describe Bailey perfectly, right down to the cleft in his chin. Toward the end, Joe noticed that Libby was watching Monk with a slight frown.
I'll deal with it. Until then, get some sleep.
He led the way toward the huge, circular bed. Libby caught his arm as he moved toward the bed. Joe looked up, disconcerted by the fact that they were almost eye to eye. Libby hugged him When she pulled back, her gaze promised they would talk later. Then, ignorant to his sudden, rock-hard boner, she slid into bed with the others. When Joe turned toward the bathing chamber, Maggie called out,
I thought you were going to bed, Joe.
I need a bath, Joe said, which was the truth. He spent the next 20 seconds jacking off in the relative privacy behind the door. He couldn't actually shut the door because Battlemaster Nebel had promised horrible consequences to anyone who got caught inside with it closed. Then he spent a good half an hour getting clean, rubbing the accumulated grime from his skin until the alcohol burned and his eyes were watering. When he finally returned, his skin was red and stinging and he smelled like a medical sterilizing pad. But at least he felt clean. As he approached the ground team's bed, he saw that everyone was already asleep. He breathed a sigh of relief and stripped off his shirt.
Nice,
a voice said behind him. Joe flinched and turned. Sasha sat on one end of her ground team's bed, holding something silver in her hands. She was grinning at him, her smile full of contempt. Congratulations on getting Battlemaster again, Joe said stiffly.
Couldn't have done it without you.
She held up the lesson pad that Nebel had given him. Instantly, Joe felt a flash of rage, realizing why he hadn't been able to find it.
You took it?
It's mine now.
She tucked it under a leg.
I'm Battlemaster. I'm the one who needs it.
Joe took several steps toward her. He meant to quietly tell her what he thought of her so he wouldn't wake the rest of the recruits, but Sasha immediately reached for something hidden between the folds of her blanket. Joe froze, watching her. Sasha gave pause, hand on whatever it was between her blankets. When he did not move any closer, she gave another nasty grin and pulled out the knife Congress had issued her.
Afraid I'll add another scar to that pretty collection of yours, Zero?
That's what you were gonna do, wasn't it? Joe stayed back, wary. Why are you sleeping with that thing? Nebel's got the door locked. Second can't get in here. Sasha snorted.
It's not them I'm worried about. It's the ones already in here.
You mean Sixth? Joe was baffled. Nobody's gonna—
Mario did!
Sasha spat.
He grabbed Katie out of her bed and raped her in the showers while everyone else was asleep.
Joe felt a reflexive rise in his gorge. It won't happen while I'm here. Sasha's smile was malicious.
I saw how hard you got when Libby hugged you. Does she know you want to screw her brains out? Maybe I should tell her.
Joe's face darkened. I'd never do that. Bitch. Ever. Sasha gave a careless shrug.
Maybe. But you can't control your cock, and I'm gonna get you neutered.
She's just a child, Joe thought. She doesn't know what she's saying.
He turned his back on her.
I could plant this blade right between your shoulder blades,
Sasha said.
Right in your spine. Not even the Congies could help you then.
You do that, Joe said, walking back to his own bed. Commander Trill would probably give you a medal. Without another word, he crawled in under the blankets with his groundmates, as far from Sasha as he could get. Sleep came slowly. His body was still on constant, tacky-inspired alert. After Trill's exhibition on the plaza, it took him hours to wind down, hours of staring at the ceiling and jerking at the slightest noise around him. Most of the noises came from Elf. Even in sleep, his groundmate's scarred brow pinched in a frown. His body twitched continuously and small, tiny sounds escaped his lips.
He was with Naren a lot longer than I was,
Joe realized, feeling a stab of pity for his friend.
But he won't go back. He's got his whole life to heal.
As the next few weeks went by, Joe gradually eased back into the life of a recruit. He even found himself opening his mouth to give his platoon a command, only to shut it again when he realized Sasha was back in charge. He felt at a loss, marching in formation after he had led it from outside. Watching Sasha give bad commands was even worse. The hunts especially. Sure, she sometimes came up with new and interesting ways to baffle the enemy, but only because someone whispered it into her ear. And usually, that came from Libby or Joe, both of whom were on Sasha's permanent shit list and had to run their ideas through Maggie or Scott before Sasha would take them seriously. Joe, frustrated, usually did something that Sasha could punish him for, so he spent all of his free time at work with chores Sasha had assigned him. It was the same this afternoon. When the rest of the platoon was enjoying a half day from a successful inspection with Lord Naaran, Sasha had ordered Joe and Libby to rearrange the barracks until they were spotless, every item in its place, every fold crisp, every blanket perfectly aligned. Libby was at work near Sasha's locker, and Joe was on the other side of the room, neatening a group of rifles, when Libby made a strangled sound and held up a deep den flag. Joe frowned at her, his first thought that, should an Ureki come in and see it, they would be accused of trying to cheat in the hunts. Then, when he drew closer, he realized it belonged to 2nd Battalion. He hadn't seen a flag like that since losing one in the tunnels.
"Where did you get that?"
Joe asked. Libby's face was a thunderstorm as she pointed to Sasha's locker.
"Where'd she get it? We haven't had our hands on a flag since—"
A tiny frown came over his face as he moved forward to inspect the flag. The little tear it had undertaken from Sasha and Maggie tugging on it was still visible in the fabric, along with a thick coating of tunnel dust. Libby nodded at his look, her lips compressed in fury.
"Now, wait a minute,"
Joe said, taking the flag from Libby and holding it up.
"We don't know how she got this." "Yes, we do. She stole it, just like she stole my reader."
Apparently, Libby thought the same thing, because she threw down her cleaning rag and stormed out of the room. Joe hesitated, staring down at the material in his hands.
"Everything would have been different if she hadn't taken it."
Hot rage began to make his intestines burn. What kind of person would steal something that would mean a reward for everyone if they had kept it safe? Something that would actually get an entire platoon into trouble if they didn't have it.
"A psychopath bitch. That's who."
Joe's fingers fisted in the flag, and he went to find Libby before she killed her. That night, as the platoon was getting together for story time, Joe and his ground team approached Sasha's bed and tossed the flag down in front of her.
"How could you be so burning stupid?"
Sasha's eyes lit up with anger.
You can't call your battlemaster stupid.
"You're not my battlemaster."
Sasha drew her knife and held it between them. In one effortless motion, Libby disarmed her and threw her to the floor, twisting the knife backwards by the blade like she was about to throw it.
"Libby, no!"
Joe shouted. Libby made a disgusted snort and slung the knife across the room. Sasha was crying on the floor, holding her wrist. No one moved to help her.
"No one's gonna help you ever again, you bitch,"
Monk said. And it was true. Everyone in the platoon watched coldly as Sasha picked herself up, her expression changing from fear to anger. Thankfully, she didn't waste her breath trying to make them all do push-ups. She simply gave them an acerbic glare and returned to her ground team. Joe watched her hobble away.
"She's never going to have anyone's respect after this," Joe thought.
Her ground team, upon Sasha's return, turned away and found other places to sleep, leaving her utterly alone. Joe tore his eyes from the lonely figure on the bed.
Not that she ever did.
The next day, Battlemaster Nebel took them through a bout of training that left everyone gasping for air, hacking up chunks of red furlease spores that had lodged in their lungs. Their next offensive against 2nd Battalion was tomorrow, and Commander Trill had ordered his battlemasters to step up their training to prepare. It felt ludicrous to Joe, since it only left them weak and tired when the actual hunt dawned, but he dared not risk Trill's wrath a second time by mentioning it. After Nebel had dismissed them, Sasha gave the ground teams tasks to finish before they could return to the chow hall for the evening meal. Joe's ground team bore the responsibility of wiping down the entire barracks room before they could go to eat. While the others began cleaning around the beds, Joe began wiping down the bathing chamber. It was the most unpleasant part, since the alcohol fumes were suffocating and the air made his eyes burn. Sasha's voice from the entrance surprised him.
Be sure to get that corner behind the door. All sorts of...
She hesitated, looking at his crotch.
Disgusting stuff winds up back there.
Joe clenched the rag in a fist, eyes glued to the knife in her hand. The familiar rush of adrenaline began etching his veins. Seeing his nervousness, Sasha grinned at him.
I sent the rest of them to Chow, so we could talk.
Joe had a pretty good idea what her idea of talk was going to entail, and he surreptitiously began wrapping the rag around his fist in case he needed to grab the knife. Sasha stopped 2 yards away from him, but didn't get any closer.
Did it feel good to tell everybody about the flag, Zero?
Joe waited. Even with a knife, he doubted she could overpower him. Still, he wanted to avoid getting stabbed if he could help it. Getting stabbed hurt.
You think you're so great. Bigger than me, stronger than me. You took Battlemaster from me, and then you thought it was funny watching me do all those push-ups. Well, I'm the Battlemaster now. Start doing push-ups.
Joe eyed the knife. No. Sasha gripped the weapon more tightly, looking both angry and exhilarated that he had not obeyed her.
You have to. I'm your Battlemaster.
I haven't done anything wrong.
You did too. You disobeyed me today in front of Battlemaster Nebel.
And I'm paying the price for that right now. Joe turned his back to her and went back to cleaning the walls.
I'll tell the Battlemaster you wouldn't do push-ups,
she said lamely. I might if I didn't think you'd try and stab me as soon as I got on the floor. Her flinch made him realize that she had planned to do just that. He grimaced. Just go find someone else to screw with, all right, Sasha? I'm too tired for your gutless Fergsoot right now. Joe went back to cleaning the walls. For a long time, Sasha said nothing. Then,
You're such an Asher!
Yep. He was not even listening.
I gave you back your knife and asked for your help, but I was just a girl and you were a big, bad 14-year-old boy who could kick anybody's butt on the ship. I thought we were going to starve because I only had one boy in my team and you didn't care.
Joe flushed and turned back to her. If I thought you were in trouble, I would have helped.
But not just if I ask, right?
Sasha demanded, eyes glittering.
You're going to wait until you can be the hero. That's what you think you are. A hero.
Joe felt himself clench the rag. That's where you're wrong. He tugged up the front of his shirt to show her his scars. Would a hero have these? Would he have let a Dasha take him as a slave, Sasha? No. A hero would have fought them. He would have died before picking dead skin from under that monster's scales. Sasha, if I wanted to be a hero, I wouldn't have spent 2 weeks looking at the floor and hoping they didn't kill me. Sasha's eyes flickered across the puckered scars crisscrossing his chest, then looked away. Joe dropped his shirt. Bad things are happening to all of us. I didn't deserve to go to Naaran, and you didn't deserve to be ignored when you were most scared. But believe me, stealing from people and threatening them with knives isn't going to solve things. Sasha would not meet his eyes. I'm here if you need a friend. That's what you want, isn't it? Her head came up suddenly, eyes bright. She almost looked hopeful and desperate. She opened her mouth, and for a split second, Joe thought she'd say yes. Then her face darkened.
Just stay away from me, or I'll cut off your burning dick like you deserve.
She spun and left him alone again. Watching her go, Joe felt something tugging on his soul. He was almost done by the time his ground team found him. Joe felt a swelling of gratitude as every one of them grabbed a rag to help him. When they were finished, Maggie brought Joe his helmet. Joe stared at it, uncomprehending.
So we can talk,
Maggie insisted, pointing at Libby. The others had already put theirs on. Oh. Joe took a moment to fasten the straps over his ears, then cleared his throat. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Joe recognized Libby's voice and turned to her, startled. She was smiling, but her lips weren't moving.
Nebel got her one that reads her mind,
Maggie said, obviously in awe.
Isn't that cool, Joe?
Joe felt another stab of gratitude to his battlemaster. So, these things are accepting all frequencies now? He asked tentatively.
Yeah,
Scott replied.
after the first couple of hunts, they activated all ground leaders' helmets. Then a couple of hunts after that, they did everybody's. It's a lot better when everybody can tell everybody else what's going on. Gets frustrating, though.
Libby said.
Not everyone knows when to shut up. The frequency gets pretty blocked up with stupid soot. Sometimes you just want to strangle some of them.
Joe felt himself smile. So, are you guys looking forward to the hunt tomorrow?
Trill's gonna blow up again.
Libby replied, grimacing.
He always does.
He gave 60 recruits the 4th degree last time.
Maggie said.
They accidentally let a squad from 2nd Battalion sneak into the deep den they were guarding. If it wasn't for Libby, we would have lost our flag. But he punished her, too.
He did? Joe glanced at Libby. And you saved the flag? Libby shrugged, but Joe saw the anger in her face.
Saw group go down hole near edge of clearing. Didn't hear for time, so figured they movin' in on den. Took ground team, went to closest one, hid in far tunnel. Showed up minutes later, deep den. Kept pinned. Reinforcements arrived.
She talks like that because it's hard for her to concentrate when she's angry.
Maggie explained.
You can't use a headcom good if you're angry. If you can't understand her, tell her to slow down and think harder.
Thanks, Maggie,
Libby said.
Remind me you said that next time you get your tongue cut out.
See?
Maggie said.
That sounds a lot better.
Across the room, Libby made a disgusted noise, but Joe was disquieted. Tentatively, he said,
Libby, who did that to you?
The tone in the room immediately became sullen. Libby's face twisted.
Nobody, Joe. Don't worry about it.
Was it 2nd Battalion?
Who cares? It's over with. My leg's healed and I can walk as good as new. A few years from now, I'll go buy myself another tongue. So it happens.
Not to my ground team. Not soot like that. He wondered if something else had happened to her that day. Something her assailant had cut out her tongue to keep secret. He felt a ball of disgust and rage building in the pit of his gut. Someday, I'll find the bastard and kill him. Libby snorted.
We're going to war, Joe. Get over it.
At that, she lifted the helmet off her head and left the room. She say anything about it to you guys? Joe asked once she was gone.
No.
Maggie admitted. I wonder why she won't tell us, Joe said, frowning after her. Elf suddenly threw his headcom on the bed and followed Libby out.
Elf!
Joe called. Elf ignored him.
He hasn't said more than 4 words to anyone since Battlemaster Nebel brought him back from Narin,
Scott said, sounding irritated.
He came back a little crazy, Joe. A couple times I caught him hiding in a corner, saying something about a ship over and over.
He talks about ships in his dreams, too.
Monk said.
Did Narin put you on a ship, Joe?
No, Joe said, frowning. I barely left the tower.
Well, something happened, Scott said. He's been acting really funny. I caught him hiding scum soup in the pockets of his vest 3 times now. Just shoving it in there, covering everything else in the pockets. Said he was saving it for later.
Maybe he's not getting enough to eat,
Maggie suggested. Joe remembered the 9 women Narin had brought over from Earth and wondered if Elf had seen them come off the ship. Maybe Narin had even tried putting Elf in with them. Anything could have happened in those days before Joe and Elf switched places. Joe mulled over that as he and the others finished the bathing chambers in silence. Back in the barracks, Joe paused before undressing for bed. Sasha was gone, and she had taken several of the other ground teams with her. Joe just hoped she got caught before Nebel came to lock up. We've got to get her to stop doing that. It's only going to make things worse.
I hate her,
Monk muttered.
Let's just hope someone catches her and screws her brains out so you can lead the platoon tomorrow.
Hey!
Joe snapped, disgusted with Monk.
She's your battlemaster. Show a little more respect.
Why?
Monk asked. obviously puzzled.
You don't.
The others were looking at him, clearly wondering the same thing.
She's just a kid. She doesn't deserve anything like that.
Yeah, she does. She's asking for it every time she goes out at night.
She just needs a few years to grow up.
She needs to die. That would help her.
Joe sighed. There was no arguing with a 6-year-old. He tugged off his shirt and climbed into bed. He caught Libby staring at his scars again before he hid them with the blanket. He cleared his throat.
Don't worry about it, right?
He said softly. Libby's brown eyes flickered up from his chest. She was scowling.
Who cares?
Joe gave her a weak smile.
So it happens.
The corner of Libby's mouth twitched. She nodded.
Look! It's the elf!
Don't call me elf.
Why not? Don't like it? Too bad, because you look like you just stepped out of a mushroom. Where's your fairy dust, elf? Still don't have it? Guess we'll have to take your fruit roll-up instead.
Greg reached forward and yanked the paper bag out of Eric's hand. He peeked inside.
Another peanut butter sandwich? Doesn't your mom love you, elf?
She does!
Eric cried, jumping for the bag. The other boys hooted, and Greg lifted it out of reach.
Then what's with the peanut butter and bananas? You an elephant or something?
Elephants eat hay,
Eric said.
Not peanut butter.
Oh, that's right. Your mom works at the zoo, cleaning up animal crap. Guess she would know what to feed you, huh? What you figure he is, guys? A monkey? Monkeys eat bananas, right? Act like a monkey, elf, and I'll give you the rest of your lunch back.
Eric bit his lip, peering up at Greg. The older boy had freckles, but did not have the happy face Eric normally associated with freckles. From the first day he met Greg Riley, freckles would always be tainted in his mind, combined with cold blue eyes and a cruel sneer.
You won't eat lunch today unless you do it,
Greg warned. Eric ignored him, turning away.
Fine,
Greg said. He threw the paper bag on the ground and stomped on it.
Leave him alone, you little dickweed.
It was a girl's voice, someone a lot older. Eric looked up. She towered over both him and Greg, looking like she could drop-kick either one of them without even an effort. Eric stared up at her in awe.
We were just having fun,
Greg muttered, looking up at the girl.
Later, elf.
My name's Eric!
He screamed after them. They laughed and kept walking. Limbs trembling, Eric bent and picked up his paper bag. It was damp where the banana had smashed on the inside. The sandwich was no better off. It had a big footprint in the center, where Greg's shoe had flattened it.
You know, if you didn't let it bother you, they'd stop.
Eric glanced up at the girl behind him. She was watching him with a mixture of pity and concern. He sniffed and stuffed his squished lunch back inside the bag.
I think Elf is a cool name. You ever thought about having a nickname?
Eric stared at her.
That's what the bullies call me. So? In the stories, elves have magical powers. If you were a real elf, you could work a spell to give Greg a third leg. I'd put it right on his face, where his nose would be.
The girl smiled and ruffled his hair.
There you go. Think about that every time he calls you elf. See? He's actually giving you a compliment. He thinks you could have magic.
Eric felt his eyes widen. When she wasn't working, his mom read him stories about magic towers and knights who rescued pretty princesses and dragons and witches and good wizards and enchanted kingdoms. He felt himself grow stronger, almost like he could lift twice as much as he could before. He glanced down at the mashed remains of his lunch and smiled anyway.
Elf. I could be an elf. Like in Mom's stories.
Someday, when he was older, maybe he would see dragons. Chapter 29. Night Terrors. The hunt the next day ended in humiliating defeat. 6th Battalion was too exhausted from Trill's drills the day before to mount much of an offense, and 2nd was bright-eyed and quick to pick off careless attackers, doubtlessly due to a good rest beforehand. Trill, as expected, called out a huge portion of recruits for real or imagined failures, and punished them in front of the battalion. Then he sent them all to the barracks without that evening's meal. That night, the mood in the barracks was sour.
We're not gonna have the energy to run down the tunnels if he won't even feed us, Carl said. What's he expecting us to do? Starve and win the hunts?
2nd Battalion had it easy,
Scott said.
All they had to do was hole up in the towers and pick us off. How were we supposed to know there were going to be snipers?
We weren't, Joe muttered. LeGras was planning on ambushing us all along.
I hear 2nd gets double rations and 2 hours of liberty every time they beat us,
Carl said.
What do we get? More push-ups.
They're eating our food?
Maggie whimpered.
It's not fair.
Joe added his agreement to the others sitting around his bed. It had become a sort of rebel hotspot. Over the last 3 hours, at least 30 recruits had voiced their disgust for their commander and for the 2nd Battalion pansies in general. Aside from Sasha, who was sulking in her own bed, the general consensus was that 6th was the better battalion, but they were being worked too hard to prove it.
So why don't we go show them?
Maggie demanded.
You can open the door, Joe. I've seen you do it.
Yeah,
Scott cried.
Maybe some haven't been locked up for the night. We could ambush them.
Who says we can't just invade their barracks? Joe asked. Do this right, instead of sneaking around half-assed. When they just stared at him, he said, Come on, guys, think about it. Why should we hunker down hoping to catch maybe 1 or 2 kids when we could take out a whole platoon? Every kid in the room went silent, staring at him, their mouths open. Their battlemasters sleep on a separate level. I can get us in. We could have the whole barracks to ourselves.
The barracks?
Maggie asked, wide-eyed. She was the first to regain her composure.
But if we get caught in the wrong barracks, they'd make us run.
We already run,
Scott pointed out.
More than we should. I heard one of the medics tell Nebel that he should watch for heart failure.
Heart failure? Joe frowned at that. What kind of sane commander would put them on a routine that could produce heart failure? And none of them were over 15.
They call us the sick battalion from hacking up spores, Scott continued. They'd stop laughing at us if we captured one of their platoons.
If we're gonna do this, Joe said, why stop at just 1 platoon? If we can sneak into 1, why can't we sneak into all of them?
So you want to get the rest of 6th involved?
Scott asked, sounding excited. No. Let's do it ourselves. Just 4th platoon. We'll take them on 1 barracks room at a time, tie them up in their sleep, draw a big X on their forehead, maybe take their clothes. Show them who they're dealing with.
Not an X,
Maggie cried, delighted.
It should be a 0.
Joe immediately winced at the idea of putting zeros on faces, pretty sure he knew who would be doing the running then. Then again, an X could mean anything.
The whole regiment?
Monk whispered. No, Joe said, deciding. That would take too long. Just 2nd Battalion. They're getting too proud of themselves.
So, you'll go with us, Joe?
Maggie asked, gleeful. After today? Hell yeah, Joe said, still fuming that Trill had withheld their food. Those pricks need to be taken down a few pegs.
What about Commander Trill?
Monk asked.
He'll be pissed.
I'm tired, hungry, and Commander Trill can kiss my ass.
I'll tell them if you go anywhere,
Sasha said, her voice ringing out loud and clear. When they turned, she cast them a sweet smile from her bed.
We're not supposed to leave the barracks. Remember, 0?
Libby and Joe glanced at each other. Joe cleared his throat. But this could really work, Sasha. Sasha sighed and began trimming her nails with her knife.
You know the rules, Joe. I'm your battle master. I say you stay, you stay.
Joe gave Scott and Libby a pointed look. We could really use your help in this.
I said no. You keep begging and I'll go right now and tell him. Trill will have you all running laps for days if he finds out you want...
She let out a sudden squeak as Libby sprang forward and grabbed her knife wrist. In one swift motion, Libby disarmed Sasha and stuck the blade under her belt. Well, Joe said, amused by the startled look on Sasha's face. If you're not with us, you're against us. Maybe you can help us practice." Sasha's wide-eyed look flickered to him, then back to Libby.
Give it back!
Libby shrugged and turned away. Sasha tried to jump on her, but Joe got between them. Monk and Maggie were on her in an instant, and as Sasha struggled, they bound their recruit battlemaster hand and foot, gagged her, and tucked her beneath the covers. When they were finished, only her head was above the covers, her eyes filled with murder.
Hey,
Monk said.
What do you know? She's actually kind of cute when she's not acting like a bitch.
She leaned forward and tweaked Sasha's nose. Everyone laughed. Leave her alone. We're in enough trouble as it is.
Well,
Monk said.
If we're already in trouble.
She pulled an indelible black marker from her vest and leaned forward long enough to draw a mustache on her disabled battlemaster. The entire barracks burst out in laughter at Sasha's feeble struggles.
Quiet!
Joe ordered.
You want Nebel to hear us?
Monk, stop it. Save your ink for 2nd Battalion. Monk tucked the marker back in her vest and admired her handiwork, apparently oblivious to the smoldering look of hatred Sasha was giving her. Let's go, Joe said. The way Sasha was staring at Monk was making Joe's skin prickle. We've only got another 6 hours before wake-up. Joe opened the door for them, and they quietly snuck from the barracks and down the stairs, walking lightly upon the stairwells to avoid waking the tacky sleeping inside the honeycombed hollows. They stopped at the 2nd level of the barracks and circled around the huge balcony wrapping around the building to the sleeping chamber of 2nd Battalion's 1st Platoon. The other kids waited nervously as Joe entered the code. 112, or 1st Platoon, 1st Company, 2nd Battalion. Then they stepped inside the 1st of 2nd Battalion's 10-platoon barracks rooms unimpeded. Everyone inside was sleeping. They hadn't even bothered to post a guard. Not that we ever post a guard either, Joe thought. They would have to consider that after their prank was over, in case 2nd Battalion thought to retaliate. Disabling them was almost too easy. With all of 2nd Battalion's recruits sleeping, Joe's platoon went bed by bed, stifling their victims' shouts with hands over mouths as they gagged and bound them. Monk and Maggie did the honors of drawing a big 0 on the forehead of each of the recruits they subdued. Looking at the bedfuls of dead recruits, Joe knew his platoon was going to be in trouble in the morning. Right now, however, he didn't care. He was having too much fun. Like wraiths, 4th Platoon filed out of the room and padded out onto the balcony. There, they threw down all the boots and clothes they had collected from their victims, leaving a pile of black on the stone that a handful of their group spirited away. Okay, the next one, Joe whispered, once they'd completely ransacked their victims' barracks. 2nd Platoon, too, went off completely without a hitch. And 3rd. And 4th. By the time they got back to the barracks, they'd successfully visited all 10 of 2nd Battalion's platoons, and it was only minutes before Battlemaster Nebel was due to wake them that morning. Joe led the other recruits back to their own barracks, still riding the rush of excitement and adrenaline, feeling like he'd slept all night. He actually felt a rush of pride as the rest of 4th Platoon deposited their last armloads of stolen clothes in the bottom of the baths and went to crawl into bed. Everyone was grinning and chatting with pent-up enthusiasm, telling stories and giggling. Nobody, Joe knew, was going to do any sleeping. He stopped at Sasha's bed. I'm gonna untie you, Joe said. Sasha's eyes burned with malevolence. But I want you to think long and hard about whether or not you're going to tell Battlemaster Nebel about this. Do you really want to admit to him that your entire platoon, even your own ground team, tied you up and left you here while they went to fight 2nd Battalion? Monk came to stand beside him and grinned down at Sasha.
In case you're too stupid to get it, you don't want that, because as soon as he finds out what a crappy leader you are, he'll put Joe back in charge.
Sasha flushed a deep red, then looked away. Joe cut her loose, then handed her knife back to her, handle first. She took it slowly, and for a second, Joe thought she might try to use it on him, but she tucked it back under her pillow instead. Then she gave them a cold sneer filled with hatred.
You're all gonna be sorry.
Nice mustache,
Monk said. Get to bed, Monk. She won't tell. He crawled under the covers and lay there, waiting for Nebel to arrive. Despite the sleepless night, he couldn't lie still. He saw the other recruits were having the same problem. Everyone was grinning and laughing about the night's adventure, the whole platoon in an entirely different mood than 8 hours before. Lying there listening to it, Joe felt a swell of pride that he had been able to help restore their spirits so thoroughly. When Nebel arrived, everyone jumped out of their ground team beds immediately, fully dressed and wide awake. The battlemaster hung back in the doorway, his eyes wary.
What's going on? Why are you all awake?
Just happy to see you, Joe said, grinning, feeling like himself for the first time since stepping out of Naarin's den. Nebel eyed the other recruits. Then his gaze fell back to Joe.
Ferguson, what did you charheads do?
He found out soon enough. A frantic Battlemaster Gokley came up to them in the middle of marching drills, asking if Nebel had seen any extra camis lying about.
Camis?
Nebel asked, giving the other Battlemaster a quizzical look.
Some thieves crept into the barracks last night and stole some of our gear,
Gokley said.
Just a minor inconvenience, that's all.
They crept into your barracks?
Nebel asked.
You didn't lock up?
They unlocked the door,
Gokley said briskly.
To steal gear?
They tied up a few recruits too,
Gokley said.
Graffitied on congressional property. Nothing major.
What kind of graffiti?
Gokley's Suda looked like they were going to fly away.
They drew on our recruits' faces, indelible ink, the kind issued for marking on maps in hostile climates.
Really?
Nebel asked calmly.
How many recruits?
We think an entire platoon was involved in last night's crimes,
Battlemaster Gokley growled.
No. How many recruits were graffitied?
The other Battlemaster made a grunting sound.
If you see any spare gear lying around, let us know. Right now, we've got our recruits wearing Defender's whites.
How horrible.
Yeah. You didn't happen to notice anything strange with your recruits this morning, did you? My recruits all agree that the attackers wore their uniforms in your unique manner.
He nodded at 4th Platoon's rolled sleeves. Battlemaster Nebel replied with a deadpan look that said he had seen absolutely nothing out of usual that morning, that perhaps some other platoon was imitating them in order to get them into trouble. Then, as soon as Battlemaster Gokley left, Nebel turned on them in a fury.
You stupid, self-molesting thugs! Was the whole battalion involved or just you, sootbags?
Just us, Battlemaster, Joe said. Battlemaster Nebel's slitty eyes homed in on Joe in an instant.
You, Zero, you sootwort. What did you do?
We assaulted the enemy's barracks and detained them for questioning, sir, Joe replied, finding it hard to keep a straight face. Battlemaster Nebel gave him a flat look.
You what?
We tied them up and drew on their faces.
How many of them?
Nebel demanded. All of them, sir. Several recruits around him snickered. For a moment, Nebel stared at him as if he had not heard. Then, slowly, he said,
Where are their clothes?
Submerged in the baths in our barracks, sir. Nebel glanced at the sky. For a long time, he simply watched the reddish clouds, looking like he was counting. Then, dragging his head back down to face them, Nebel said,
You thugs better pray they're too stupid to look there. If they don't catch you before tonight, I want all their clothes dumped inside the chow hall and left there. If anyone sees you, I'll skin your fire-loving hides. Until then, you earned yourselves an extra hour of free time. Get out of here.
After their assault on 2nd Battalion, Joe began leading a nightly raid on the enemy, sparing no one. Every morning, several more platoons were found with a 0 scrawled across their foreheads. As long as Joe and the others were back in their beds by wake-up, Nebel quietly ignored their nightly excursions. He even supplied them with new markers when they ran out of ink. Joe and Sasha came to a sort of understanding after the first night. As long as Joe followed her commands during the hunts, she kept her mouth shut and sometimes even went with him on the night raids. The other members of Joe's ground team, notably Libby and Monk, refused to speak with him on these occasions, of the opinion that they should leave her behind. But Joe was determined to mend the rift between them and let Sasha come anyway. Joe was having more fun than he'd ever had. For their part, 4th Platoon followed him religiously on the raids. Even during the daytime, battlemasters from other platoons asked his advice on the deep den hunts. And for the first time since coming to Kofat, Joe felt like he really had a purpose in life. To lead. He was good at it. The way kids followed him made Joe's chest swell with pride. Each night he took them on a raid, he fantasized about leading them into the deepest, darkest Dasha tunnels to root out a rebel prince and win the war. Even the thought of small spaces didn't quell his fantasies. For the first time, Joe realized he wanted to be a soldier. He wanted to lead a squad on some rebel planet. He wanted to secure the win that turned the tide of a battle. He wanted to be a hero.